Day 1 is played under 9 rounds of Swiss, and of course you don't know your opponent's decks, but in Day 2, just before the matches, they provide both players with a full list of all the cards, so they know what inks are going to be played, and they're going to know specific counts for these particular tech cards, and that makes a big difference in Top Cut.
Yeah, and interestingly as well, I mentioned it earlier, it's not where you just have that deck list available throughout the game, but it is just you're given an opportunity, I'm not sure how many minutes, roughly 3 to 4 minutes, to study your opponent's deck list and really try and memorize those subtle differences. A lot of the decks people are going to be pretty familiar with. You play against Sapphire, of course there's 4 Flavershams, there's 4 Popsicles, but then it's going to be things that, you know, if you're up against Amber Steel, how many copies of Bare Necessities do they have? How many Grab Your Swords? Those are going to be the really important things to try and remember.
Yeah, for sure, and like the Sapphire Steel decks as well, some of them opting to not play A Whole New World, which is a big difference maker as well, because if you're in that mirror and you can say, no, I'm just going to spend all my time playing cards, inking, you're going to be the one to play A Whole New World and give me a fresh hand, that can be a disadvantage. So if you know that your opponent isn't necessarily playing some of those normally staple cards, that's going to make a huge difference in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a really good point. The Sapphire Steel decks without A Whole New World, in a closed deck list format, you can kind of bluff and make your opponent think that you have A Whole New World. Well, that's not going to be an option in this open deck list format. And let's not forget, Baker, this is the big one. We've just had the game for European qualification, but this is the game for the golden Mickey Mouse Brave Little Taylor. It doesn't get bigger than that.
It really doesn't.
There it is. Look at this beautiful card the players are playing for. But of course, it's not just that, Baker. They can secure the Mickey, but then there's more prizes to be won.
More?
Win it as well.
Oh, what more is there, Joe?
Well, if you finish first, you get a whole binder filled with an enchanted card and each of the foil cards from Ursula's Return.
Wait, every single card?
Every single card.
That's
more prize tickets available as well. You get a couple of booster boxes just for good measure as well. And those prize tickets can be spent on the prize wall, and you're even going to be able to spend all of those prize tickets and get yourself a nice foil Cinderella Stout-Hearted mat, as well as some other goodies as well.
To be honest, that is exactly what I'd be doing. If I had been playing this weekend, whether in the main tournament or the side events, it's that Cinderella Stout-Hearted playmat that I would absolutely have my eye on. But as I said, yeah, plenty of side events happening here in Bologna. Some players that, well, all the players that didn't make it into Day 2, there's still plenty going on. Side events, different styles. There's constructed, there's pack battles, there's, I think, sealed and draft going on, and tournament prize tickets are available for all of this. We've got a wonderful prize wall as well as the Cinderella playmat. There's also the non-4 versions of Rapunzel Gifted with Healing and Cinderella Stout-Hearted. You can get the Disney Lorcana t-shirts and caps, which are absolutely top tier. So much to play for. I want to give a huge shout out to Ravensburger for giving us this beautiful game. I want to give a shout out to everyone involved back. There's such a huge operation going on here. So many people are walking around, so many moving parts. I want to thank everybody for all the work and effort that they've put into making this happen. But almost more importantly, thank you to the players, because if you're not here, we're just sat in a hall just talking about nothing really, aren't we?
Yeah. Big thanks to everyone watching at home. Yeah. It's really great to have the Lorcana community. We're a big global community. Of course, we've got our local communities with our local game stores, but it's also great for these kinds of events to just come together as a community and celebrate the game we all love, because Disney Lorcana, it's a very good game. It's a very, very good game. I love it.
It's my favorite thing nowadays. But yeah, just to go back to the point you just made, I think that's probably my favorite part of getting to come to these events. I'm very active, as I know you are, on social media and communicating with the Lorcana community, and it's so nice to spend a few months in the early stages of the game, like following people on Twitter or watching their content or whatever it is, and then you finally get to meet them at events like this, and it's so great. I've met so many people over the weekend. It's been a pleasure to meet the best players, the best people. If you are considering getting into Lorcana, if you've not quite committed, maybe you've tuned into the stream for the first time today and you've gone, oh, this looks sort of fun, come and join us. We want you to come, play Lorcana, come to a Disney Lorcana challenge, win yourself a golden plated Mickey.
And if you are going to come and you're interested, don't forget to check out Disney Lorcana on the social channels. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and X as well. And let us know, what deck do you think is going to be winning this event here in Bologna? Do you believe in the Amethyst Steel, or do you think it's going to be that item deck from Ely with Ruby Sapphire? Lots of spicy decks still in the tournament, lots of variety, a wide open meta, and we'd love to know what deck you think is going to be winning. Maybe also let us know which card from Shimmering Skies you're most looking forward to.
Yeah,
I had to pick one card from Shimmering Skies, which is coming pretty soon, Baker, what's your one card that's not called Daisy Duck? Because I think Daisy Duck is going to be our top pick each, probably.
It's kind of a basic answer, but...
That's all right. I like basic.
Can I give you meta and then just because I like it?
Yeah, okay.
Meta, it's Pete.
Okay, Pete.
3 cost,
yeah.
Inkable Pete. Referee, I believe, is the sub-name. Stats are kind of irrelevant. The effect is all you kind of need to know. When you play this card, your opponent can't play actions until the beginning of your next turn. Songs are actions. Putting this down and saying, you don't get to be prep, you don't get to Whole New World, you don't get to grab swords, you don't get to sing anything, you don't get to brawl me, all of these things. This card is going to be so influential in our meta. I actually think it's the most influential card we've had since set 1 and we got Be Prepared and Whole New World, which I call the most meta-shaping cards in the game, personally, and I think this is absolutely up there. It's going to warp the meta, and if you play it with Amethyst as well, and you can keep bouncing this Pete back to your hand and keep reusing it, that is potentially game-breaking, so I'm very interested to see what Pete can do. And from a fun side, the other Pete, the one that's got the repeat ability, because I really like that bad joke. What about you?
I think the thing I would compare the Pete referee card to, in the way it might impact the meta, is how in set 3 into the Inklands we got Ursa the Deceiver, and we got Bare Necessities. And here you can see a couple of the cards which Baker has been mentioning. Lots of Pete games referee with that 3/3 stat line, which is a really nice stat line for such a powerful ability. And it's inkable as well. And talk to me about this Pete Wrestling Champ. You can exert it and reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a character named Pete, you may play it for free. And imagine if you hit the Steamboat Rival, Baker.
Oh, what a thing that would be. I feel like this page has been made specifically for me since we've been here. I absolutely love this. Of course, the games referee on the far right, that's going to be the most impactful one. And then, yes, the Wrestling Champ. I am a big fan of the sport of professional wrestling. And Pete, say his name, and he appears from the top of your deck. Reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a character named Pete, you may play him for free. I believe in Pete. And, yeah, this Steamboat Bully or Brawl. I can't quite see that second name.
Steamboat Brawl.
Steamboat Brawl,
no,
yes.
Steamboat Rival.
Rival, there we go. Another one of these cards that connects the art with the Mickey Mouse that we got from Chapter 1, which I absolutely adore. And yeah, 7 cost Inkable, 6/6, quest for 2. And when you play this character, if you have another character named Pete in play, you may banish chosen opposing character. So again, I completely understand you can't always guarantee that you're going to have that Pete, but if you do, this is just a cheaper Maleficent, and it's got 1 more willpower, one less strength, which can be good or bad. You're not one-shotting the Queen's Castle, but you're not being taken out by a Long Came Zeus either.
Baker, I want to point out a bit of an Easter egg potentially in some of the artwork.
Please do.
Games referee is in the ring, and there's a couple of other cards in this Disney Lorcana set. I think the Gaston you revealed, and then there's another one with Aladdin and Genie, and it seems like they're maybe having a boxing match, but then Pete, the Wrestling Champ, potentially just changes the mind. And look, the Pete referee card text is like, it ain't cheating if you make the rules.
Yeah, there you go.
And then Pete turns in to the champ, just rips off the shirt and just, I'm the boss now.
Raises the Lorcana Championship. Absolutely love it. I'm so excited to try out these Pete cards. And of course, I'm a little biased. He is the original bad guy, and I kind of like a villain.
Yeah, I noticed. There's also quite a few other Pete cards that have already been in the game as well. So there really are a lot of Pete cards.
Give me more. I want a 1-drop. Give me a 1-drop. Everyone was asking for a 1-drop Broom. Give me my 1-drop Pete. I believe in Pete.
Players are now having a little look at their deck lists as well. So players are looking through the deck list. I know the Amethyst Steel deck list quite well, Baker, because I was watching the player in the top 64 when you and Ross were casting, keeping a very close eye on their game. It is pretty similar to the deck list which I won the Content Creators Championship.
Playing that bell?
Yep, there's the bell in there. I'm not sure how many copies. There is maybe 2 or 3, maybe even just 1 copy of the Maleficent Biding Her Time 1-cost character. There's even the 3-cost Tinkerbell, which gives you the opportunity to shift in. But there's definitely some differences compared with the lists which I played. I think most notably, there's at least 1 copy of Grab Your Sword in there. There's also at least 1 copy of Lawrence as well as a nice aggressive questing threat potentially. But this is a deck which is very flexible. It can go for a long game with the Amethyst card draw. draw, but it can also take that more aggressive approach with Maleficent on 1, Mr. Smee on turn 2, Benja on 3 can be a really good opener.
That is really aggressive. And speaking from experience, that's very aggressive and hard to deal with. Just in case you're wondering, by the way, I'm using my phone because I have the deck lists here. I'm not just browsing social media, but yeah, we're going to go over to our player tables right now and see who we will be watching for this feature match. Oh, a lovely bit of camera work there from our production team, top tier. And here are 2 players having a browse of each other's deck lists. Again, I'm not sure exactly how long they get, at least a few minutes, to identify what color inks the opponent is playing, and again, specific counts of specific cards. I'm just going to have a brief...
So both players with 48 points in Swiss. So we're going to get it confirmed to you who is the highest seed. They both got 48 points on day 1, and therefore it's going to go down to some tiebreakers to decide who was the highest seed. And of course, the highest seed then will be going first in game number 1. So that is going to be a nice difference maker. Sapphire Steel versus Amethyst Steel. Benja is going to be a really important card for Amethyst Steel. So Martin will be going first in this one.
Yep, he is the highest seed, so Martin has the pleasure of getting to go first, and that can make a huge difference, as you said. Things like this Maleficent biding her time, 2 copies of that, 1 copy of Smash as well in the deck, which can answer a lot of prominent threats. And going back to what you mentioned earlier, the 2 copies of Tinkerbell, Tiny Tactician. This creates mind games, because as soon as this comes down, you know that there's a potential for a shift from turn 4, and then Tinkerbell is a very good card if you didn't know. So you have to respect the Tiny Tactician all of the time.
No, absolutely. I think one thing that I did see that didn't quite go right for Martin, and Martin will be the player going first in this one. They did get the better tiebreakers, and therefore they are the highest seed. One thing that they are going to be looking out to avoid is a situation where they end up with Grab Your Sword stuck in their hand. They only have 1 copy of it, but what I saw in their top 64 game is they drew Grab Your Sword off the mulligan, and then it just stayed in their hand the entire game. So that's going to be something they want to avoid for sure. So there are 2 copies of that Maleficent, as you mentioned, and there are 4 copies of Chernobogs, 4 copies of Magic Brooms, only 3 copies of Madam Mim Fox. That is not something you see very often, Baker.
No, it is not. That is extremely curious. I'd be very interested to talk to him about what led him to that decision. Madam Mim Fox has been an absolute staple in the game since its release in Rise of the Floodborn. Such a diverse character. That 4 strength, it checks a lot of characters, and of course this bounce mechanic of having to return a character to your hand, which some people may have looked at as a negative, but it really isn't. It helps to protect characters, reuse come into play effects. But we're going back over to the table now. They're just going to do a little pile shuffle, make sure that they've got all the cards they need. And shall we go over and have a look at this Sapphire Steel deck and see if we can find some interesting counts? I'll just get that up.
Yeah, so Martin going to be going first. And again, when I was watching the top 64 game very closely, they did have a couple of games where they inked a card on turn 1 and played nothing, and then they inked a card on turn 2 and then played nothing. They are going to really be wanting to avoid that. So if they don't see those Magic Brooms, those Chernobogs followers in the opening hand, expect to see a pretty aggressive mulligan from Martin. The Sapphire Steel player then, Baker, you're looking through their list.
I am, yeah.
Catch your eye?
Yeah, I've got a couple of things to say already. So for a start, we are seeing 2 copies of the 1-drop Captain Hook Forceful Duelist. Now, these Sapphire Steel decks don't tend to run 1-drops very often. They'll run 2-drops, like we are seeing 2 copies of Argus in here, which is absolutely there for against the Ruby Amethyst matchups. It helps you against the Rider. The 4 strength is really good for taking out Queen's Castle, but they don't normally play a 1-drop, and of course, because the Amethyst Steel player is going first, if they do get that Maleficent biding her time, then the Sapphire Steel player really wants that Captain Hook down early to be able to remove it, otherwise it might just start to run away with the game. 3 copies of Grab Your Swords in the Sapphire Steel decks, 2 Let It Go, 2 Lucky Dime, 1 copy of that Rise of the Titans, which will absolutely be relevant for Martin's Queen's Castles.
There's Fishbone Quill in the opening hand for Yana. That's a really good start.
Yep.
Martin's going to be going first. They do have that Smee for turn 2.
Nice.
But I don't think there is a Chernobox followers as well. So Martin has a card to play on turn 1 and a card to play on turn 2. Now, Baker, you talked about what are you looking to do in this matchup with that Amethyst Steel?
Against it.
What you can do, yeah, as Amethyst Steel, what you're looking to do is you're looking to get as much questing power as early as possible, but then you want to play around the potential board wipe. So the Chernobog's Followers is a great option. You can quest with the Chernobogs. If Yano doesn't have a character down on their board on turn 1, you can then keep questing as much as you can possibly risk, and then at the last moment you want to draw with that Chernobog's Followers. It's 4 cards mulliganed for Martin.
Yeah, definitely want to utilize those cards as well as possible. Get as much as you can out of your Chernobog's Followers before you trigger that draw. Super powerful 1-drop in the game.
Absolutely. So Yano had Fishbone Quill, had Mickey Mouse in hand. When you're up against Bengers, you're probably going to prefer the option of Mickey Mouse on turn 3.
Absolutely.
So it's going to be interesting to see if Yano did hold on to that Fishbone Quill or did mulligan. Would be really interested actually just to see how many Bengers are going to be in that deck list. That would be really interesting to see. Baker's helping me out here. My phone's miles away, but he's taking a look at the deck list.
You are all good, but I've got some very interesting information for you, my friend.
Yep.
None.
Is there really not any?
There are no Bengers in this list unless you can see something I'm missing, but I'm not seeing
the list. That one's the Sapphire.
Oh, am I on the wrong list? Am I on the wrong list? I apologise.
No Sapphire Steel Bengers, which we'd probably expect.
We're seeing 3. We're seeing 3.
That seems like a nice amount.
My apologies for that previous misinformation. Yeah, 3 copies of Benger. So as you say, yeah, that will be really important. And just to clarify, our Sapphire Steel player is on 4 copies of A Whole New World. Just to clarify, because not all of them are. So we see a turn 1 ink. Down comes that Chernobog's Followers, as you said, can put on a lot of pressure early.
Yeah, and we do see Yano mulliganing away that Fishbone Quill, preferring the Mickey Mouse. Not usually what you see, but again, when you know your opponent's got 3 copies of Benger, it's definitely going to be of interest. Now, the other thing is Martin even using Benger on a Fortosphere or a Porpsicle is going to be nice, as it's going to deny the potential card draw from Flaversham later on. Yano's still, of course, going to play the Porpsicle. Why not? It draws you a card. And it's going to be back on over to Martin. And Martin's going to be very happy. No Captain Hook down on the board. This Chernobog's is going to be able to quest here and stay down. Now, another thing Yano doesn't have access to is Fire the Cannons. 3 Baboons in the deck, but no copies of Fire the Cannons. And that is going to be music to Martin's ears. Friends is inked, perhaps expecting A Whole New World, and in comes the bumbling mate for Martin. This is the opener they were looking for. Maleficent biding her time, probably better than Chernobog's, but Chernobog's is still able to replace itself by banishing and drawing a card when the moment is right for Martin.
Yeah, super aggressive opening, and as you say, because Yano wasn't able to get down that 1-drop Captain Hook, the Chernobog's Followers is quite safe to just sit there on the board. He can get another quest out of it next turn and won't draw off of it until it's absolutely necessary. In Yano's hand, we do see that Argus. He's flicking a copy of Cogsworth, probably going to make its way into the Inkwell, and we already see that copy of Grab Your Swords in Yano's hand as well, which could be a difference maker.
And Argus is nice. It can remove either Smee or Chernobog's, but the problem is it's then going to be banished when it does so. Yano didn't find a Baboom on this turn, and I think Martin is going to be really happy with the start. Interesting option to go Magic Broom and Mr. Smee this turn. They're going to double quest. A big decision on the Chernobog's Followers if they draw with it. I would anticipate that Martin is going to leave it on the board because Mr. Smee could be removed by the Argus anyway, and they need as much questing power as possible in this early game, and that is what they decide to do.
Yeah, in this instance, going to make Yano choose between the 2 characters rather than just basically conceding it.
Such a good opener from Martin.
Wow.
This is how you play this matchup. You get as much questing in as early as possible, and Yano, without that Baboon, without that Fire the Cannons, is starting to struggle a little bit here. This is going very well for Martin so far, but it is going to be very easy for Yano to remove many characters in a single swoop in a few turns. Yeah,
100%. And let's not forget, it's been kind of the story of Sapphire Steel over the weekend. They have very slow starts. Quite often we see them fall well behind in lore, but that combination of Lucky Dime plus Tamatoa can just help them make insane jumps and clutch out the game. So yeah, a slow start from Yano, but do not call him out of this game yet. It's still time for him to bring it back. And we pass back over to Martin. He's going to re-ready his characters, answers, ready, set, draw. Our Sapphire Steel player also playing one copy of Aerial Treasure Collector, just as a note, which is another really aggressive character that can work with that lucky dime, potentially questing for 5 if you've got more items than your opponent, which I imagine they're going to have more items than the Amethyst Steel player, Joe.
Yeah, I think you could be right. And this is a great time for Martin to use that draw of Chernobog's. Because the Mickey Mouse is now down on the board with that 1 strength, it would be able to challenge into Chernobog's followers and remove it. But there's also the threat potentially of grab your sword. So Martin picks the right moment to banish the Chernobogs. We didn't see them do it in the previous turn, and they got 1 law extra as a result. And we see the Madam Mim, and is Mr. Smee back?
Oh,
it certainly is.
This is
ready to go
aggressive. Again. Yeah, sorry, cut you off there. This is super aggressive, man. And like Yano has a lot of catching up to do. Martin already on 8 law with another potential 4 law already on board. This Mickey Mouse will not be able to take out this Magic Broom, who has 2 willpower. But yeah, this is looking like a really nice start for Martin. Yano gets down the Grandfather Clock Cogsworth, who has Ward and is going to give Resist 1. Questing up with the Mickey Mouse, getting the first law on the board for Yano. So what does Yano need to do now here to kind of combat this early aggressive stage from Martin?
Well, I think Yano is still in a position where they can win. A whole new world might be a bad idea because it's going to give Martin access to more goats and things like that.
Yep.
Just try and keep removing as many cards as possible and deny as much card draw as possible. The Magic Broom quest first, and we're going to see the rabbit. You can draw off the rabbit first. It goes into the bag, and now the Magic Broom can be banished to draw a card for Martin if they so decide. So they're now deciding if they want to banish the Magic Broom or leave it on the board, and they decide to leave it on the board for now as they quest with everything. Martin is kind of taking the risk that there might be a grab your swords coming, because the broom could have been banished to draw, but Martin instead decides, okay, well, if you don't have grab your swords, I'm probably winning the game. And the question is, does Yano have it? Well, they do.
Certainly does. He's had it since the beginning of the game. So, but I still think that was a good play from Martin. And he's finding that mid-stage between Cogsworth's on the board. He knows that Yano could potentially whole new world. So you want to find this sort of happy medium in your hand where you have enough resources, but you don't want to overdraw to the point where Yano just gets far too much value out of the whole new world. We're going to see Tinkerbell come down, and Cogsworth does exert to sing grab your swords, grab your bow, and remove all of these characters from the board. Martin's going to draw off the rabbit. Nice board clear.
Yeah, and this is kind of how this matchup tends to go. And Martin's done a good job of getting to 12 at this stage. If he's down at 8, it can be pretty difficult to recover from this position. But the rabbit's drawing cards, finds a goat. I will say, Baker, I would have liked to have seen Martin draw from that Magic Broom in the previous turn.
Okay.
It was a risk. It was a calculated risk. I'm sure they have their reasons, but the grab your swords then comes through, clears the Magic Broom. It could have been an extra card in hand potentially. So it was definitely a big decision from Martin, and it didn't work out in their favor in this particular instance because the grab your swords was there. Having said that, if Yano didn't have grab your swords, Martin would have been very heavily rewarded for doing that.
Yeah, for sure. I think there are points in the game of Lorcana on like the big stages where sometimes you just have to take the risk, or you have to be a little bit greedy, and that's not always going to pay off, but I absolutely respect it. We're in the top 16. Martin wants to go all the way, so he took a calculated risk, didn't pay off, but I respect his fort trail. We're going to see another Mickey coming down for Yano, who's going to ramp the top card of the deck straight into the Inkwell. And yeah, Yano's sitting with quite an oppressive field here. And what can Martin do to sort of subvert this? Obviously, he's got access to things like Tinkerbell, but if you're Martin, what are you looking for to kind of stabilize here?
You're just looking for questing power. You're just looking for goats. You're just looking to cross the line. You have to accept that the Sapphire Steel player now has the board control.
Gotcha.
And that's where that early questing power, that early curve was just so important. Smash is the card found, most likely just going to be going into the Inkwell here, and Martin just going to be looking to quest. The Tinkerbell is a bit of a concern though, Baker, because it could remove the Madam Mim and deal 2 damage to another character, so you're not going to want to play any character on the board here for Martin with 2 willpower or less. But then of course there's also the worry that there could be something like another Tinkerbell or a grab your swords. There is no items on the board yet for Yano, and only 1 card in hand. So Martin can start trying to win a bit of a battle for the card draw as well. As the goat enters the board, the snake is going to quest, 2 ink still remaining, and a smash is going to be going into the Inkwell, it seems, and there is a fox available to bounce that goat back into safety.
Yeah, that's pretty good because obviously next turn, as you mentioned, this Tinkerbell will be able to challenge and take out this snake, and the Puny Pirate ability will put 2 damage. Well, it would have put 2 damage, but it's going to be bounced immediately back to the hand. And it's like you say, Joe, Martin just needs to accept the fact that I'm not contesting the board here. I'm at 12 lore or 15 now. I just need to race the game, and that goat in hand is going to be making Jarno sweat.
Baker, I love this play by Jarno. Had the option of rushing in with the Fox and removing a Mickey Mouse, but deciding instead to leave the Fox readied because they just value that protection and that ability to quest with 1 lore next turn. Every lore matters in this game, so while you could deny 1 lore potentially for Jarno by removing a Mickey Mouse, it also, more importantly, might mean that you miss out on 1 lore, which is why Martin decides not to rush with the Fox, but leave it ready. There is the Tinkerbell, 2 damage counters onto the Madam Mim, but with that 3 willpower, she is safe for now. Jarno did not draw that Tinkerbell or grab your swords.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Super smart decision to just use the Fox as another character to quest on the following turn. He's already at 15 lore. He's got a Merlin goat in hand and more in the deck, and we're just a couple of goat bounces away from game. So yeah, I really rate that decision. Jarno coming down with the Tamatoa, big 8-cost Inkable, who's going to return an item from the discard to the hand, which I believe we took a Porpsicle. Rise of the Titans into the Inkwell, and I expect this Porpsicle is going to come down, draw Jarno an additional card, and of course, items are exactly what cards like Tamatoa, Ariel, and Flavisham want to see. That's an Along Came Zeus. That's a pretty good pickup.
It's a really interesting option for Jarno because now Jarno has the option of exerting this Cogsworth to sing the Zeus and remove the Madam Mim from the board. Now that might seem like overkill, and it certainly is, but every lore matters, and Jarno might be forced to remove this Madam Mim, but decides to hold on, it seems, for this Zeus for a rainy day, and they're going to be trying to use this to remove a bigger threat down the line. Now Martin's going to draw, finds a Baboom off the top. There is a rabbit, a goat, and a Queen's Castle, I do believe, in the hand. Jarno is 11 away. Tamatoa on the board, only 1 item on the board currently, so it's only questing for 2, Baker.
This Baboom probably not going to help too much to influence this field, but rabbits get you draw, Merlins are going to get you lore, and Zeus may be able to help to potentially get this Tinkerbell off the field. If this is something that Martin's worried that is going to prevent him from getting to the game, getting to game, we're going to play the rabbit.
Oh, it's a snake off the top.
Was it a snake?
It's so big for the goat. Now, Martin's in an interesting spot here because they can go for 4 for the goat, but then it's going to leave it on the board at the end of the turn, which is going to give Jarno an opportunity to use that Zeus they held onto to remove it from play, denying the snake bounce in the next turn.
Yeah, no, that's huge. And Jarno, let's not forget, has 2 more copies of Grab Your Swords in the deck. Could be a huge top deck as well to assist. But yeah, being able to remove that goat is big. Most players want to return it to their hand so that it's safe to be able to continue to bounce it. But again, Martin at 17 lore now after putting that goat down on the board. He's very, very close. Can Jarno stop Martin from getting
Whole New World is not what you want to find at this moment in time, because of course, if you go for a Whole New World, Martin's got 7, in fact 8 opportunities to draw into some more goats. Now, Jarno can quest for a total of 4, 6 plus the Tamatoa. So Tamatoa currently questing for 2, so they can get up to 15 without the Tamatoa. If Martin could get down 4 items, then they would, in theory, be able to get across the finish line. But of course, that's pretty unlikely to happen. They are going to use the Porpsicle to heal nothing, as now Tamatoa just quests for 1, but it is going to be able to get that Porpsicle back into Jarno's hand, and an opportunity to find 1 more card off the top, and it's another Porpsicle. Guess what, Baker? That means they can have another card off the top.
Another one.
And it's going to be a Grab Your Sword. That could be big. Is it good?
That could.
Don't know if that's what Jarno's looking for. Whole New World, Grab Your Sword, Zeus in the hand for Jarno.
Could play this Grab Your Swords, but the goat and the rabbit down to 1 willpower, meaning that if Tinkerbell takes out this fox, it will be able to finish off. The goat is really what Jarno wants to go. Jarno's going to be aware that Martin has a big bounce package, and that goat is a key to victory. So some options in the hand here, but yeah, Jarno not in the best position. Just Martin has done such a good job of racing to game. Those early few stages, being able to just quest freely and not be threatened, were huge. The Mickey Mouse, I believe, making a trade there with the Madam Mim Fox makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so the Madam Mim Fox is removed. There is the Zeus onto the goat. No surprises there. Martin now up to 18, and that rabbit still down on the board. Cogsworth is going to quest. Tinkerbell's going to quest. And now Jarno is in a position at 16 where Martin really needs to win this turn. Do they find the goat? Goat would win the game for Martin here. They quest for one with the rabbit. They're up to 19. All they need is a goat to win the game. They bounce the snake.
Can we find it?
Goat off the top. It's a friend.
Do we have enough ink?
7 ink total to be able to get there. Friends is played. 2 cards drawn. It's a baboon and it's a fox, and I don't think Martin can cross the finish line. Jarno being able to remove that goat with the Zeus, denying the goat bounce. Now, Baker, Martin potentially could have not played that goat the last turn and gone goat bounce this turn. But then the Zeus, instead of removing the goat, would have removed the rabbit. Jarno gets there just about. Jarno, the winner of game 1.
Wow.
What a game. I also, Baker, want to just mention that Magic Broom card draw. Could that have made a difference as well? There was the opportunity for Martin to draw with the Magic Broom. It was then removed by Grab Your Swords. Fine margins indeed when you get to 19 lore.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. That one card dig could have made all the difference. As we said, a risk was taken, saying, hey, if you don't have the Grab Your Swords, then I have a huge board here. I'm going to continue to just race far quicker than you. Was punished for it, but again, I respect the decision. But yeah, the first game taken by our Sapphire Steel player. Again, we are in 2 out of 3. So the Amethyst Steel player will get to go first again this time. Yeah. So maybe they can play it a bit differently. But yeah, I absolutely agree with you. That Merlin goat coming down was really a big decision, but was kind of punished for it. It was removed by the Zeus, so wasn't able to make that goat bounce play.
Yeah, and the problem is for Martin, if they didn't play the goat, then they had 4 ink left. They could have played the snake onto the rabbit, but then you really want to save the snake for the goat. If they played the goat, if they didn't play the goat, well, that Zeus would have just been used on the rabbit, and then they still would have been 1 short anyway.
Yeah, no guarantee that it would have changed anything.
I think the big decision from Martin, which they're probably going to be regretting in hindsight, is not drawing with that Magic Broom when the Grab Your Swords came through. If Grab Your Swords didn't come through from Jarno, they're probably winning the game on the spot. But I'm not sure if it was a risk that they needed to take. I was anticipating them to draw with the Magic Broom. What a game it was. Really, really exciting stuff. So Martin is going to be going first again, and Jarno going to be going second. Look for a kind of similar play pattern. Worth noting as well, Baker, a Maleficent biding her time on turn 1, it gains 1 extra lore compared to a Chernobog. That's the kind of difference maker you often need in this matchup. That Maleficent could be really, really big on turn 1 for Amethyst Steel. Yeah,
100%. And as we said, our Sapphire Steel player, Jarno, does have those 2 copies of Captain Hook. Wasn't able to find one in the first game, but didn't make much of a difference. Our Amethyst Steel player was able to race really efficiently, but Sapphire Steel catching up, able to control the board. And yeah, we're going to be moving into game 2. Our players drawing their first 7 cards. If you're new to Lorcana, there is a mulligan stage in Lorcana. Both players will be able to look at these 7, throw as many as they want back to the bottom of the deck, and then draw back up to 7 before shuffling again. And this part of the game where you curate your hand is one of the biggest skill tiers in the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, it looks like Zeus, Grab Your Swords, and Tinkerbell Tiny Tactician being gotten rid of by Martin for now. They're certainly going to hold on to that Chernobog's followers, and it looks like they're going to hold on to Lawrence. They're going to be looking for Mr. Smee on turn number 2. Maleficent biding her time would also be great. Now, Jarno doesn't have access to any ramp this time, Baker. They do have Mr. Smee for turn 2, but they don't have that 1-cost Captain Hook, which they might like.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think we're going to be throwing 4 cards back into the deck.
Looking for that ramp. They only play 3 copies of Mickey Mouse, interestingly, and it does seem as though they missed the ramp, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's 3 copies of Mickey Mouse, and of course the 4 Fishbone Quill, but as you mentioned earlier, Martin does have access to these Bengers that could immediately punish that. I thought we missed 1 drop. We do have a Porpsicle, so that's a start, but you got to imagine the Captain Hook would have been the preference.
Yeah, Captain Hook would be nice. Also baboons to try and answer those aggressive questing threats. They don't have Fire the Cannons. Interesting that they did also get rid of Grab Your Swords Tinkerbell. Maybe if they had the Fishbone Quill or the Mickey in the opening hand, those cards could have been kept. Now, Martin has not got that Maleficent, but they do have a Chernobog's for turn 2, and a Chernobog's for turn 1, rather, and potentially a Chernobog's for turn 2 as well. So they're going to be really hoping to find, off the top, either a Mr. Smee for turn 2, I would be surprised if Martin inks the Chernobog here, because if they top deck another 1-drop, they're going to be able to go for that triple 1-drop by turn 2 play, and they do decide to ink the Baboom as a result, which I really like to see.
Yeah, and you saw when Martin was mulliganing, he was considering the idea of keeping that Queen's Castle, which I get the temptation. Sapphire still can really struggle to deal with them,
Big
but
draw. It's a rabbit.
It is a rabbit, but no, prioritizing wanting to find those 1-drops, and yeah, as you say, this could be just a aggressive collection of 1-drops hitting the field on the next turn. We're going to ink the Madam Mim Fox.
Yep.
And I expect it will be that Chernobog's followers coming down. The first one's going to quest. I expect it will stay on the board because Yano's not going to have a way of dealing with it efficiently. Of course, things like Baboom could make the difference, but the Chernobog seems pretty safe.
Yeah, and if Martin draws with this Chernobog's followers, the other one can get Baboom. So really good to see that Martin made that decision to ink Baboom on turn 1. They did have the option of playing the Madam Mim Snake on turn 2 and bouncing the Chernobog's followers back to the hand. But the game plan for Amethyst Steel in this one is just get as much lore as you possibly can in the early game and then regain the board. Interestingly, the Chernobogs comes off the top now, just 1 turn too late. They would have loved to have played that down as a double Chernobogs play on turn 2. Now the Chernobogs followers, it seems like Martin is going to be an option to draw with.
Going to keep it on the first one on the board.
Yeah, I actually like this decision because now the Smee can challenge a Chernobog's followers, but the Smee would get removed from the board as well, as there's no captain. Now, what Yano can do is they could challenge the Chernobogs with Smee and then use the Porpsicle to heal Smee to keep the Smee on the board.
Yep, absolutely. Or alternatively, the Captain Hook could come down, and of course, Smee's ability, if you have a captain in play, does not trigger. So that could be a way of saving it as well. But yeah, this is going to be a really tense game. Amethyst Steel with a nice start there with a double Chernobog. Still haven't seen that Maleficent biding her time come into play yet, which I think that could be, like you say, that first game just coming down to that 1 lore, that could be the difference maker. And we've already seen that Sapphire Steel player Yano can be really behind, but still just equalize and catch up with that Sapphire cards.
Yeah, and don't panic, you're not missing any action. Judge just interacting with the players, making sure everything's okay. We'll have an update for you. You're not missing anything, don't panic. The Lawrence was played down on the board for the Amethyst Steel player before that Judge has come to chat with the players.
What do you think of Lawrence and Amethyst Steel?
Really interesting.
Yeah?
It's a nice option.
You didn't play it, right?
No, and I do think it's a nice play on turn 3 that quest for 2. A lot of the time, otherwise, I had like the Tiny Tink Tactician, I had the Fox. I think only playing 3 Foxes is very surprising, but what Lawrence does give you, it gives you a more aggressive option on turn 3.
Yeah.
I like the idea of it. It doesn't get removed by Medusa.
Yep.
It's a nice card.
Yeah, no, it's a very aggro option. Like we say, these Amethyst Steel is actually just super low to the ground. You should always get to play the game. You should never be like hard. I'm sure it can happen, but I imagine hard bricking is rarer with these sort of decks.
No, absolutely. And Lawrence is a really interesting card. I believe it's a set 2 card.
Yep.
Didn't really see that much play, but the more Medusas we've been seeing, there isn't as much steel like Tinkerbells anymore. Like, there's a lot of steel decks, but not necessarily with Tinkerbell, which can be a big counter to Lawrence. It's a really nice card.
Yeah, for sure, especially because these steel decks can struggle with locations as well, so it's an extra way to help deal with the Queen's Castle. And of course, that dreaded Flynn Rider Frenemy. I haven't seen it. I think I've missed all the Ruby Amethyst matchups over the weekend. But
you did one, because I was the other side of the hall on my break yesterday.
Oh, when I sang Be Prepared. Yeah, okay, fair enough. But I'm yet to see a Flynn Rider Frenemy, which is such a powerful card. Just an extra 3 lore at the beginning of your turn if you have the character with the most strength. So people utilizing these things like Lawrence and August to just counter it because they know that they're used to having really slow starts.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't panic, everyone. The action has not yet resumed. As soon as it does, we're going to be back watching the table. Both players just waiting for the all clear that we're good to go. The current board state is 2 Chernobog's followers and a Lawrence down for Martin. And on the other side, Yano has that Mr. Smee bumbling mate. And it could be that turn where they challenge a Chernobogs and maybe draw with a Porpsicle. Heal with the Porpsicle could be a really interesting option.
Yep, absolutely. This I don't expect the Smee to challenge unless that is then the follow-up plan, because that wouldn't be great value. This Smee is so well statted with its 2 lore, 3/3 stat line. I really do think it's the best 2-drop in the game, at least from a stats perspective. I think the other argument would be Ursa Deceiver, but this Smee so incredibly strong. So yeah, it's a couple of options, as you say, could challenge into the Chernobog and pop this Porpsicle Popsicle to heal it up, or if we can get down a Captain Hook to protect him. And that might be quite nice as well to like help deal with the other Chernobog's followers. Would trade, but if we can get a 2-for-1, then great.
Absolutely. And the thing is as well, from Martin's perspective, they're probably fully aware this Popsicle play can come in, but that Popsicle in the discard pile is going to deny potential card draw from Flavisham, which could be a really big deal. We saw in the previous game, Yano with just grab your swords, whole new world, and Zeus in hand, somehow just managed to cross the finish line by finding that Tamatoa in time. But you can be left in a position where you just don't have that many cards, especially if your items are getting removed. So while the Chernobogs might get removed and Smee remains on the board, the Popsicle being banished is still going to be a nice thing indeed.
Yeah, for sure, but these Popsicles can certainly help with cards like Tamatoa, as you said, and the one copy of Aerial Treasure Collector, and yeah, they're pretty much guaranteed to always have more items than their opponent as long as they've got one down. So yeah, super interesting. I can't wait to see how the rest of this match is going to play out. Just having another quick look through the deck list while we're waiting for the players to come back in. 2 copies of that Beast Hard-Headed, also going to be irrelevant in this matchup from an item perspective, but it is a 5-cost character, the quest for 2, so that could be super aggressive.
Nice option in Amethyst, in Steel Sapphire, to sing a whole new world and grab your swords. But we're going back on to the players. Everything is sorted. Everything's good to go. So it is going to be moving on to Yano's turn. They haven't yet inked. We saw Martin quested those 2 Chernobog's followers, not drawing with either of them and putting that Lawrence down on the board. So there's now 2 ink available for Yano, and it looks like that Beast Hard-Headed might be going into the Inkwell.
Quite possibly. We may play this Fortisphere first to draw and then ink, but we will find out. No Mickey Mouse Detective in the deck, sorry, in the hand, which would be a nice play here. Ink, play the Detective, ramp up for 5, but that's not going to be an option. We do have Flavisham, won't be online until next turn, but that's another reason why he may be tempted to keep this Popsicle on the field. You mentioned that there's a nice play that would help keep Smee, but then the Popsicle's gone for the Flavisham on the next turn. But there is a Fortisphere in hand. It depends how desperate Yano is for card draw, really, but at the moment, they seem to have some cards. There's that Lucky Dime in the hand, not great at this point in the game, but later on that could absolutely be a difference maker.
Yeah, there is that Captain Hook, and it is going to go into the Inkwell, so there was the option of playing the Captain Hook, and it's going to be Smee Captain Hook. Are we going to see that Popsicle healing the Smee to keep it on the board? Because there was, of course, the option of playing the Hook, but going for the Fortisphere instead, and the Popsicle is going to heal the Smee.
Like it.
Chernobog's followers into the discard, and there's another Chernobog's followers still on the board.
Brilliant play, and yeah, then Smee just taking 1 damage for the end of the turn for not having a captain on board, and we move over to Martin, who is holding 2 copies of Merlin Rabbit, I believe that is, 1 Fox and 1 Snake. The pretty much all the bounce package in Martin's hand. He is going to take that quest with Chernobog and dig for another card. It's a Queen's Castle, which is a very strong card in this Sapphire Steel matchup, but with 2 Mr. Smees on the board, can't quite deal with the Queen's Castle, but I think you want to wait to play the Queen's Castle until you are more guaranteed it's going to get more longevity out of it. But Yano is running 1 copy of Rise of the Titans, so these Queen's Castles are going to be really important potentially. We're going to quest with Lawrence up to 2.
And this is a really good example of how Lawrence, or why Lawrence is such a powerful character. With this 4/4 stat line, it may have 0 strength, but if it's got no damage on it, it is a 4/4. And those Mr. Smees are not only not going to be able to remove it, if they did, they would be banished themselves. So this Lawrence is going to continue to quest for quite a while longer. Flavisham's going to banish the Fortisphere, draw 2 cards. Of course, Yano could challenge the Lawrence with both Smees, and only 1 would be removed from the board. So that is an interesting option. The Rabbit on Martin's side can't be challenged. That is going to happen. So 1 Smee is removed by Lawrence, but then Lawrence has 0 strength when it has damage, so the second Smee is able to remove it and not take any damage, but it does take 1 damage as there's no captains on the board, as it's now Martin's turn.
Yeah, super nice play, being able to take out that Lawrence, as you said, as soon as it takes any damage.
Oh, but boom, hello.
Boom! I did that for Ross, he's been saying that all weekend. We're going to see the Rabbit singing Friends on the Other Side. We draw 2 cards.
It's another Friends and another Goat.
Very nice.
Good options to have if your name is Martin right now.
Absolutely, already at 6 lore, still quite a way to go, but this is certainly going to help. We're going to see that Snake, and this is the Amethyst package doing exactly what it wants to do, recycling these rabbits, obviously drawing a card when it enters and exits play, also just protecting the Rabbit from being taken out. Obviously there's nothing on Yano's board board at the moment that could take it out, but that could very quickly change. So loving this. We're going to ink that Queen's Castle, and down comes that Chernobog's followers.
Yeah, and while Martin's had a slower start to this game, we saw them getting to around like 12 lore in the previous game. The other thing that has happened is that Jarno has not ramped. So Jarno is not going to be able to get that kind of explosive questing power that we saw in the previous game, where they got that Tamatoa down, and with a couple of quests, they were able to get to 20. That is not going to happen this time. So Martin's got more time to work with.
Yep.
And therefore, that bounce package of bouncing the rabbit back and having more cards in hand is definitely going to be relevant, because it's going to be a longer game. It is going to be the beast hard-headed onto the board. Not exactly what you're looking to spend 5 ink on, Baker.
Not really, no.
Can sing grab your swords next turn, which is going to be a big threat for Martin.
Yeah, and that 4/4 stat line should compete with most of the cards in Martin's deck, should be able to deal with them, and of course, it does just quest for 2. But yeah, Martin's in this weird stage of when you're playing the Amethyst package, and you know you're long came Zeus onto the beast hard-headed, immediately removing that tempo that Jarno was trying to build. But yeah, if you know your opponent's playing a whole new world, you need to find that mid-stage. You don't want to have no cards in your hand, but if you overdo it, you really tempt them into that whole new world. And just throwing down a Smee here on Martin's side of the board, just super low-pressure characters. Low-cost, high-pressure characters, absolutely. I meant to say.
And I love this play by Martin. It might seem a bit odd. Why are you using Zeus on a simple beast hard-headed? Well, the threat was that Jarno could sing grab your swords, get to 6 ink, and play Tink, which was exactly what Jarno was probably planning on doing, and then this Madam Mim Snake and the Smee would be removed, and that is 3 lore lost for Martin. So deciding, instead of developing another character, just paying 4 to play Zeus. Of course, ideally, you get that 4-cost character down and you sing Zeus, because it costs you nothing to do so. But Martin realizing that wasn't going to help him in that situation, and I really love that play. There is the Tink. No items for Flavisham right now yet either, Baker. So that healing of the Porpsicle we saw earlier is now denying Jarno potential card draw.
Yeah, no, that's super interesting. I still I agree with the play he made to protect the Smee, but you got to imagine he wanted to find some more items to work with this Flavisham by now. Hasn't happened as of yet. We're over on to Martin, who
Martin's
has
a goat, Baker.
A couple of goats in hand now. He's eyeing up a rabbit. The rabbit on board, working out what he wants to do with that, potentially questing. But yeah, go back to your previous.
Another goat, Baker.
Is that 3 goats?
3 goats in Martin's hand right now.
That is pretty crazy. That's going to really help Martin close out the game. We're at 11 lore now. So yeah, these 3 goats are like super online at this point and going to provide a lot of pressure. And yeah, just a quick note to say, being able to exert characters to sing songs for no ink cost is one of the most powerful things to do in Lorcana. And Sapphire Steel player in particular definitely always wants to be singing those songs with a character so that you can still continue to apply pressure to the board. So removing that beast hard-headed with the Zeus on the previous turn, I think has really changed this game for Martin. Otherwise, he'd have had a clear board at this point.
Yeah. So Jarno can sing grab your swords with Tinkerbell, play another Tinkerbell, for example. That would clear the whole board again, but might instead decide to challenge with Tinkerbell. That is what they do. And then the 2 damage counters are going to go onto the rabbit, and in comes the second Tinkerbell, clearing the Smee and the rabbit. Martin's going to draw, though, from the rabbit, entering the discard. Martin is not going to be too happy about that, but you know what they are going to be happy about? 4 goats in the hand.
4! That's a lot of goats, Joe. That's an awful lot of goats. Yeah, this is a lot of pressure if you can just chain these. But you know what he really wants is some bounce cards to be able to return them to his hand. We're also seeing a Benja, but no items on Jarno's side of the board. Hasn't been able to utilize that Flavisham. But yeah, these 4 goats are huge.
Now, I say that Martin's going to be happy about the 4 goats. However, I believe they're not too happy, because I think they're currently at 6 ink, which would mean that they can't play double goat this turn, if I'm not mistaken. Now, what they could do is they could ink a goat and play Benja plus goat, because you need as much questing power as possible. So it is going to be a goat, 2 ink remaining. Now, does Martin ink a goat to play Benja? Do they ink Benja to hold on to the goats? It's a really big decision for Martin. I would wager we might see a goat getting inked to play the Benja, because you need as much questing power as possible. Now, next turn, if Martin finds an Inkable, they can go double goat.
Yep. For sure, and plus again, if we find these bounce cards like Snakes and Fox, we can continue to bounce them back to the hand. Yeah, I imagine Yano was quite surprised to see that goat go into the Inkwell, but it does make sense. As you say, you want to fully utilize your Inkwell, and Benja questing for 2 is quite big, even though wasn't able to remove an item. So, yeah, nice play.
In is going to come Aerial Treasure Collector, currently questing for 3.
Yes, no items on the board at the moment. Are there any in hand?
There is a dime.
There is a dime.
So dime could come down for Yano next turn.
As you said, Yano hasn't been able to ramp efficiently in this game. We normally see these Sapphire decks able to make these huge moves by this point in the game, but Yano missing the Mickey, missed the Fishbone Quill, and of course playing Quill would have been risky against the Benja anyway. We're going to quest up with everything.
Yeah, lots of questing from Yano, bumps them up to 6.
Now
they can quest next turn if they play the dime with the Aerial for 5, but they won't have enough ink to also exert the dime to get 5 more lore from Aerial. So Yano currently can get 8 lore next turn. It's a goat. It's another goat.
Oh,
and the crowd has loved that one here. Triple goat, all on the board. 1 in the Inkwell as well, just for good measure.
Yeah, this seems like the route to Martin bringing this to a 1-1. And yeah, this game is being shown on a screen in the main hall. We can't see them, but we can certainly hear them. I imagine there's a big crowd around there. But yeah, we're definitely reaching the later stages of this game. Yano has 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ink on board. Potentially can play that lucky dime. So I think Yano is on a 2-turn clock here. But Martin with 3 goats and 1 Benja is already, it'll be game. If Martin goes into his turn, he has brought it to 1-1. Can Yano interrupt?
Yeah, and while Martin had a slower start this game, they didn't have that Smee on turn 2. It was just a Chernobog's followers. Yano just didn't find that ramp, and they are only playing 3 copies of Mickey Mouse, and we saw how impactful that Mickey Mouse was in game 1. In fact, they mulligan Fishbone Quill to keep that Mickey Mouse in their opening hand. Now, Flaversham could, interestingly enough, banish the lucky dime to draw 2 cards here. They're not going to do that, though. They are going to quest of everything, but 14 lore is needed, and it's not going to be 14 lore. Yano is taken down by Martin, but we're going to game number 3. Martin, though, going to be going second for the first time in this series.
And I think that is going to make a huge difference if on turn 1 Yano can get down a Captain Hook, immediately checking things like that Maleficent biding her time, who we're still to see hit the board. But yeah, going second, it's a very different game for the Amethyst Steel player. And yeah, super good game. He was he seemed disappointed with the multiple goats, but it allowed him to make that big extension onto the board and just guarantee game next turn, because of course goats give you extra lore just for leaving and entering the board. So super good game. We are going to game 3. Which of these 2 players are going to be proceeding to the top 8 and winning themselves a Mickey Mouse BLT? They're both already qualified for the European Championships. They've got the Rapunzel playmat. They've got the Rapunzel card, the Stout-Hearted card, but they want more.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how Martin tries to maneuver what is a pretty tricky matchup, even when you go first, but going second. I think Benja on turn 3 could be a really big deal. If Yano doesn't have access to that Mickey Mouse, of course it's open lists, so Martin's going to know there's just 3 copies of Mickey Mouse in the deck. So Yano would go Fishbone Quill on turn 3, and then bam, turn 3 for Amethyst Steel. Benja to shut that down could be a really, really big deal. If you can deny the ramp options of Sapphire Steel, the deck becomes slightly less intimidating. I can see a couple copies of Tinkerbell. There's a lot of rabbits. Martin could also kind of take the approach to really just try and outdraw their opponent. There is Fishbone Quill and Mickey Mouse in hand for Yano, which is exactly what they're going to be looking to see. Looks like Fishbone Quill's getting mulliganed again. Mickey Mouse the preferred option on turn 3 for Yano, fearing those Benjas.
Question for you, Joe. If you are on the draw going second like Martin here, how aggressively are you looking for this Benja? Do you think it's that important? Good
question. I think that in an open decklist format, you probably anticipate your opponent to have the Mickey, but you just want to really be able to punish them if they don't.
Right.
If they don't have the Mickey and they end up playing that Fishbone Quill, you really, really do want to be removing it from the board as swiftly as possible. I think for Martin, it might not seem like it's exactly what you want, but the Chernobog's followers on 1, and then on turn 2, like Magic Broom Chernobogs again, and then you just try and draw with all of these cards as much as possible before the board wipe can come through. could be a very nice approach. Also, maybe that Maleficent biding her time on turn 1 into something like a Madam Mim Snake on turn 2 to bounce it back and replay it later. It could be a good option. We didn't see Jarno find that Captain Hook on turn 1 yet, so Martin might be able to quest with the turn 1 play uncontested. Of course, a Smee on 2 or a Baboom on 2 would be a great option for Jarno as well. So I think if Jarno finds those early game cards, it's going to be a real struggle for Martin.
Yeah, 100%. Only 2 copies of the Captain Hook in the deck. We are yet to see it, but it still may make an impact, and even if it's just protecting Mr. Smee because of the Captain on board, we're going to be cutting each other's decks. I think our players are very, very similar coloured sleeves. Maybe a twinge more purple from Jarno. We see the fist bump, and we move into game 3. Who will be going on to top 8? Will it be Jarno? Will it be Martin? Let's find out. Jarno's going first.
Jarno has lots of cards to play on turn 2. A Smee, a Baboom, and an Argus, but nothing on turn 1. Not even a Porpsicle or a Fortosphere.
Okay, so definitely going to be pleased that they are going first, because going second with no 1-drop is huge.
It's going to happen.
Are we seeing it?
Finally, time. Maleficent has been biding her time here
Nicely done.
in this series. Is this the moment, or is Martin going to decide to maybe try and play this Maleficent down a little bit later, because it could get baboomed? It is uninkable, of course, so you're going to have to play at some point. You would imagine it's going to come into the play. Martin really just taking the time on what to ink. It's going to be the Broom, and Maleficent biding her time.
Here she is.
Enters the board. A card which is uninkable. It only has 1 strength and 1 willpower, but it can quest for 2.
And Martin is holding this Madam Mim Snake, as you said, so does have that option available to him to be able to quest with this Maleficent and then just bounce it back to his hand, put the Snake on board, which has the exact same strength and willpower as Mr. Smee. So that's a nice little check there, and of course leaving Maleficent to bide her time in the hand for another day. I appreciate that pun.
Nice.
Top marks for that, my man.
It's going to be the Fox, which gets inked. It is going to be a Churnabox Followers, and another Churnabox Followers.
Okay.
I love it. So many 1-drops down on the board, and Jarno is going to be pretty spooked about this.
Yep. We'll be able to take out this Maleficent with the Mr. Smee. We'll only take 1 damage, and then he'll take an extra 1 damage at the end of the turn if there's not a captain on board, but then at least still survives, and next turn will be available to take out something else or quest. And if you can get a 2 for 1 out of Smee, that feels pretty good.
Now, what's interesting for Martin is they do decide to quest with the Maleficent. However, if they had gone for a Churnabox Followers on turn 1, this Mr. Smee, if it was to challenge the Churnabox Followers, would be removed from the board.
Yeah, good point.
So I'm wondering if maybe Martin could have sequenced this differently, gone for a Churnabox on turn 1, and then on turn 2 played this Maleficent and then maybe bounced it back into the hand. The Smee is going to remove the Maleficent.
Taking that 1 damage. No, I think you make a really good point. The sequence in there could have changed everything. We're going to draw into a Long Came Zeus. The second copy, not really what Martin wants to see. There's a Merlin Rabbit in hand, a Snake, only 2 Inkables in the hand. We are going to be questing with Churnabox Followers, taking that draw. We find a Madam Mim Fox, which is a good pickup, especially in combination with the Rabbit in hand. Yeah,
it certainly is. The concern for Martin as well now is the fact that Jarno has ramped, even though this Smee has 2 damage counters on turn 5 or at 5 ink, you're very much anticipating Jarno maybe to play that Cogsworth. Now, if this was a Maleficent, right? So you play the Maleficent, for example, on turn 2. The Smee removes the Churnabox Followers potentially. It would then be banished, and then you could have bounced back this Churnabox Followers. So I'm really thinking that this Maleficent could have come down on turn 2 instead of turn 1.
Yep, I respect it. Definitely an interesting sequence to think through. We're going to be inking a Tamatoa on Jarno's side of the board. He's holding a Cogsworth, a Porpsicle, and I think that's a Baboom, and an Argus. So this Cogsworth definitely going to put in a lot of work.
So much.
That Resist 1 is going to be the ultimate protector of Mr. Smee.
Yeah, Mr. Smee, while it does not have a captain on the board, it does have Resist 1, thanks to Cogsworth, so that 1 damage which comes through at the end of the turn is going to be negated by the resist effect from Cogsworth. But the Smee does not exert to quest, which is really curious. Jarno clearly valuing this Mr. Smee on the board instead, and I'm surprised by that. Martin's going to quest with the Churnabogs and draw.
finds a Bell, that
hello.
accomplished mystic, I believe. Yeah, I know.
So Bell can move up to 3 damage counters from any character to any other character of your choice. So those 2 damage counters of Smee could be moved elsewhere. Now, I don't believe, Baker, that resist is impacting Bell's ability. I'm not sure on that.
Placing...
Because it's moving damage counters, I have a feeling that resist doesn't impact that. So that's something to look out for.
Yep, I think you might be right. There is a difference between moving damage counters and doing damage. We find a whole new world for Yano. Could sing it with the Cogsworth. Not likely to be the immediate instinct. We're going to play Porpsicle, paying 1. Draw ourselves a card. We find the lucky dime off the top. And again, like you say, Yano in this game compared to game 2 has been able to ramp courtesy of that Mickey Mouse, and that does make a big difference. Also went first, but they did miss their turn 1 drop, which was a shame for sure.
I think Martin now in this position with that Tinkerbell in hand is going to try and get back this board control. We haven't seen them have board control at all in this series so far, but this is a different game. They're going second. We've seen a lot of card draw come through off the Chernobog's followers. If they can start to get rid of this Cogsworth and whittle down the board, then they might just be able to cross the finish line. No Fishbone Quill ramp, so it was the Mickey Mouse ramp, but that's the only ramp that Yano's had access to.
I don't think we've seen the Fishbone Quill hit the board the entire game. Clearly, Yano realizing that it's not always going to be the most beneficial play going up against Avengers. This Cogsworth is going to be exerting. Is it going to be having a sing-song? Oh, yes, it is. I thought he changed his mind halfway through there, but we do play a whole new world. And both players are going to discard their entire hands, draw 7. Martin just doing a quick check to see what's in the discard. Does have that lucky dime, but it's perfectly happy to be in the discard. Tamatoa can grab that when it's needed.
Yeah, Martin going to be looking for some goats, you would imagine. It's a little bit early for the goats, but you never really say no, would you?
No.
I mean, Martin managed to draw all 4 in the last game. Doesn't seem like they have access to any just yet. There is a Benger in there as well, which could deny the Porpsicle healing something up. Are we going to see maybe a double Cogsworth? We most certainly are. Every character on the board now has resist 2, with the Cogsworth themselves having resist 1. We see the Smee remove the snake, and it has resist 2, so only 1 damage taken back.
Great value, and maybe we now see the explanation behind the decision to just keep the Smee ready on the previous turn, seeing that if you could find that second Cogsworth off of the whole new world, then would enable this play to take out the snake and to completely survive. This Smee has really outstayed his welcome for Martin. Tons of gas, tons of questing, tons of challenging. Martin putting down a second Merlin Rabbit to draw.
And again, it goes back to that turn 1 play to play the Maleficent, right?
Yeah.
You play the Chernobog's followers and you quest, then the Smee would be getting banished if it challenges. Whereas only 1 strength on the Maleficent meant the Smee could stick around for longer, and then the Cogsworth would have gotten there. Now, of course, Yano might not have even challenged the Chernobog's followers, but that would have meant Martin could have a little bit more lore potentially. The Magic Broom enters the board, 2 rabbits down. Martin can definitely keep trying to gain back some board control. The problem is that resist power from Cogsworth makes it very difficult to clear if you don't have a card like Be Prepared, Under the Sea, or Sisu.
Yeah, very much so. This ward keyword, incredibly powerful. Only a small handful of cards can get round it. Yano, quite a few options in hand. We have that Bell, who will be able to quest for a lot when we get to 10 ink. We're not quite there yet. Copy of a Boom in hand.
Yeah, both players with a lot of cards available thanks to Yano singing A Whole New World. Yano only on 1 lore as it stands, still 19 away. Martin is at 7, so from this position, Yano's just going to be looking to deny as much questing power from Martin as possible. So things like Grab Your Swords, Tinkerbells are going to be really very valuable. We see another Porpsicle come through, and it's going to be a Smee this time drawn by Yano. I think it was A Whole New World. Do we ever see Bell? Bell is going to do some extra ramping because you can ink 1 extra card per turn with Bell.
Yep, the reader book ability basically acting kind of like a mini Fishbone Quill built into the body of Belle, and yeah, she's going to be a very aggressive quester. Yano only at 1 lore at the moment, so a lot of catching up to do, but as we keep saying, these Sapphire Debts can make huge jumps, and Martin's going to reach this point where, like, you come to that decision of, am I going to continue to try and challenge the board, or am I just racing to game?
Yep.
Smee coming down.
Bumbling, mate. You know you've got a good board when you have to start playing cards on top of it.
Yes,
unless
for
you're
sure.
shifting, of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think that Smee is able to shift onto Bell. I'm not sure.
You know what? I've got a feeling not, but never mind, maybe in the future. But yeah, this is a huge wide board from Jarno, and worth pointing out yet again, these two Cogsworth blanket resist 2 to every character that isn't named Cogsworth. Cogsworth gets a resist 1 from each other, but yeah, this is going to be a hard board to deal with, like you just said, Joe, without access to things like Be Prepared that just ignore damage completely. So yeah, Martin definitely has a hill to climb to be able to equalize this field, so might not even bother, might just continue to race. He's got quite a few cards in hand. We find a Queen's Castle, which could distract some attention from Jarno's board away from questing, but at the same time, Jarno may reach a point where he can just race the game.
Yeah, and this Mr. Smee just able to remove a rabbit and not even take a single bit of damage back thanks to that resist 2 from double Cogsworth.
Didn't even feel it, mate. Not a thing. This Cogsworth is keeping him well protected. Martin's still, of course, drawing a card off the rabbit, and yeah, has quite a few cards in hand. Weighing up options here. Of course, we are in the top 16. It is all to play for. The winner of this game will win themselves a Mickey Mouse. We pass back over to Martin finally, who's going to ready, set, draw. Finds a Merlin goat off the top. Okay, this is the start. This is how you start building a board and just chasing that lore. Of course, preferably, you always want to try and bounce these goats back to your hand with the likes of Madam Mim Snake and Madam Mim Fox. But at the same time, this is a nice wide board that Martin's building here. Played 4 for the goat, 3 for the Mr. Smee. This is a little bit more like it. Still doesn't have quite the dominance that Jarno has with that resist 2 and just pure amount of characters. But now that Martin has a wide board, he could potentially quest very aggressively. We are going to remove that broom, drawing a card off the top.
Yeah, all characters on Martin's side of the board with that 3 willpower means it's going to need something like a Tinkerbell and a Grab Your Swords to clear the questing potential from them. So Jarno is going to be hoping to have access to that. No Tinkerbell currently available on the board. No Tinkerbell in hand either. The hand is Rise of the Titans, Mr. Smee, Mickey Mouse and Baboom. So Jarno, as wide as the board is starting to run out of removal options.
It's a bit underwhelming really, isn't it? Unfortunately, I think Jarno really needs to put a lot of faith in this board that he's built up.
5 lore from Bell, however. If there's 10 ink in the inkwell, this Bell is going to quest for 5.
Still weighing up options here. Again, we've still got another 22 minutes. This is the last game. By all means, take your time. We're potentially moving on to the top 8 here, so really think it through. Make sure that you are considering all the lines, considering the options. We're seeing 2 Babooms hit the inkwell, 1 just for inking.
It was Rise of the Titans.
Oh, it might have been, but 1 card just from normal inking, and then the other one, I believe, was Bell's Read a Book.
Bell questing for 5, Cogsworth for 2, Smee for 2, Mickey Mouse for 1, Smee for 2 and Cogsworth for 2 as well. That is a lot of lore which Jarno is adding up for us. I'm not
is
even...
that 14? If Bell's questing for 4, sorry, for 5. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yep, there you go. That was one heck of a turn. Jarno going all the way to 16. Going to play another Mr. Smee and a Mickey Mouse Detective. Just full extension of the board. A bit more rampant, saying, have an answer to this or I am going on to top 8. Can Martin interrupt this board?
Martin needs 10 lore. They're not going to be able to clear everything. Nope. They do have a goat available. They've got some questing power on the board, as well as a goat on the board. So they're going to quest with everything. That's a quest for 4. Martin's now up to 14 lore with a goat on the board and a goat in hand. 6 lore more needed. It's going to be a magic broom for 1. That's not going to gain any lore.
Nope.
Goat is going to come through, bumping them up to 15. The magic broom's going to draw. They find a Grab Your Swords, but it seems like it's too little too late. The Benja's going to get inked. The Smee's going to hit the board, but Jarno is going to be victorious and has got themselves a golden Mickey Mouse. Brave little Taylor.
What a game, Joe. I'm super fascinated that not once was Lucky Dime utilised, and we saw Tamatoa once, and I believe it only quested for 2. So incredible games from both of these players. Yeah, unfortunately, just our Sapphire Steel player were able to just develop too much. I think that double Cogsworth was just way too much ball pressure to deal with. And I'll go back to the point you made earlier. Maybe the decision between playing that Chernobog or Maleficent on turn 1 made all the difference in that game.
Yeah, and I think going back to game 1 as well, there was some really interesting moments with the Magic Broom not drawing, for example. It was really fine margins. Martin got to that 19 lore mark in game number 1. I think they would have really been looking to make use of their higher seeding there, being able to go first twice, but it's a really tough matchup. Sapphire Steel, it's a very tough matchup for Amethyst Steel, probably the worst of the bunch, and Martin got so close in both games that they got taken down. Yeah,
nothing to be ashamed of. Again, of course, it's perfectly understandable that players will be disappointed to be knocked out, but you made it to day 2, then you made it to top 16, you qualified for the European Championships, you've won a bunch of prizes, no shame whatsoever, but it will be our Sapphire Steel player that is going on to top 8. They've secured the Mickey. Can they go all the way? Do you think Sapphire Steel can do it?
Oh, absolutely.
You reckon? We're still waiting for Sapphire Steel to win a DLC, right? I don't think it's done it. This could be the day that it finally happens. We have a couple of very good Sapphire Steel players. I'm sure we'll get our updated bracket in a little while. I think we're going to be doing an interview in a little while, I do believe.
Both players also now just been given their Rapunzel foil playmat, which is such an amazing prize. I might see if I'm doing an interview, if I can get them to show it for us. That would be pretty nice, wouldn't it?
See it up close. Love that. But yeah, great game between our players, and the Captain Hook didn't come in play. Didn't seem to offer much in that particular game. We saw one whole new world played, but that was a big difference maker in that last game because he was able to play that Mickey on 3, had that ink advantage, and was just able to extend, singing with Cogsworth, Cogsworth singing a whole new world, meaning that he had all his ink left to play with, and just these huge extensions, more Smees, more Mickey Mouses, keep up with me or I'm going to game. But that game 2 with those multiple goats, that was a bit of a goated moment.
Goats in hand.
Yeah. Our crowd absolutely loved that outside, and yeah, it's great to see that the players that aren't even playing are all just here watching the game, supporting, wanting to watch Lorcana, same as you guys at home, watching on Twitch or Facebook or whatever it is that you might be joining us on. Tell us what you think of the action here at DLC Bologna. It's been a great day. It's not over yet. We've got top 8 still to come.
Yeah, we're going to head on over to a short video, but when we're back, I'm going to be doing an interview, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you very soon. Welcome back to Dizzy Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna, and I'm joined by the winner of the last match, Jarno. You've just won a golden Mickey. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I'm like still shaking. I can't comprehend it. It's an absolute amazing experience. I was coming to this event hoping to make day 2, but it just went perfect, and yeah, I don't know what to say. It's really an amazing experience, and yeah, I'm just perplexed when I say that.
Were you expecting to get this far?
No, not at all. I do have some card game experience, but mostly online, but nothing like insane or just for fun, playing with friends, playing with family as well. But yeah, I wasn't expecting this.
Have you played in any other Dizzy Lorcana Challenge events, or is this your first time?
I played at the event in Lille. Didn't go that well there. I had a lot of draws, so yeah, that was kind of sad. But
were you also playing Sapphire Steel in Lille?
Yeah, also Sapphire Steel.
So is it your go-to deck?
It's my go-to deck. I always play it. I also played since set 3 and 4, a lot of set championships, always blue steel. It's my favorite deck. Yeah, I know it by heart. So
what is it about Sapphire Steel that you like so much? Is there a particular thing?
I think you have like a lot of options. There's not like one game plan. It depends from your opponent, from the cards you draw as well. So I think it's just really a lot of variety in it and a lot of options.
Amazing. So talking about your deck list a bit more, there's a few things that we don't always see. I think a couple of copies of Captain Hook are in there. What's the thinking behind that? I know Argus as well is an option on turn 2.
Yeah, indeed. So the Argus was actually to counter the Ruby Amethyst.
And you only have one Rise of the Titans, is that right?
Yeah, only one. But that's because I also added the Captain Hooks. That makes it I can also challenge the locations with that, and I don't always need more than one Rise. But the Captain Hooks, I just play them because if you come against aggro players or even in the mirror, it's like a good card to play. You can quest, yeah.
Did you ever have any thought to play without a whole new world?
No.
Not at all?
No, absolutely not, no.
Do you think that there's any argument for these? A lot of players do quite like playing without a whole new world. What is it that you love about a whole new world so much?
The thing I love about it is it's most of the times makes it so you can ink more, so you can ramp faster because you can get more cards. And I also just like it can be that you're like totally down in the game, and if you then can sing or just play the whole new world, it can totally change the match. Also in favor of the opponent. So sometimes you play it and you think like, oh, I shouldn't have played it, but yeah, kind of it.
And obviously with Fishbone Quill, you've got the option to ink it essentially as well, which is quite unique.
Indeed.
So talking about the matchup you just had, you played against Amethyst Steel. Is that a matchup you've got much experience of?
No, actually not. I didn't play against one in the whole tournament. I played against a few on set champs. I think personally it's a hard matchup for the Amethyst Steel player because of the Cogsworths, the Tinkerbells and the Grabber Swords. So also congrats to my opponent because he played really well. I have to say it. Yeah.
No, it was such a fun matchup to watch. It is a pretty tricky matchup for Amethyst Steel, but of course they were the highest seed. I think you were both on 48 points from Swiss.
Yeah.
You finished as the 10th seed and your opponent was the 7th seed. So are you feeling like your 10th seeding is going to put you in good stead? Are you expecting to go first much for the rest of the tournament?
I don't know the results of the other games, but I expect not, but it could be, right? You never know, and a lot of people say that going first, you have the advantage, but against some decks, it doesn't really matter, in my opinion.
Amazing. And you've come from Belgium.
Yeah,
what's the local scene like over in Belgium? Is there anyone you want to shout out?
It's actually pretty active. I have my local game store, the Hermelijn. I want to shout them out. They do really good tournaments. But yeah, there are like a lot of local game stores in Belgium. I know a lot of people that play, so it's a really fun community to play in.
That's really, really amazing. So you mentioned set championships.
Yeah.
Did you play in many? Did you win many Ursulas?
Yeah, so for set 4, the Ursulas, I played 3 set championships. I one time went first. One time I lost in the semi-final, and then one time I lost in the quarterfinal. So 2 Ursulas and then 1 not, but yeah.
Nice. Okay, well, you've also got this lovely map, which we're going to hold up to the camera.
Yeah.
After we've done that, we're going to say goodbye. Perfect. So is there any last words you'd like to say before we do that?
Yeah, I just want to shout out Ravensburg and Disney for organizing this. It's really fun experience. It's also not only for really competitive players, but also to play at home. So I'd like to shout them out, I guess.
Amazing. All right, let's hold up this mat, and then we're going to go over to either a break or our casters. This is the top 16 prize. Are you going to play with this, or are you going to keep it stored somewhere?
I'm going to keep it stored.
All right, let's show the camera, and then we're going to go.
I am in love with that playmat, Ross.
Oh,
well, God.
I see what Joe's doing there. Joe's just like, I'm going to hold the playmat. Like I tell everyone about the playmat. We're on to you, Joe. We are watching.
We are on to you. Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna, Italy. My name is Baker, and I'm rejoined by my co-host, Ross Gilbert, who's just come back from a break, and we just came off the back of a really close-net game. Sapphire Steel, piloted by Jarno, who we just saw being interviewed by Joe, versus the Amethyst Steel. And yeah, Jarno saying in that interview that he was aware that the Amethyst Steel matchup was pretty hard for them because of things like Cogsworth. But I do want to give a highlight to just that moment where he just took the time to say, can I just say congratulations to my opponent? They played really well. Like, a moment like that, I think, is underrated. I think moments like that in our community are like what make it special and just make it a more welcoming environment. And make no mistake, competitive trading card games are for everybody. You are all welcome to come and get involved in Disney Lorcana, and we very much want you to. If this is your first time finding the game, please come and join us. How are you feeling about the rest of the event, Ross?
I'm feeling pretty good about the rest of the event. You know, I keep saying there's 2 pinch points in the event so far. You got top 16 where you get your invite to the European Championships, top 8 where you get your gold Mickey. So we now have 8 players who have hit those 2 points. And now, I mean, don't get me wrong, there are still prizes available for every other win. That binder at the end is great, but you want to be the champion. Oh, look!
Oh, look!
It's the bracket, the Cinderella bracket. We've gone all the way to the quarterfinals here with Thomas Berger's Amethyst Ruby and Victor's Sapphire Steel.
Yes, the first thing I will point out is Jan Moyen, who is a friend of mine as well, but has known Spessy Joe for a long time. Obviously, he's been very honest about a slight bias there. Very pleased for Jan Moyen making it this far. He's very well known in the community. Was not able to take out Victor in that mirror match. It was Victor that is moving on to the quarterfinals, and they are going to be going up against Thomas Berger piloting Ruby Amethyst. What do you think about that matchup, Ross?
I think I love the fact that the victor was Victor. I also like the fact that we've got pretty classic matchup there. We've got the hold on, now I win of Sapphire Steel, and the you can't do anything of Amethyst Ruby. It's a matchup we've seen a lot before, and I really think that one could go either way. It's going to be interesting. We saw it on the bracket earlier, of course. Jan Moy against Andrea Ferroni, and of course Jan Moy did come through there, so I don't know, guaranteed win for Sapphire Steel?
We could see. I think it's really dependent on what sort of build the Ruby Amethyst player is using. I think if they have a high count of things like Bee King Undisputed and Lady Tremaine, that really helps to favor the Ruby Amethyst player, because Sapphire Steel, don't get me wrong, they can make big extensions. In the last game we saw lots of Mickeys, lots of Smees, but if you do a good job of controlling the board, you get them to this point where they can go, okay, here's just a Cogsworth, okay, here's just an Aerial, here's just a Tamatoa, and I can Bee King, I can Tremaine, and just remove these threats. But some Ruby Amethyst players are moving away from these cards like Bee King Undisputed, opting for more cards like the 8-drop Sisu. So it's going to be very dependent, I think, personally, on what sort of build the Ruby Amethyst player is using.
Yeah, I agree with you. We're moving from the Cinderella bracket over to which one comes next.
What'll it be? It is the Maleficent And, oh, there we go. We're twins.
Oh, and I got to say, I'm sorry, I'm going to jump over you on this.
Please, talk to me.
Ella, who, look, I'm really sorry. I'm trying. There was a slightly ridiculous moment before the interview I did with them where they would say their name properly, and I would repeat it in a way which I thought was correct.
I see.
And it was not. So I apologise. My British mouth is not good enough at pronouncing that name, but I'll tell you what.
Tell me.
That is my favourite deck I've seen at the tournament so far this weekend. That completely unusual Sapphire Ruby deck with the aggressive Queen going and getting all of those items out, the free drop uninkable Sisu. Oh, I was enjoying watching that.
Yeah, I'll be honest, like, it's a shame I missed a lot of that game because I was taking that as my opportunity to go get food, but I saw as I was walking by, you guys seemed very excited. I hope I get the chance to see this Queen in action. Super interesting card that doesn't see a ton of play, but cheating items in it can be really, really good. So we've got this bracket is going to be the Ruby Sapphire up against Varno's Sapphire Steel.
I like Ella's chances on this one. I really do. I think they could be on a bit of a run. Hopefully we can pop to another one of the brackets here. We've seen Cinderella, we've seen Maleficent, let's see Elsa. I tell you what, Sapphire is all over this bracket. We've got Pierre Gilmo's Sapphire Steel and Ricardo Picchiaferici's Amber Steel. Look, I tried, all right? I tried.
This is very much as Joe just donned it in the last round, the Steel Amber bracket. Yeah, it seems like nearly all of them ended up in this bracket. And none of them even had to face each other, which is wild. All of them in a different part of that bracket. Only one, well, two made it through to the Octo-finals. No, only one. Sorry, I can't count. Three of them taken out. Only Ricardo proceeding on to the Octo-finals managed to take out the Ruby Amethyst player and is moving on to the quarterfinals to go up against Sapphire Steel.
Yeah, that is interesting seeing we had three of them in this side of the bracket, or this quarter of the bracket. Only one of them made it through. That's a couple Sapphire Steel we've got, plus a Sapphire Ruby. So that is something I have got my eye on. And if we flick to the last part of the bracket here, there is another part of the bracket.
There is.
It's Rapunzel. And oh my word.
It's happened.
We got three Sapphire Ruby in top 8. And it was the 5th most played deck in day one.
That is amazing. Clearly, the deck was not happy with its less than stellar performances at previous DLC, so they have come out in full force today. And I do want to make a note, Ross. We do see that Din Can, who we watched earlier, going up against Emerald Steel, and then I had a little interview with them. They have officially made Lorcana history. They are the first ever player in the world to qualify for both the North American and the European Championships. What a feat.
I would quite like to see them having a great run at both of them. That would be awesome. We have also had to say goodbye to Ruben Gutierrez, who was, of course, our second place finisher back in Bochum.
Yep.
So another, I mean, getting all the way to the Octo-finals on the back of a final appearance, that is a ridiculous pair of results.
Yeah, that is no shame at all. Clearly a very good player. They've stuck with the same deck choice. I don't know if the list is exactly the same. May have been some changes, but yeah, they very clearly know exactly what they're doing with that particular matchup. But yeah, the Rapunzel bracket will be ending with that Ruby Sapphire mirror match. And isn't it interesting, Ross, how little Emerald Steel seems to have made it this far?
There's not too much. There's not a huge amount Amethyst Ruby either.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not writing it down as we go. From what I could see, it seemed to be a lot of Sapphire, and 3 of them being Sapphire Steel. 3 in top 8 is really not something we were expecting. There's only been 1, I believe, in top 4 of all of these set 4 Disney Lorcana challenges. To see 3 of them in top 8, that is wild to me.
Absolutely. I love it. I love these decks that haven't been really the top contenders at the last couple of events, at least. Getting their moment in the sun. Sapphire Steel, I feel like, is kind of the crowd favorite at the moment. There are a lot of very good players that love that in combination. They're very committed Sapphire Steel players in my experience. Most Sapphire Steel players, once they start, they struggle to stop. And you think about some of the best Sapphire Steel players in the game, the likes of Harlan Sweet, the likes of DeCandio, Sky, the list goes on and on. I'm sure that these guys and the other Sapphire Steel stands out there would love to see this be the day that they take home the championship.
One thing I find really interesting, we have Sapphire Ruby, right? It's not really been quite good enough up to now. It's not been getting and winning these.
Great deck, but just hasn't had that success.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It's been kind of a top 5 deck rather than a top 2 deck. And yet we got 3 copies in top 8. but two of them are the kind of build we generally expect, and one of them is wildly different. So on the one hand, I'm like, oh, well, you know, Ella comes in here with this wildly different build. Of course, that counts a better chance of getting top 8. But then there's two more traditional builds that also go and get top 8, apparently, and that's what I picked for Bochum. But I went off it in Bochum. You look at Bochum, you look at Fort Worth, and the deck was not performing well enough, and I was like, oh, I'm not picking that again.
Yeah, I'm not falling for that trick again. Yeah,
I'd go Sapphire Steel, to be fair.
You did. That is true. But yeah, like you said, the Ruby Sapphire deck, it's a weird one because I do think it's one of the best decks in the game. It just hasn't really been represented by the success that they've had in like big tournaments, but today could be the day. Are we going to see Ruby Sapphire versus Sapphire Steel, the competition of, no, my turn, get out of here Ruby Amethyst, get out of here Steel Song, we're having our time in the sun.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to confirm, of the free caster predictions, Joe has officially come last.
Yes, unfortunately, the lone Amethyst Steel player is gone. And let's take a look at the top 64 metagame. I know a certain Knive the Nerd that will be very pleased to see this screen. 28% of Emerald Steel represented by 28% of the field. 18 players were repping that in combination. I imagine the vast majority of them included Bucky. We have 25%, 16 players rocking the Sapphire Steel. Amber Steel, 14% with 14 players, and also Ruby Sapphire with that 14%.
But if we think back to the day 1 metagame, it was a clear 1 and 2 for Emerald Steel and Amethyst Ruby. We had a very obvious 3rd place for Sapphire Steel, Amber Steel at 4th, Sapphire Ruby in 5th. But the differences between them were much greater. The conversion rate of this Sapphire Ruby, and then 14 of them enter top 64, 3 of them still going in top 8. It is converting across the board in this tournament. It is really doing very, very well. Also, got to give a shout out to lone Amber Emerald player who made top 64.
Absolutely. We watched one feature match yesterday for the Amber Emerald player. Unfortunately, that matchup didn't go the best for them. We weren't able to see like these big Under the Sea and Muses players that I was really hoping for. So there is a little part of my little villainous heart that hoping that this Amber Emerald deck continues to do well. Unfortunately, we've seen the bracket. It didn't happen.
Unfortunately, did not happen.
One day
it's going to happen.
Do you know what surprises me, Ross?
How much steel is in that bracket?
I mean, that doesn't surprise me, to be honest. I feel like Steel is... I feel like some of the best players in the game naturally gravitate to Steel a lot of the time. What surprises me is that seems like a low amount of Ruby Amethyst. I'm not going to lie. The deck has always been good. People thought it was falling off. It was a complete lie. Ruby Amethyst has performed so well at the last couple of DLCs. Only 8 making it through, which is still a lot, don't get me wrong, but vastly outmatched by the Emerald Steel, Sapphire Steel, Amber Steel, and Ruby Sapphire decks.
Oh, we're going to see how that converts to the top 32. And look, we see a bit of a seed change there. And there, Amethyst Ruby is there, Sapphire Ruby is there, Sapphire Steel is there. And then it drops off a little bit from there to your Emerald Steel, your Amber Steel, and a couple of stragglers. But yeah, you say Sapphire Steel is a crowd favorite. 8 of the top 32, that's 1 in 4 decks. But just that conversion rate of Amethyst Ruby, Sapphire Ruby, can't be stopped.
No, it seems that way, and Amber Steel seemed like it was so set, like all of them going into that same bracket, the Amber Steel bracket, essentially, as Joe was donning it. But only 4 of them have been able to, were able to go. Only 1 of them is now still in the tournament, but yeah, 4 of them in the top 32, 13%. EA Tempo, we had 2 versions, which I know there's some very dedicated EA Tempo fans out there, and of course our one Amethyst Steel player who is now done. Their journey has come to an end, but fantastic players, all of these guys that have made day 2, nothing to be ashamed of. You've played some amazing Lorcana, you've won some awesome prizes.
Yeah, I feel like I was maybe a tournament too early on the Sapphire Ruby train, but Sapphire Steel is having a great tournament as well. And look, we've had 2 tournaments in a row that were won by Amethyst Ruby. And I know it's maybe not in as big numbers as we might have expected, but I'm still saying it's probably there as a deck to be. It's not the one I picked.
Yep.
I think it's kind of had its time. I think it might be time for another deck to win. I'm going to need some convincing first.
Right, well, if anyone can do it, it will be the pilots that are using those decks. But our players are currently sat down. They're not even shuffling yet, so we've got a few minutes at least. I believe they're starting to look through the opponent's deck list. So, yeah, just always want to be friendly to people that might only recently be joining the stream. Welcome to DLC Bologna. This is day 2. Yesterday, we had 9 rounds of Swiss, 2-game format, and then today we cut to a top 64, 2 out of 3. There's so much to play for. The higher seed gets the choice to go first, and we are in open deck list format as well. Both players are given a copy of their opponent's deck before they start. They can look through all of the ink, they can look at the unique counts of cards, and that makes a big, big difference.
Let's go to the table.
Let's do it. Love that camera work. Big shout out to our production team here. I know I keep saying that, but really they're working so hard to make these events the best they could possibly be. Both our players have finished looking through the deck lists, and I believe that Ross has been sent the list and is having a little look through. Anything interesting in there that you can see, Ross?
Oh, I'm afraid I'm not there yet. I've literally just had a first little bit of a look.
No worries.
Right now I'm looking at Pierre on 48 points and Ricardo on 47. That 1 point difference means that in this crucial top 8 game, Pierre is going to be able to choose whether to go first or second. I think there's a decent chance we'll choose to go first.
Super interesting list here, Ross. So I was having this conversation earlier about the different variants of Steel Song lists, and a lot of them traditionally have been running those Sleepy's Flutes that give you fantastic reach for lore. No copies of Sleepy's Flutes at all in this particular deck. Instead, we're seeing 3 copies of that Golden Harp, which is a 1-cost inkable, 1/4 quest for 2. But if you didn't play a song at the end during your turn, then it's banished at the end of your turn. But a lot of players suddenly enjoying this, and we see the Aerial Sonic Warrior in Ricardo's hand, which, if you're not facing Ruby, is really hard to remove.
Yeah, it really is very hard to get rid of. There's a couple of Perdita in the list as well.
Yes.
It's a card we see in these lists, don't get me wrong, but it is not ubiquitous. It's not something we see in every list. I don't know if I've casted a game yet at these 2 events where we've seen it hit the table. We do see Lawrence in the steel, the steel... Sapphire Steel.
Sapphire Steel players
Sapphire
list.
Steel, yeah, we do see Lawrence, which is not that unusual, but really picking up steam, that particular card. And
I think I've got 2 Steel Amber lists in front of me here.
yeah, I think one of these might not be the...
Yeah, we may have been sent one of the wrong lists, so that information about Flute might be wrong, but nonetheless, we saw the Golden Heart being inked. Down come the Cinderella Ballroom Sensation for Pierre. Inked by Ricardo, down comes the 1-drop Queen, and we pass back over to Pierre.
Yeah, we confirm Steel Amber with Pierre here. Mr. Smee comes down on turn 2, and it looks like we're singing Strength of a Raging Fire, which is going to get rid of that Queen, I believe.
Yep, so we are a Steel Song mirror match, which I thought there was only 1 Steel Song left in the bracket. Apparently that was wrong. So yeah, a Steel Mirror, and we see the Pooh Pirate Captain coming down on turn 2. Really aggressive character. Will quest for 3 if there are 2 other characters on board. Going to be super interesting to see how these players maneuver this mirror match. But yes, it seems like we do have the right list, but it's a Steel Song mirror. We thought it was Steel Song versus Sapphire Steel. So Ricardo is running those Sleepy's Flutes, but we're not seeing the Sleepy's Flutes from Pierre. So that is a big difference in how you build this deck.
Yeah, we're going to see 2 wildly different builds here, but we're still going to see a lot of the same stuff. We got the Piglet down on the board.
The Baritone Bully. Sorry to cut you off, Ross. I'm a big fan of this villain. 3-cost inkable, 3/3 with Singer 5. Super interesting, but it hits the inkwell. We exert 3, and down comes the Spectacular Singer.
Yeah, we got a 3-cost card that can sing a 5-cost song, which makes a big difference. Lets you play these cards not only without paying any ink, but also faster than you should be able to. They're slightly lower statted so that they can have that great singer combination as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And this Cinderella Ballroom Sensation is threatening things like Storm Rage On and Strength for a Raging Fire always. That's something that Ricardo's going to have to be on the lookout for. We're inking our Robin Hood, the 1-drop. We're going to be exerting 4. And down comes the gifted with healing Rapunzel, that alternate art. You could win yourself one of these if you come to a Disney Lorcana challenge. You get the foil one for coming in top 16. Is it the foil? I think that's the non-foil version.
I believe it's non-foil from the prize wall, but it still looks beautiful.
Beautiful.
Ricardo here has drawn for turn, is inking the Shift Queen. That means 4 ink available, and 3 of them are being eyed up here.
Yep, looks that way. And we're going to put down another aerial spectacular singer. Look at the top 4 cards of the deck. We fight to grab your swords. That's going to immediately be added to the hand. And the rest of the cards are going to go to the bottom of the deck. Man, that Rapunzel really stands out on the board, right?
And I think we are actually singing it immediately to get rid of the Mr. Smee.
Sounds good.
And with 2 other characters available, Piglet, Pooh Pirate Captain will quest for free lore.
And is now perfectly safe because this Rapunzel only has 1 strength. Of course, there could be a something like a Let the Storm Rage On or whatever to remove it. But for challenges, this Piglet is safe and could potentially quest for 3 again next turn. Let's see. Well, potentially not anymore. That Storm Rage On, Pierre knowing that would have been just far too much quest pressure, just paying 3 for Storm, get that Piglet off of the board.
Had to be done. Get the Piglet off the board with a Let the Storm Rage On, because any character that quests for free lore, you have to get rid of them as soon as possible. That is 15% of your total. You cannot let them have it. And we see an enchanted Robin Hood hitting the board here. That is a character we have seen a lot over these past couple of tournaments. One of the best cards in the game. Big threat in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, for sure. Being able to shift on turn 3 and just a really nice stat line. We do see the Sleepy's Flute coming down for Ricardo. The first one is down. We're going to be singing Let the Storm Rage On with Ariel, putting 2 damage onto Rapunzel. We put down a second Sleepy's Flute and a second Let the Storm Rage On to take off this Rapunzel. And then these 2 flutes will be exerting for 2 lore. Great turn, Ross.
Yeah, Ricardo doing everything in 2s that turn, and it worked out beautifully. We see Ariel hitting the Inkwell. You couldn't put a 3rd Ariel down. No. We work in 2s here. 2 Ariel to sing 2 Let the Storm Rage On, so 2 Sleepy's Flute can get 2 lore. But with those 2 established, Pierre, do we see things like Aladdin or anything now which can remove these items?
No, not that I'm seeing.
You don't generally see them in Steel Song decks.
No, generally Aladdin is great for Bucky matchups because just being a 3-drop Floodborn, the ability is good as an extra, but I don't think you'd play it just for that.
That's my inkling. So along came Zeus, came and got rid of the Ariel, and my point I'm making is, I don't think those Sleepy's Flutes are going anywhere.
I don't either, Ross, but it's shining, shimmering, splendid. Tell me, Princess, would you like a new card hand of 7? Which is exactly what happens as Ricardo plays a whole new world, filling up both players' hands, and now he's going to have a little bit of ink to still extend. We're putting down a Cinderella, Ballroom Sensation. Not a lot of ink, but at least we can get that down. And I believe we're passing back up to Pierre, who's going to ready, set, draw.
But when you play that, when you play the one song, you can activate, I believe, both your Sleepy's Flutes off the same song, because they both just say, if you play the song,
you are right.
Play one song, get 2 lore, probably for the rest of the game. And yeah, we might be seeing why the Sleepy's Flute version, at least in this first game, I do think is given a big advantage, mostly because Ricardo got 2 of them down really early in the game. Oh, but it is the bare necessities of life. They will come to you, and what's going to come to Pierre here is going to be a non-character card. We've got Let the Storm Rage On, we've got Sleepy's Flute. I believe they're the 2 options.
Does get rid of that Let the Storm Rage On. Could have got rid of the flute there, which I imagine was a temptation, but at the same time, flute is just gaining you lore. Storm Rage On will interfere with Pierre building a board state, so I respect.
Storm Rage On interfere with Ricardo building a board state, getting rid of that Cinderella, drawing Pierre a card.
Yep.
I am kind of obsessed with the idea that maybe Ricardo plays a 3rd Sleepy's Flute and gets free lore every time they play a song. But right now we see double Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain with a Cinderella.
That is a lot of Pooh Pirate Captain. I'm a fan. That's potentially quested. They could potentially questing for 6 next turn and 7 with the Ballroom Sensation Cinderella. Ricardo now picking up his hand. I quite like that, actually. You've had to reveal your hand to your opponent. Just leave it face up on the table until the end of the turn. Why not? Like, again, unless you would have to draw for something. But yeah, I respect that very much. Both players having a little smile to each other. Good to see. Great vibes in the room.
Yeah, we saw a third Sleepy's Flute come down there from Ricardo along with the Robin Hood. So from now on, when Ricardo plays a song, there are going to be free lore being gained. That is a huge advantage, but you need to have a bit of a board as well. Pierre is threatening to build up too much of a board here with the Robin Hood, the Cinderella, and the two, and an Ariel as well. And that's the thing, 3 characters you can quest for free with Piglet, but if you can get 5 out, your opponent removes 2, and you still get to quest for free.
Absolutely right, yeah. These Piglets, if they've got a lot of friends on board, they're offering a lot of pressure. This Ariel had a little dig for a song, and we see 1 copy of the Cinderella Stout-Hearted in Pierre's hand. He is running 2, and he does take that shift line. 6 ink exerted. We go into the Cinderella Stout-Hearted, and we're questing for 3, 6, 9, 11 Loros.
That's quite a bit.
That's a lot of lore. That's a whole lot of lore. We got 17. This is the pressure now. Ricardo needs to answer this field. I'm not sure how much Steel Song can do to, like, we can definitely remove these Piglets potentially if we've got the cards to do so. I can only see a Zeus in hand for Ricardo. Can't see anything now.
And the problem is Cinderella's questing for 3, Robin Hood's questing for 2. They are harder to get rid of. So Ricardo picks up his cards, and Pierre takes the first game in this crucial top 8 matchup.
Yes, a huge turn there. Yeah, like I said, we could have removed the Piglets, but there was no way we were getting rid of that Cinderella Stout-Hearted. Such an oppressive character with those 3 lore, 5/5, resist 2, and the singing sword. Whenever you sing a song, you can challenge ready characters. Really well played by Pierre, and I feel like a little bit of momentum was building up from the Sleepy's Flutes, multiple on the board. There was another one in hand, but those double Piglets followed by the Cinderella Stout-Hearted was enough to just close out that game quicker than you like, and our players are going to shuffle up for game 2.
When you can build a board that can quest for 11 in 1 turn, and your opponent isn't playing a deck like Ruby that can drop a Be Prepared or lots of challenges, etc., you're probably going to win the game. And that was a difference there. With those Sleepy's Flute, it really seemed like Ricardo was in a very, very good position, and he was in a good position. But then we saw double Piglet come down 1 turn, and then the next turn Pierre put down all the rest of those characters, and that really was the game at that point. There was no turning back.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think we're hanging on to a Queen there, I think is one of the cards I saw Ricardo hanging on to, which is a great choice. Getting that shift line early, being able to sing big songs with the big Queen. I like it. Pierre, a few options. He does have that 1-drop Robin Hood, which you've got to think he's going to be interested in.
And just to confirm, the Kellogg is counting up, not down. That is not a technical issue. We are in top 8. We are untimed. We will be here for as long as this match takes. And I mean, hopefully not too long. We have places to be after the tournament. Top 8, top 4, and the final are untimed. So you don't need things like early concessions. If you've got a 5% chance to win by your own estimation, just play it out. You never know. You might get lucky.
Yeah, you never know. Right, our mulligan seems to be done. Our players drawing up to 7. Can Pierre go 2-0 and progress into the top 4 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge, or is Ricardo going to pick up this dub and bring them to a game 3? We see an ink, and down comes that 1-drop Queen that Ricardo held on to. A great hold. Really great character, the Floodborn Queen, as well as being a singer. That ability to manipulate strength is very, very strong. Pierre going to ink, and no turn 1 play. Interesting, because Pierre threw back 2 copies of Robin Hood.
Oh, which is not ideal. It's weird. It's not your ideal turn 1 play, but then you give up the chance of any turn 1 play. We do see the early Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain, one of the coolest cards in the game. I'm just putting it out.
Oh, I'm right there with you, Ross.
The theming, the skill, everything about this card is awesome. It's another one that doesn't work that much because your opponent will really go after it if it hits the board.
Yep.
But it's still an awful lot of fun.
Yeah, a lot of pressure as well. We see Pierre inking his own copy of Pooh Pirate Captain. Down comes the Ursula Vanessa, 2-cost inkable, 4 willpower, which is great, really hard to get over. And of course, that Singer 4, meaning she can sing that Storm Rage on, Strength of a Raging Fire, Bare Necessities, and then along came Zeus.
Yes, absolutely. And if you sing it, that means I don't have to. Speaking of singers, here comes Ariel searching the top 4 cards of your deck for a song, but it is a...
Oh, that is not fun. But I love to see the smile from Ricardo, like little moment between the players, like, that was fun, wasn't it? But still, a nice board from Ricardo. He is able to quest with that Poo Pirate Captain to take him up to 5 lore along with the Queen. And that Poo Pirate Captain is safe from the Ursula Vanessa. She only has 1 strength, but I imagine that Storm Rage on may be put to work.
Yeah, we saw the Storm Rage on take out more than 1 Piglet in the previous game, and I do feel like that could be the play here as well. Deals 2 damage, perfect for taking out your Piglet, and you get to draw a card for your trouble as well.
Absolutely.
Actually going after the Queen here, of course. Very nice shift target is the Queen. So it's not that you want that Queen gone away, it's that you want to take away the shift ability for 2 ink.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, the Floodborn Queen is very strong. The ability to give +4 to one character and -4 to another, and she's just a great singer. So, yeah, no, fair enough. There is, of course, also this Ariel already on board that has Singer 5. So, interesting choice. And I think I might have gone for the Piglet, but there's a reason that Pierre's in the top 8 and not me. They absolutely know what they're doing. Let's see where they take it from here. We're inking over Ursula Vanessa, so we're at 3, and we're going to play our own Ariel Spectacular Singer, and they're just going to point each other and look for... And Pierre also whiffing the songs. Nice moment between the 2 players, like, oh, well, that evens it out, I guess.
Yeah, if both players play Ariel and both players whiff, that's fine. If one player gets a perfect song and the other player whiffs, that feels bad. We do see... Is that...
I think that's
a whole new world.
Yeah, we're going to be playing a whole new world, singing with Ariel, turning her sideways, and drawing a fresh 7 cards.
Yeah, sometimes you see the foil version, if the light catches it just right, it throws you off. You're like, I think that's what it is. Like that, but it is. Both players get a new hand of 7, and we do see a Rapunzel gifted with healing, but no healing to be done, unfortunately, as it comes in. But you'll notice Ricardo's been questing quite aggressively this game.
Sure.
Going first and questing at every opportunity. We just got free from the Piglet, up 8 lore to 0 right early in the game here.
Yeah, you're right, but again, we could see a game similar to last. Pierre could absolutely still crawl it back, but yeah, a point I wanted to make, Ricardo did draw into that 2 copies actually of that Floodborn Queen off of that whole new world. So the fact that Pierre used the Storm Rage on the 1-cost Queen may be potentially huge, because I think Ricardo would have absolutely taken that shift line if he had it open.
Oh, I agree. We see Mr. Smee hitting the ink here, and that's going to leave 4 ink available for Pierre to do with as he wishes, although we've changed our mind.
Yeah. Hadn't quite fully committed to it, didn't take his hand off the card. We are going to sing Let the Storm Rage On with Ursula Vanessa. We're going to get rid of that Poo Pirate Captain. Oh, he's still not sure. Okay, he is going
into Mr. Smee now to play a Robin Hood.
And that's super nice. Opens up that shift line potentially into the Champion of Sherwood. We're going to be singing along. Oh, so we paid for Storm. Oh, no, Ariel sang Storm.
Yes.
Either way. We have the Singer 5 and the Singer 4, so we can long game Zeus. And suddenly Pierre has cleared Ricardo's board completely, but he has a full hand. I'm sure he'll be able to rebuild.
Yeah, we had Strength of a Raging Fire as well with 3 characters down. That does 3 damage. So all those characters go away. Ricardo ended his turn with 3 characters, starts his next with none. He does play that Queen, but not with shift, and that is the entire turn passing back to Pierre here.
Yeah, a little bit passive for sure. Not exactly what Ricardo would have liked, but hey, this Queen could set up the ability to make some favorable trades with Pierre's characters. We shall see.
Yeah, always nice when you can quest and get +4 strength for one of yours, -4 strength for one of your opponents. Really helps small characters take out big characters to lead to gigantic swings.
Absolutely, a second spectacular thing. Is that a second whiff? What are the odds of that? Right, let me count these songs quickly. I am very intrigued. How many songs is Pierre running?
I tell you what, if you tell me how many songs are in his deck, how many songs, well, I need to know how many he's playing, I need to know how many are remaining and how many cards are remaining in his deck, and then I'll work out the odds of it. We saw Strength of a Raging Fire take out that Shift Queen. We saw a Cinderella come down. We're questing with Ariel and with Robin Hood. So Pierre's saying, you know what, Ricardo, I see you doing all this questing, win. I'd like in on the fun. So Pierre now, previously no law, now built up a big board and on the way, and has done a great job of limiting Ricardo's field here.
Yeah, 100%. So Pierre is running 19 songs, but unfortunately I don't know the exact number he's already gone through. We've seen at least 2 Storm Rage on. We've seen at least 1 Strength for Raging Fire, but that's just a discard. So not sure on the accurate number, but yeah.
And along came Zeus that got the Rapunzel.
Yeah, very true. So we have worked through a few of them, but still, a double whiff from Ariel can't feel good. We're going to ink the Rapunzel gifted with healing, and here is Ariel with her brand new hit single, A Whole New World. Both players going to discard all of their cards and draw a fresh 7. And Pierre hopefully will be able to take advantage of this, the fact that he was able to sing this song with Ariel. He has all of his ink to utilize. So hopefully this hand will be able to do a combination of controlling Ricardo's board while continuing to build his own.
Yeah, we are eyeing up, and along came Zeus, which I believe may be sung. That is taking out Robin. No, it's Storm Rage on.
Yep.
Taking out the Robin Hood. There isn't a long game Zeus, which then takes out the Rapunzel. Second time we've seen that interaction coming from Pierre. And I mean, look, Pierre's up 1-0 in this top 8 match, and we see them with, oh my goodness, that's 5 characters on the board, and a much better board. We are not ahead with 6 ink behind, but it looks like we are shifting into that Cinderella, and things are looking good for Pierre here.
Yeah, in terms of board state, we are absolutely all the way ahead. Even a Grab Your Swords would take out the Robin Hood, but everything else lives, and it does nothing to the stout-hearted Cinderella. I'm wondering how many answers Ricardo actually has to this stout-hearted Cinderella. I mean, one would be the Big Queen, who could raise the strength of something. If we could raise strength to at least 7, then we could one-shot the stout-hearted.
We could. What we've done right now is Ricardo has gone, all my characters, Robin Hood, Cinderella, Mr. Smee, Piglet, let's get them all down. Big turn next turn if Ricardo, and still up by 4 law, won't be at the end of this turn, but is for the moment looking to try and make a comeback. But Pierre, I mean, even if you just start questing, but of course, we know that's not going to happen. This is Steel Song. Let the Storm Rage on, takes out the Piglet before it gets to do anything. And we see a smile there from Ricardo, but I've been in this position.
Yes,
as I'm sure
I recognize that smile.
Everything you do, your opponent's got a better board than you, so they can use all of their resources to just undo everything you're doing while keeping their board.
Yep, you're absolutely right. You can see it on Ricardo's face. I think he can see that this is not going his way particularly. It's not over yet. He could still bring it back. We believe in you, Ricardo, but Pierre has built an incredible board, and this stout-hearted Cinderella put in so much work. Down comes the champion Sherwood, Robin Hood, shifting onto the small one. I think we're just a couple of turns away from this game being over.
Yeah, we might not be long for this game. We see so many characters down from Pierre. Only got 4 law now, but this is about to start increasing exponentially. And yeah, we see Quest of Robin Hood for 2, Request of Cinderella for 3. Now we've evened it up, and we've got a Harp questing for 2 next turn as well. There is so much to get excited about here if you're Pierre and if you're Ricardo. This is a mirror match, and the mirror is not showing you what you want to see.
Yep, 10 law on board there, Ricardo. And he just offers the fist bump, and that's it. Pierre goes on to the top 4 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge, Bologna. Congratulations to Pierre.
Yeah, Pierre Guillemot there with a fantastic victory, and it was all about the board. In both games, it was just set up the board, and so your opponent is constantly playing catch-up. And when your opponent is playing catch-up, you can use Let the Storm Rage On, you can use Strength for Raging Fire, you can use an Along Game Zeus, stop all your opponent's characters before they get rolling, and then there's just, once you're behind, we saw it in both games, it is easy for your opponent to just derail you. And then when you've got time to spare, quest of whatever you've got, and that's the answer. Do we think there might be an element here of not playing Sleepy's Flute, giving more space in the deck for other things which made a difference in that mirror match?
The Sleepy's Flute is obviously a very big difference there. I've been told by a lot of Steel Song players that they're actually more and more actually going over to that Golden Harp, really just appreciating the fact that it's inkable as well. What an incredible game, a Steel Song mirror match. huge congratulations to Pierre, and I just wanted to point out, I don't know if you guys at home could hear, but there was a huge cheer out on the floor. Clearly a big fan club here for Pierre, friends that have probably travelled with him and helped him play test. Great to see that support for him. What a game between Steel Song players.
Not just a cheer, there was actual full-on chanting when that happened. People were very, very happy to see Pierre go through to top 4. Of course, top 4 gets you another couple of boxes, and it gets you 100 prize wall tickets in addition to the ones you earned on day 1. So you can go and absolutely take your pick from the prize wall when you're finally done with the tournament, which might be a while, unfortunately, when you're this good at the game. And yeah, get a couple of boxes to, you know, enjoy them as well. And of course, moving on to the top 4, closer and closer to that title of champion.
Oh, closer and closer to being the official reigning, defending, undisputed champion of the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for here. These players have already booked their ticket to the European Championships. They've already got their golden Mickey, which means they've got a complete set of promo cards here. You win your top 4, you still get a couple more boxes and another 100 prize wall tickets.
Yep.
If you get all the way to winning, you get that binder with a complete foil set of Ursula's Return and all of the Enchanted, which does then beg the question, what do you do with the boxes you won from top 4 and top 2?
You open more Enchanteds for the playset. There you go. Happy to help, Ross, whenever you like. I do believe we're going to be having a little chat with a Steel Song player, which I believe will be my responsibility. Definitely interested to pick their thoughts about some of the specific cards they chose to run, see how they're feeling after an incredible game. What a day it's been. Just want to say thank you to you for joining me. Thank you to you guys at home for joining us, and what a day it's been. Please, if you've ever considered coming to a Disney Lorcana Challenge, just do it. If you're in a position to, come and join us. We'll see you very, very soon. Welcome back to Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna, and I am joined by the victor from the last game that we just watched. We have Pierre. First of all, congratulations. You're in the top 4. How do you feel?
Thank you. Hard to realize, to be honest.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You didn't expect to get this far?
I think 24 hours ago, I was 1 win, 1 loss, 2 draw.
Wow, so you have crawled your way back through Swiss to make it this far.
Yeah, I lost 8 or 9 wins in a row.
Wow, that's a fantastic achievement. Tell us about how that affects your mind state and how you sort of crawled out to that to say, no, I'm going to make day 2. Was that a big factor? Did that demotivate you, those early losses and draws?
Honestly, I was demotivated, and friends tell me, no, it's not over until it's not over. And okay, and the win, it's like, if I think it's the same for everybody, every time you win, confidence come back. And
yeah, so you should be a perfect example to people who maybe come to a challenge and they don't have the first couple of rounds go quite the way they wanted, but don't give up. You can still do it.
Yeah.
Pierre is sitting here now in the top 4. He's earned a qualification to the European Championships. You've won the Mickey Mouse gold-plated. Some amazing prizes, right?
And I beat Frank Carsten, which is like one of my idols in Mirror, so I was very happy. So,
oh, fantastic. Well, let's talk a little bit about your deck. You chose to bring a Steel Song. What led to that decision?
What we thought about Steel Song, I used to play Ruby Amethyst, and I think it's too much draw and bad matchup against Green Steel. So with my team, we thought up that Steel Song was good, and I had 2 options, like the options my opponent just had with the flutes, and other one which came up from fourth cell challenge with harps and piglet and really low uninkable. So we thought that this version was better against Steel.
That was
you have big bodies. Yeah.
That you made the choices based on what you think was going to be most prevalent in the room, and that was a big difference between your list and your opponents. They were using those Sleepy's flutes, which a lot of Steel Song players consider this staple. They consider that's how you win certain matches, like the Ruby Amethyst matchup with the leaps you can get. But you opting to cut them completely and instead going for the big fashion icon at the moment, the golden harp. Tell us about the golden harp.
Honestly, most of the time it's a turn 1 ink.
Fair enough.
But sometimes, when you're set up, it's really good because nobody wants to remove it. I just keep lore, get some lore every turn, and sometimes I had to brawl it, so it's a turn 1. It's a 1 lore, so it's really cool.
So you much prefer that to the Sleepy's flute?
Yeah.
What do you think of the Pride lands that we see in some?
It's
not for you?
You can't ink it, so...
Not for you?
No.
No, that's fair enough. Are there another one I want to single in on is the Cinderella Stout-Hearted. Super strong card, and that I feel like that was a big contributor to your winning both those games, right?
Yeah, it was pretty useless on day 1, and day 2 it was amazing.
So it went from meh, I don't know how I feel about this, to this just won me top 4.
Well, I was really lucky there, getting it, can't say.
Well, some luck, but you have certainly proved your skill to be here. Of course, we all have that element of luck in a TCG, but let's not take any credit away from you. You went through 9 rounds of Swiss, 2-game format. You've played 3 matches so far in your Top Cut, or 4?
4, I guess.
4 Top Cut matches, and you're still here, so super awesome. Tell us where you're from. Tell us about your how long have you been playing Lorcana? Do you have an LGS? Just tell us your story a little bit.
I've been playing Lorcana since the beginning. I'm from next to Paris, Nanterre, with the Olympics. Right now, the swimming pool is here.
Okay.
I'm living just next to here. And so I was playing LGS here, and we set up a team, like an in-class team. We have 2 other dudes did top 64 today.
Right.
And so I'll try my best. Honestly, it was supposed to be my last challenge. I said, okay, I failed a little, failed a room. So, okay, Bologna, I love Italy, I love food and people. So, okay, let's go to Italy. And went well.
You've done it.
Yeah.
You're qualified for the European Championships. You'll be looking to go, I assume.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And I hope it will be in Disneyland Paris, but don't know yet.
If it's up to me, it would be, but unfortunately it's not up to me, but we could dream. That's awesome. At least you will be attending, you'll be competing. Yeah, amazing. Is there anyone you'd like to shout out? Any sort of your LGS or your testing group, anyone by name that you'd like to give thank yous to?
No, it's the team is Inclès from France, and local store is La Compagnie des Jeux.
Okay, and a shout out to you guys, and thank you for helping to bring us this top 4 competitor, but it's not over yet. You want to go all the way, right?
Yeah, I don't know what's waiting for for me after, but we'll see.
What's your final seeding place?
I was 12.
12th. Okay, so you might still have a shot of being able to go first.
It was really useful there.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
Before I let you go, you've done really well with this deck list. If you were going to play again tomorrow in a different tournament, do you think there's anything you'd change?
Maybe I went to 4 Ursula.
Okay.
And it's good against Steel, but it's bad against Ruby Amethyst. So
okay.
And I faced 6 Ruby Amethyst, so maybe a bit less and more Smee.
And more Smee.
Yeah, Smee. Smee is really strong all time.
That's fantastic. You used to be a Ruby Amethyst player, but yeah, switching to Steel Song to answer that squirrel, I imagine, more than anything else. How do you feel about Bucky? I say leaving us. You can still play Bucky, but he's going to look very different. How does that make you feel?
Well, as a Steel Song player, I love to see Bucky players because it was a really good match, but now I think it's a good idea.
Good thing for the game.
For the game, yeah.
No, that's absolutely fantastic. Well, you've got, you've made it all the way through. You've got a couple more games left to go. I wish you the absolute best of luck. Congratulations. Went to Lille. Went to Bochum, haven't been able to taste that victory yet, but third time's the charm. You started off on a really, not the best start. Did you say 2 losses? What, 1 loss, 2 draws?
1 win, 1 loss, 2 draws.
1 win, 1 loss, 2 draws. And here we go. Pierre has come back all the way from that, crawled his way out of Swiss, made it into top 64, and now he's here in the top 4. Pierre, congratulations. I wish you the absolute best of luck in the future. We're going to be going back to the casters in just a moment. In fact, you're going to get a very quick flash, and then I'll be back there with Ross. But we'll be back very soon for more Lorcana action.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Baker has been running. You have no idea how far it is from the interview area to here, but you made it just in time. How are you feeling?
I've got long legs. I make huge strides. I ain't wasting time. No, that was great to have a chat with Pierre. Really interesting to hear. Started his Swiss run off yesterday. He said this time yesterday, or around this time yesterday, he was on 1 win, 1 loss, 2 draws in his first few rounds.
So 2-1 in it, 2 in his favour, 2-0 against him, and 2 1-1s.
Yeah, exactly. So was feeling really demotivated. Thought that was it. His tournament was done, and he was just playing for prize tickets, which of course are worth continuing to play for because you can get some great prizes. But he said his friends took him aside and said, no, it's not over until it's over. If you go this score, you can do it. And he absolutely did it. And now he is not only qualified for the European Championships, he's not only won himself a golden Mickey Mouse, he's in top 4 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge. That is an incredible accomplishment. Great to talk to Pierre about that.
And after 2 top 4s, we haven't got confirmation of the whole bracket yet. You know, games are still going on. That was pretty quick. But after 2 top 4s for Steel Song in Fort Worth, we've got at least one. I think it probably is only one in the top 4 now. But yeah, Steel Song might be a bit more legit than I was giving it credit for. The question is it actually going to end up winning the tournament, or is top 4 as far as it can go?
Still a great run for the deck, and definitely should you know, put it back on some players' radars. But yeah, because that game didn't take too long, it was over quite quickly with that 2-0. We're going to fill the time with a little showcase game that we've got being prepared at the moment. I'm sure we will take you over to that in a moment, but you're going to see Joe Curley, the ultimate specimen, going up against one of the Italian broadcasting team. We know that Joe is playing that Emerald Sapphire deck with the Emerald Inkcaster. Not a fan I'm a huge fan of. I know Joe's a fan.
36 uninkables. He's going to be playing against Erica, but I don't know what Erica's actually playing.
No, me either. We should find out.
We're going to see that. We've ended up in we've almost ended up paired with the Italian casters because one of us is off every round. I tend to be off at the same time as Sylvia, hence we had a show game. Joe's off at the same time as Erica, and hence they get a show game. Hey Joe, do you want a bit more time away from the desk?
He only had like a 20-minute break, yeah, so I was like, I'll stay on a bit.
Joe decided to give up the rest of his break to play more Lorcana, just like I did yesterday, with 0 regrets.
Absolutely can't blame you. We're just waiting for our character players to shuffle up, so I'm just going to do a speed opening. It won't be zoomed in because the person that's doing that has stepped away. He wasn't expecting me to do that. I'm just going to do it quickly.
So many more packs than me.
We've got Max, Pegasus, we've got Belle, we've got Thor, I think, we've got Rapunzel, we've got Ariel, Donald, Flotsam Jetsam.
My boy.
Pirate's Life. What are you talking about, Bruno?
Oh, come on, mate.
Go on, give me
a speed opening.
Mate, I am a Diablo catcher.
Although,
hey, the Legendary Triton.
Legendary Triton.
Not as good as this one, mate, but...
Oh, and foil largest card I revealed. Cool. I love that card.
Mate, I'm opening Diablos for days, and we've got a foil Dolores. Right, just the one, and then we're going to move over to our showcase game. Joe Curley Specimen up against Erica from the Italian broadcast team. Again, we know that Joe is running that Emerald Sapphire, 36 uninkables Emerald Incaster deck, and I believe... Is that a red? Is that a ruby card I just saw at the bottom?
That is a ruby
It is a Maui's fish hook.
Yep, that is Maui's fish hook.
Love that.
You pulled 2 Diablo on stream today.
Yes, sir.
I pulled 1 Diablo in total.
Sucks to be you.
Yeah. And I've opened quite a few boxes.
Sorry, that was a bit harsh. I'm sorry.
I've opened up quite a few boxes of this set by now. I think I'm up to 5 boxes total with 1 Diablo.
Yeah, get good, I guess.
Yeah, get good.
I don't know what else. I don't know what else to tell you. Opening Diablos is a skill, mate. But yeah, here we have Erica. We know that she is running Ruby. We saw that Maui's fish hook, and I can see a Be Prepared at the bottom of the deck. Yeah, so we're definitely Ruby. We see a Brawl there. Please show me another colour. I'd love to see another colour out. There's the Maui to go with that Maui's fish hook. Oh, I think it's Sapphire. I think I just saw a little blue. I'm blue, double D, double die.
It is blue indeed. We've got Erica on Ruby Sapphire and Joe on Emerald Sapphire with 36. He really wants us to know. It's very important that we know he is playing 36 uninkables in this deck. He's very keen to tell us that.
Yep, no.
I told them, Joe, you can stop telling me now.
That's him just, can you just remind the casters I'm running 36 uninkables?
You can read his lips. I think he's saying, no, seriously, 36 uninkables.
Yeah, Joe is utilising that Emerald's Hidden Ink Caster, which is a 2-cost uninkable item. You do draw a card on play, and the other ability being reads that all cards in your hand read as having the inkable flourish. So Joe is hoping to turn those uninkables into resources. I think that's a lost dice roll from Joe, and he looks devastated. Oh no, he hasn't lost it yet. She's just got a high number. Here's the lucky roll. Can he do it? Can he do it? He gets a 7. Was that enough?
Erica's going first. We saw the hand, and look, no pressure on Joe here, but I
bet he does. I bet he taps it. Hold on. I bet he doesn't shuffle when he taps it. Hold on. Hold on. There you go.
Oh, good guy, Joe. But it's important to note, Sylvia beat me on stream yesterday, so Joe is fighting for the British casting team here. The Italian casting team already up 1-0. I don't know if you're going to get a chance to play.
Probably not.
Against Julia, but that would be nice to be able to complete the set.
It
but
would.
Of course, if Erica wins here, it's all for nothing. We believe in you, Joe.
Look at his eyes, my man. Look at all those uninkables. Yeah, Joe, we see you, mate. I see it, mate. I see it. We got 2 genies on the job. They're going straight back into the deck. 2 lucky dimes going back into the deck, which is holding on to a Porpsicle, and I do think that was the other Inkcaster.
That does make sense. We see, and also Joe would very much like us to know that the artist, Julia Reaver, is in the building this weekend signing cards. All 4, his entire playset of Genie are signed. I went a bit more variety. I did get one of the Genie signed, but I also got a Sudden Chill and an Olaf signed.
Very
ironically,
nice.
given how hot it is in Italy this weekend. But Joe went for the full playset.
No, I totally respect it. See, I met Julia at the Disney store in London for the release of, I can't remember if it was Rise of the Floodborn or Into the Inklands, one or the other.
It was Into the Inklands.
It was Into the Inklands, but I met her then, and it was very special actually, because my mum's favourite card is Peter Pan Shadow. She doesn't play, just to confirm, but like she sometimes looks through my cards, and she fell in love with the art on Peter Pan Shadow. So when I met her, I was like, look, this is my mum's favourite card. Can you sign this for her? And she just has it up in her room, just leaning on the side. So yeah, very grateful for Julia for bringing a smile to my lovely mum's face. But we move into a game time now. Erica is going to ink that Mouse Flavisham, playing the Porpsicle to draw and passing back over to Joe. Did he find some ink?
He found another Genie.
Another Genie on the job.
He's got a Porpsicle in hand, we know, because he saved that from his initial mulligan.
Absolutely, and we also see Milo Thatch in the hand of Joe. This is an uninkable card. It is a Floodborn, so it can shift, and it has the ability of, when he is banished, return all opposing characters to their player's hand. So that could be a nice tempo shift if Joe can find point to utilize it. And we do see the 1-drop Milo being inked so that we can play the Porpsicle and we draw into Under the Sea.
Not too bad. So Erica's got the Porpsicle. No, was that Porpsicle? Yeah, got Porpsicle down from turn 1. Looking to establish a bit more of this board like we see. We got Maui being inked there, going into the inkwell. And so we can play a Flynn Rider. And we see the face from Joe there. If you do not get a more powerful character, you are giving Erica free lore to begin her following turn.
Yeah, Joe is cringing. He knows what this Flynn threats. Look at this hat. Spessy, that is the worst hand I've ever seen. You can't hear me, but
he's got to ink. He's got to ink. His Porpsicle.
He does have a Flavisham, so like it could absolutely be worse. And down comes the hidden Inkcaster, drawing 1 card, and now all of the cards in Joe's hand are officially inkable. Does Erica have the Judy hops? That would be heartbreaking, right?
If by heartbreaking you mean hilarious, then yes, it would be heartbreaking.
Yes, absolutely.
Anyway, and that's the thing about this hidden Inkcaster deck. You are basically saying, look, I'm playing 36 uninkables, but it's all right because I've got hidden Inkcaster. But if your opponent gets rid of the hidden Inkcaster, or you just don't draw into it, then you just actually have 36 uninkables. Not ideal. Flynn Rider, quest for 1, putting Erica up to 4. And Joe is only 1 turn away from playing Hiram Flavisham, who, for the record, does have less strength than Flynn Rider.
Yes, you are absolutely right, but may still need to come down. We're going to see a Morph instead, who does have that 2 strength, so we'll stop this Flynn Rider from gaining a 3 lore at the beginning of Erica's next turn.
Yeah, it is a 2-1, the Morph. 2 cost, 2-1, quest for 1. We see 1 going into play and 1 going into the ink. Oh, do you reckon Erica can do 1 damage?
Erica is running a super spicy looking deck here. We've got Jim Hawkins. I'm seeing 2 copies also of the enchanted RLS Legacy, 4-cost uninkable location, 2 passive law gain, 8 willpower. It costs 3 to move there, and all characters there gain evasive. But Ross, if you have a character there, it only costs 1 to move there. I love that theming that one man on the ship helps the others on. Beautiful.
I do like that very much indeed. We saw some questing with Flynn Rider, putting Erica up to 5. No passive law with the Flynn Rider, but Hiram Flavisham did banish the Porpsicle, draw a couple of cards, and Erica is doing the thing that Sapphire tends to do, starting to draw a bunch of extra cards. Joe gets a Milo Thatch down. Is that in play?
Yep, that is absolutely in play. We're shifting on top of the Morph for 4. Pretty big turn, and so far this is going all right for Joe. Quests for 3 with the Milo, 7-cost uninkable 4/4. And of course the ability, as I already said, when it's banished, it will bounce all opposing characters to their player's hand.
But until that happens, you're just getting free law a turn from questing, which is frankly not too shabby.
I'm just trying to remember, because it's been a while since I've looked at this Milo. I'm pretty sure it's on banish. I hope it's not on leave play. Because if it is on leave play, then this let it go that Erica's holding.
Definitely banished.
Well, okay, it is banished. Okay, that being the case, then this let it go, it could be a really strong play. We're not at 5 ink yet, but it could be a way to get rid of this Milo without giving up our own board tempo.
Which would always be an advantage. That's what you're looking to do. Get rid of your opponent's characters without giving them any cheeky advantages.
Oh, we do have enough ink. I missed one.
Let it go, and Joe is not happy about that. He's just asking if both the characters go into the inkwell here for an extra 2 ink.
Come on, Joe, you can't keep it there anymore. Put it there in the discard.
Is that how it works? I mean, I assume it is. That's what Joe seems to think.
No, it does go into the inkwell. I'm just quoting the song lyrics.
Oh, no, I know. I mean, if it's a shifted character, let it go puts 2 characters to the...
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes, that is how it works, because...
I've never come across that somehow.
Yeah, that is how it works. Even if it was bounced to your hand, then you would pick up the character that was shifted onto.
Oh, I know you pick up the character it's shifted onto. Yes, absolutely.
But the let it go interaction,
just let it go
before.
And of course, that's how it works. It's just the idea of getting 2 extra ink from your opponent's let it go.
Pretty cool.
Too good.
It does. I still think it was the right move, though, from Erica, because this Milo was just going to sit there, keep questing for 3. It's obviously got the 4 strength to outpace the Flynn Rider. So, yeah, it hasn't ended up being the worst thing for Joe with that extra ink, but I still think it was the right play from Erica.
Oh, I agree. 2 extra ink is very, very lovely.
You're right.
So Erica then starts her turn. She's got a Flynn Rider down, but that is all she's got right now. So the question is, what can she do to try and bring this round? Joe is still behind on ink, but he's got the Genie down. He's got the Inkcaster in play, and it... almost unbelievably, his deck is actually starting to work.
The Jim Hawkins coming down onto the board, who has the ability that when you play him, you can play a location 4 cost or less for free. And then his second ability, when you play a location, he can move there immediately. So this Jim Hawkins now has evasive. The RLS Legacy is going to be 2 passive law game with 8 willpower. What a play.
Yeah, the RLS Legacy is a beautiful card, both in terms of the aesthetics here and the fact of what it's actually doing, and that is putting Joe under a lot of pressure. He's got a lot of ink, which is lovely, but he is under a bit of pressure there from that Jim Hawkins and Flynn Rider combination.
Yeah, inking that beast Relentless, which isn't uninkable, but we are seeing the hidden
There's a lot of ink.
The Cheshire Cat, Lost in Shadow, is an 8-cost inkable character. Has the ability when he I need to double check if it's on quest or just exert, but he can banish a character with damage. It is exert. Yeah, banish chosen damaged character. Words are hard, Ross.
Yeah, it's just you just exert it. Banish a chosen damaged character. Words can be hard sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. But not only that, being an 8-cost character, it can do a solo of Under the Sea.
Yes, it absolutely can. You can sing together, but you don't have to sing together. And yeah, there's so much about Joe's deck that just confuses and scares me. Cheshire Cat seeing play, 36 uninkables.
I respect the spice, I really do.
Oh no, it's a fun deck, don't get me wrong. If anyone wonders,
scary.
Joe did take this to a set championship.
He did.
Finished 3-2, didn't get the Ursula.
I think it's the only set championship he hasn't topped. Medusa coming down, removing that genie on the job, which is good because that alongside the 5 strength of the Cheshire Cat would potentially be able to take out this RLS legacy if that's what Joe wants to do. But Erica already at 10 lore, so the race is on. Down comes that ice block. And Jim Hawkins questing very safely because, again, he is currently evasive while at the RLS legacy.
He absolutely is. We've got Cheshire Cat for Joe, but not much else. Looks like Cheshire Cat is just taking out the RLS legacy here, causing too many issues, but not before Erica gets to 12 lore.
I must have missed damage going on to the RLS legacy beforehand. I assume it happened, but Cheshire Cat taking it out. And Genie on the job, returning the Jim Hawkins back to Erica's hand, I believe was what just happened there. Yes, it was. And now she goes into her turn and draws into the Maui's Fish Hook. An item that saw a lot of play when it was first released, has absolutely fallen off. You don't see it very much anymore, but I absolutely respect it. The surprise factor, just that alone could be cool.
And we saw from Ella's deck game earlier where they were able to just, you know, use that in combination with Maui to take out a bunch of evasive characters that were not safe. We see questing from Madame Medusa, questing from Flynn Rider from Erica here, already up to 14 and no pressure, Joe, but you've only got 3 lore, mate. You need some more lore.
You've got to catch up for sure. Yeah, no, I think on the previous turn, the Genie on the job had already done some damage to the RLS legacy, so that's how the Cheshire Cat got rid of it. And now it's going to go into the RLS legacy, doing 3 have been put on. I think it should be more than that.
Doesn't really matter because
it's gone
here with that beast with Rush. Takes it out right away. Erica has played RLS Legacy twice. It has gone away both times. And Genie is taking out the Flynn Rider. And this is where Joe is trying to come back into the game, trying to get rid of all the good stuff on Erica's board so he can set up a big game-winning play for himself. We start with Hiram Falavasham.
Yeah, great start. Just to correct myself, I think I called this Beast Relentless earlier. It's absolutely not. It's Beast Wolfsbane, just to confirm. But yeah, Joe definitely building a much more dominant board, but Erica is still at 14 lore and we're going into her turn and she has 3 lore on board courtesy of Jim and Medusa.
That puts her up to 17, makes it very close to the end of the game. Does have Hiram Falavasham in hand. Potentially could use that to draw some cards, especially off of this ice block. And then the other one there is a Brawl, which could take out could at least take out the Hiram Falavasham. Oh,
yes,
now
nice
it's taking out
play.
the Genie in combination with the ice block.
Yeah, super nice play from Erica, lowering the strength of that Genie by 1 before playing the Brawl, and then putting down the Flavisham to remove the ice block and draw 2 cards. Down comes another Flynn Rider. Of course, Erica does not control the character with the highest strength. That Cheshire Cat is sitting there with 5, but once Flynn can still sit there and quest. She's at 17 lore.
Yeah, 17 lore with 5 on the board. Joe needs to take out a minimum of Cheshire Cat and 1 other character. Excuse me, Jim Hawkins and 1 other character, or it will be over. I mean, between them, they've got 20 lore. Problem is, Erica's on 17 and Joe's only on 3. And I want to remind you, Joe, I lost my game yesterday. If you lose this, we are officially, well, we are not the best casting team in this city right now.
Let the tide down. What is wrong with you? But yeah, that Beast Relentless. I did it again. Beast Wolfsbane.
There we go.
Trading into that Madame Medusa. A little bit of questing. Flavisham going to give us a little bit of draw.
And we've got a Fishbone Quill in hand, but that's not coming down.
Nice.
It is going to be a Hades, which will get rid of the Hiram Falavasham, putting it into the ink, but at least it's off the board. So Joe's good for now. He is going to be able to last 1 more turn. Erica's not getting a passive lore from Flynn Rider. She can only quest for 1 next turn, but she will still go up to 18. Erica is so close to winning this game. Joe started to build up a bit of a board now, but is it going to be too little too late?
And I think she just found another brawl, which is where it's a real shame that that ice block is gone, because we could have reduced Hades down to 2 strength and taken him out, but it made sense. We needed to draw some cards. And also holding a Let It Go.
Yeah, here we go with Brawl taking out that
Nice.
Hiram Flavisham. Always a card you want to get rid of because the draw power you get from that is just too good.
Sure. I'm anticipating a trade here. She may quest. Yeah, I think the trade is their better here. Take that Cheshire Cat off the board. Or can she not? Is it evasive? It's been so long since I've seen this Cheshire Cat.
I believe it might
Is it
be
evasive?
Doesn't matter. We've got Let It Go that will put it down into Joe's Inkwell.
Yep, that'll work. I am going to check,
got
though.
a lot of ink, but there's not much on the board. I said he was finally building up a decent board, and this is what you do. If you're Erica, you're ahead in the game. Just stop your opponent coming back. But it's that Gaston with the overdeveloped brain, the one that's becoming very trendy this weekend in Bologna.
Yep, he is. My apologies to people watching. I must sound like I haven't got a clue, but in my defense, who's playing Cheshire Cat lost in from the shadows, should I say? Yeah, Joe, to be fair. I'm certainly going to remember now. Yeah, 8 cost Inkable, 5/6, quest for 2, shift 5, evasive, and Wicked Smile. Exert to banish a chosen damaged character. To be fair, it was just the evasive that I missed, but yeah, that made all the difference. Flynn Rider not able to make that trade. That would have been pretty good.
But we still got it with the Let It Go, so it was not the end of the world. We still got it off the board, but Gaston coming out is a huge advantage here, questing for free and also giving you that, you know, look at the top 3 cards, find the best one. Genie comes down and gets rid of Flynn Rider, taking away what little questing power Erica had, and Joe is very much on the comeback trail, getting those characters down.
Look at the smile on his face. You can see it. He's feeling pretty good about himself.
Oh, yeah, he's feeling good about himself because his deck is working this game.
The McDuck Manor.
Love that.
There is, yes, the Gaston 4, 5, 6, 7 from the Hades, and then 3 from the Genie. So Joe would have to invest his entire turn into taking out this McDuck Manor, but it can absolutely be done.
It does look like it is Joe's turn. I mean, you kind of have to. If your opponent's on 17 lore, you do not let them get 2 passive lore from a location card. That is a great way to lose the game.
Yep. Does opt to make that trade into the McDuck Manor with all of his characters. And down comes the lucky dime for 7. I can't believe how well this has worked out for him. I really can't.
Oh, use it to copy Gaston to get free lore. That is the best quester on the board. And then we've got... Oh, that's a what?
That's Milo Thatch.
Yeah, Milo Thatch, a 1-cost Milo Thatch.
Yeah.
There we go.
No, I'm stoked for it. Yeah, look at the smiley's face. Like it's actually working. Oh, the Super Goof! And the Super Goof, and now the Flynn Rider's going to quest. Is that game?
Flynn Rider's not going to quest.
Yes, it is. It's been on the board since the previous game, and she gets to 20. Oh my God!
Gets the win with Erica. What do I keep telling you? Super Goof is amazing.
Super Peanut Power's coming all the way through there. The Super Goof off the top. Joe can't believe it. I've just seen a mugging.
Oh, and I thought the Flynn Rider was down that turn, but it wasn't. It was down the previous turn. Erica put down the McDuck Manor and the Flynn Rider, forcing Joe to put all of his resources into getting rid of the McDuck Manor, so she could then come down with a Super Goof and the Flynn Rider. And unfortunately, that leaves the Italian casters 2-0 up against the British casters. And yeah, I think we might be off the team at this point. I think we might be replaced.
Oh, that was absolutely incredible. And they're just coming back. Yeah, she's thrilled. The Super Peanut Powers. Joe looks demoralized. He's not on it. You're going to see his face in just a moment.
And welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge from the lovely city of Bologna in Italy. My name's Ross, and I'm here with Joe. Let's face it, you probably deserved it. Curly, who just played a very fun game. So, talk to me about Super Goof.
Super Goof. Not really familiar with that card. What does it do?
Well, apparently it beats you on stream, Joe. That is mostly what it does.
I was feeling so confident right there. I thought I'd finally stabilized a bit, but no.
You were, I mean, I'll give you your due there, mate. You were coming back beautifully in that game. It was a really fun game. I loved watching it. You got the early Inkcaster. Your opponent, Erica, she had no answer to the Inkcaster. So your deck actually started working.
I know, could you believe it? It actually worked.
Oh, you got the Gaston down. You actually used Cheshire Cat more than once. You had the Milo Fatch coming in, doing its thing. Reminded everyone, including myself, someone I'd not really thought about for a while, but the Let It Go, putting it in the ink, shifted will get you 2 ink.
Yeah, it was quite nice.
And your deck seemed to be working, and then Erica's like, Super Goof.
Super Goof. Yeah, and I had the Under the Sea, which I could have used on the Flynn Rider to deny 1 lore, but I was like, 1 lore doesn't matter. It's not going to be able to get 2 lore out of nowhere, but Super Goof had other ideas. I feel like you willed that one into existence.
Well, no, I was rooting for you because I let the side down yesterday, of course, in my match against Sylvia. Ironically, I used Super Goof myself. It just didn't do enough. So I kind of needed you to even the score, because even if we get time now for Baker to play against Julia, and even if Baker pulls off a convincing win, we still lose as a team, and it's our fault.
Okay, well, we did lose 2-0 overall, didn't we, to the Italians so far? I lost to Tim as well. So
You're having a shocker on stream.
I've not done well. I've not done well. But I've had a lot of fun in all the games. They've been really spicy games.
Is there an argument, I'm just putting this out there, don't get mad at me, all right? Is there an argument that 36 uninkables is too many, even with hidden Inkcaster?
No. I don't think so. I think 36 is fine. I would play more, but cards like Flaversham and Popsicle are just too good not to play. I would be tempted to play more. You saw my mulligan. I just kept the 2 inkable cards and got rid of the rest.
I did see that. I did spot that. That was not lost on me. Okay, here's a question. What if you play against somebody who plays item removal?
Well, the big problem, and I found this out at a set championships I played at recently with this deck, is I played against Zoe, who we actually saw on the stream in Bochum. I think you cast one of her games. She was playing Amber Steel Songs. And she was playing Amber Steel Songs again. She goes Queen on 1, shifts Queen on 2, and then sings Bare Necessities to discard my hidden Inkcaster from my hand. I just had a hand of uninkables. A turn later, I was at 3 ink. I just go, pass. Nothing done. I had just a hand of uninkables.
I mean, yeah. I get nervous playing Sapphire decks because you have to survive a few turns and then you get rolling. I think that might be a step too far for me. I genuinely do. I applaud you for trying something very, very different. I love the idea of the deck. And look, I've started throwing my deck ideas at you as we're wandering around after the event. So you hear where my thoughts are at. They're not necessarily much better.
They're mainly looking towards Simba or Pinocchio. Ross's deck ideas, I've got this deck idea. I'm going to play Pinocchio, or I'm going to play Simba.
Yeah, they're great cards. I don't know what we're talking about. They're 2 cost and they quest for free. But they never work. Every game I'm like, yay. I got double Simba down yesterday. And Sylvia was just like, get rid of that one, get rid of that one. I played 3 Simba and quested with 0 of them. Yeah. And then lost by like 6 lore. So, yeah.
The most serious match you and I have ever played against each other was a Stitch set championship.
It was.
And I was coming off the back of a pretty good tournament performance, feeling very confident. I was literally just off the plane.
We literally just met. You got top 4 at a tournament in Poland, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, right, so we've got this Lorcana villain dude who I've heard of him. He's pretty good. Oh, and some dude who's just got top 4 at a tournament in Poland. So I played you round 1, obviously. Baker round 3. I got paired up round 2. That literally the hardest possible route through that tournament. Still got my Stitch. Pretty proud of myself. But yeah, I did grief you a little bit hard on that with Maleficent and Befuddle.
Yeah, it wasn't just Maleficent Befuddle. It was Maleficent on 1 and then turned to another Maleficent and a Befuddle.
Yeah, it was a pretty good opening.
Really good opening.
I'll be honest with you.
And you were showing me your Inkwell, let's not forget.
Yeah, you told that story on stream yesterday. Yeah, there were 6. There were 3. Was it Prince. No, the Prince. There was free the Prince and free Hercules.
Yeah.
And, you know, 6 turns in, my ink was literally Prince, 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 bodyguard, Hercules, Hercules, Hercules. I thought that was really interesting. And I thought, you know, here's a nice guy. We're having a friendly game of Lorcana. We're literally inside the Disney store. There's Disney music playing. I think this is, even though it's a set championship, it doesn't matter. We're quite relaxed. I think you'll find this fun. And you're like, oh, you're not allowed to do that.
I mean, to be fair, I was like, not going to be that guy going, judge my opponent's cheating. I was just like, bit of a warning, probably shouldn't do that again.
Oh, I think you and I remember this in very different ways, my friend. But I feel like now we're kind of on this casting team together.
Yeah.
The problems of our past are left in the past.
Well, maybe not.
I mean, you brought it up both days on stream this weekend.
I'm still salty. I can't believe that you got me with the befuddle on turn 2 Maleficent. I was so confident. And I got paired down, didn't get to play against Baker, and I never got to win the first ever set championships.
Yeah, but I did
thanks to your befuddles.
Yeah, but I did get paired against Baker, and I didn't get to win the first ever set championships. And now we have to hear it from Baker every time we see him. Come down the hotel in the morning, I'm like, morning, Baker. And he's like, won the first ever set championships.
I won the second. Well, the first Ursula one.
I do feel like if there's another one of these that we're all invited to for Shimmering Skies, I kind of have to win it.
A lot of pressure. We are going to take a quick look at the updated bracket in a moment. The players are in this part of the building, and they are seated and ready. I'm seeing some shuffling going on, so pretty excited to see what decks have made it through into the top 4. It is the top 4 now, right?
It is the top 4 now. This is my last game of the day. We've got Victor with your Sapphire Steel against Pierre with your Amber Steel. And then we've got Ella, with that, his name, I'm really sorry, I'm pronouncing that name badly and I know it, with Sapphire Ruby. And here's the thing, that's the Queen deck. So far, we don't have any Emerald Steel, and we don't have any Ruby Amethyst. Now, there is one still to be confirmed. That could change, but the 2 best decks are not in top 4 right now, and I'm sorry, but Ella's deck there, I love that deck so much. I want to see the Queen winning.
It is so much fun. It's such an impressive deck. Also, a friend of Theatime, who we saw win the Bochum Challenge, so that is a very strong prep group. What a deck that is with the Queen. If you haven't seen it yet already, you are not going to want to miss that one. But because we've got the first semi-final ready, we are going to be watching Victor versus Pierre. I believe the second semi-final is still not quite ready to go, as there's another match ongoing.
Can you imagine going to their locals and being like, you sit down, you're like, wait, that's the Bochum Disney Lorcana Challenge champion, and that's a Bologna Disney Law. Like, how are you supposed to play at that locals with 2 of the 3 challenge champions? I mean, that does not seem fair.
No, that seems like a very, very stacked local scene, that's for sure.
Imagine Frank Carsten walks up and then it's just like everyone else just leaves the building. There is no point. You can't win.
No, absolutely. Players are now getting ready to put their headphones on. They're having a nice little chat. I can see one of them's got one of the T-shirts available on the prize wall. Let's not forget, there's lots of other Lorcana going on in the building. It's not just the semi-finals. There's also a bunch of side events taking place where you can do all sorts of fun things like pack battles, earn yourself some prize tickets, and that is going to be pack. Did somebody say pack?
I heard packs coming out.
Yeah, packs
so, you know, figure we might just open a nice little pack here. Our poor director has been getting it from me all weekend, like an opens packs now. When do I get to open packs? I might need to stop asking in a minute for fear of not being invited back. That's my boy Prince Eric. Made me look very good in the guest of flavor text yesterday. We got another Prince Eric heavy pack.
One more Prince Eric.
We got Jasmine. We've got the Super M Minnie Mouse and Benja coming out to say hello. Since Bochum, have you got any better at opening the packs?
I have. Look at me go.
Nice, proud of you, mate.
Megara. Farley. Daisy Duck, Tong, Magic Broom, the Lively Sweeper.
Nice.
Lively Broom, the Aerial Cleaner. Okay, can we get 3 Magic Brooms in a row? Never done before. Aladdin.
Yeah, that's a good card, that Aladdin.
Hercules. Scuttle, which is in the top 4.
I know you love some Scuttle.
Ruby Sapphire deck. Never underestimate the... Wait, one sec. Let's just pretend this card isn't in there. I'm just going to... We never saw that. We never saw the Super Goof. Minnie Mouse. And the Plank. Super Goof, of course, that card which just took me down in the most dominant of fashions.
Super Goof made you look like a super goof. Had to do it. There's one more for the pun. If anyone's counting out there, there is one more out there. We've got Seldom, All They Seem, we've got First Aid, we've got Farzo, we've got Yao, Ursula's Trickery, Felix is here. I love the art on this Olaf with all of the carrots. We've got a super rare Aurora, super rare Aerial Sonic Warrior, and a rare Elsa Storm
really nice
Chaser.
art.
Get to exert it to give a chosen character challenge +2 and rush for the turn.
I've got Diablo, Ana. Look out for a shift option with Ana in Amethyst. 7-cost Floodborn. Could be a nice Sapphire Amethyst deck brewing. I've got a Pluto, a Hercules, Poor Unfortunate Souls, Triton's Decree, Flotsam and Jetsam, Megara, Mulan, Rapunzel. We don't talk about Bruno.
Don't talk about it, mate. Don't talk about it.
Ana. 2 Anas in one pack?
I like that Ana. So that's the one.
I like it too. Hero.
If you have a hero in play, you get +1. But there's some other hero cards I really like and some Queen.
Like Super Goof.
And we got things like the Hans. If you've got a princess or queen in play, when you play it, you gain a lore. Not unlike our friend the Goat. And I'm just saying, there is a deck in there somewhere. I am sure of it.
I agree.
We got ourselves RLS Legacies Cannon. That's a card we like very much indeed. And a Megara as well.
Yeah, in this show match, when the Flynn Rider came down on turn 2, I was panicking because I just inked Milo Thatch and played Popsicle. And I was not convinced I was going to be able to stop that Flynn Rider anytime soon, but I got very lucky to draw into Morph.
Oh, no, I noticed that.
I've got, is it Jacques or is it Gus? It's Jacques, which we saw at the first round, didn't we?
Yeah, that's a good card. Gives the character Reckless.
Hogsworth, Li Shang, Magic Broom, Triton's Decree, Lost in the Woods, Nessus, Iduna, Hercules. I got another one before the foil. I got the Elsa Storm Chaser.
We like the Elsa
After
Storm Chaser.
Elsa dispersed Ursula's Storm, Ana was nowhere to be found. Argus as well.
See, I like that. I like the Arges. I think I heard one last pack in my ear.
Yeah, I think maybe one last pack.
I think I heard one last pack. Sometimes it's a bit hard to hear. There's a lot of noise in the room. I think we heard one last pack. We will be incredibly quick. We could do the duo pack here.
I'll be quick. I'll catch up.
Catch up.
Pegasus, Bell.
There's Prince Eric.
Beast, Camillo.
There's your medallions.
Contract, Imperial Bow.
Hercules.
Treasures Untold.
We got Elsa.
Aurora.
And Olaf.
And Pete.
Nice, okay. And it looks like I think we might be getting round. Of course, there was a couple minutes of break while we were waiting for the players to have a look at deck lists, a very important part of this day 2. But I think the players might have had enough deck list action, and that means we can get into some playing action. I think that is what we are going to be looking at here, because of course one of the important things about the top 64, it is open deck lists. Not only are you allowed to know what your opponent is playing, we'll literally give you that deck list and let you have a good old look at it.
But not during the game. You get to look at it before the game, but not during the game, which I think is a nice thing, because otherwise I think the games would be quite slow, especially in untimed rounds. You could really just be analysing, let me look through every card in your discard pile and see exactly what's left. So I think it's nice that it's just available for the game, plenty of time to try and get that memorised.
And there's a little bit of skill there as well, but I think we are ready to be heading down to the table here for our top 4 game right now.
That was good. This is an Lorcana challenge here in Bologna. This is the first semi-final of the day. The player who wins this, of course, will be getting into the final. That is how this works.
Well, yes, generally the player who wins the semi-final does get into the final. Thank you for that confirmation, Joe.
In case anyone was unaware.
But this is going to be a very fun game. I'm also going to see, hopefully when we get confirmation of our final semi-finalists, somebody will send us a little bit of a message and we will be able to share that with you, because that is a very important note. We've got Victor here on your Sapphire Steel and Pierre on your Amber Steel, and then of course we've got Sapphire Ruby on the other side of the bracket. We're still waiting to hear what their opponent is going to be. But we've got Steel Song. There were 2 of them in the top 4 of Fort Worth, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
they played a mirror match. We had one in the final. Could we see, after really not making much noise, pun intended, are we going to see Steel Song in the final of 2 challenges in a row?
So Victor is the highest seed. Both players on 48 points from day 1 in Swiss, but there's some tiebreakers, and Victor came out victorious on those, so it's the highest seed, slightly, and will be going first. We saw in the last game I cast as well, both players were on that 48-point mark, and they were pretty high up. They were like 7th and 10th seed, so it's going to be that kind of ballpark. So very strong Swiss performances from both players, so no surprise to still see them in the tournament at this stage.
Absolutely. We have gotten down to the 4 best players in the field. I think it's 4. There might still be one of the top 4 games going on. Sorry, one of the top 8 games to go to the top 4. And I do actually think we might have had a little bit. I'm going to check here. We might know the other top 4.
Now, Pierre, I saw in their Amber Steel Song deck, has a slightly unorthodox card in the shape of Perdita. It's a 6-cost uninkable legendary, as we see Victor ink a legendary card in Bell and play a Fortisphere. It's a common card. You're inking a legendary, but that's the beauty of this in Lorcana. Sometimes you need to ink those legendary cards.
Sometimes you absolutely do, and no, unfortunately, the top 4, the last to decide the final top 4 is still going on, but we are going in our top 4 game. Looks like we are inking a...
Was that a golden harp? It was.
Was a harp, and Cinderella comes down. Pretty classic turn 1 as we draw a Cogsworth over on Victor's side of the board.
Yeah, and a big thing for Victor here is they have access to that Fishbone Quill. One thing that Pierre might try to do, as we see the Baboon remove Cinderella, is they could on turn 2 go for bare necessities. I'm not sure if it's an option, and potentially discard that Fishbone Quill. They do have it, so the Baboon for Victor is removing the Cinderella, stopping her being able to sing bare necessities. But Pierre could still spend that 2 ink for it, targeting the Fishbone Quill. That's exactly what happens.
And you do see the Fishbone Quill. Now, there is another option there. We've got Anna Long Game Zeus, and I believe there's a Fortisphere there as well. But no, going straight for the Fishbone Quill. That had to be the case. Get rid of that. Really slow your opponent down. Get rid of their extra ink. And, you know, when these Sapphire decks get too high on ink, it opens up way too many options for them.
Yeah, and Victor no longer has a ramp tool in hand. Doesn't have Mickey Mouse, no other Fishbone Quills. And we know that Sapphire likes to ramp. Victor with the mulligan was kind of targeting getting this Fishbone Quill down on turn 3. But that's the power of the bare necessities. Unlike Ursa the Deceiver, it's not just song cards it targets, it's any non-character card, including locations. And in this case, importantly, it includes items like Fishbone Quill as well.
Very nice. We got the Fortisphere down there, and we pass over to Pierre, who's going to ink a Robin Hood and just pass straight back over. Nothing else to be done. No good free cost card. Really not what you were looking for there. You'd like to try and get some characters on the board, but that's what happens when you play too many songs. You don't always get the characters, but Victor inks and passes just straight back.
Yeah, 4 ink on the board for Victor. Without that Fishbone Quill, Pierre's really slowed them down. Rapunzel, not how you usually use her.
Nope.
Of course, this Rapunzel gifted with healing is an alternative art available as a promo card, both on the prize wall as a non-foil, but both players have already secured their Rapunzel playmat and foil card as Victor responds with a Cogsworth.
Yeah, inking the Baboom and then putting down the Cogsworth here. That lovely 5-cost quest for 2 with Ward that gives all of your other characters resist 1. That is a very good card, one that sees a huge amount of play. So if you're playing these Sapphire decks, there's a very good chance you're playing old Cogsworth or Big Ben if you're in France.
So Pierre's singing Let the Storm Rage On and damaging their own Rapunzel because they have a bunch of cards in hand they don't want to ink. They can't target Cogsworth with Ward, but this allows them to find the Ursula Vanessa, which was drawn from the Let the Storm Rage On, and allow them to play the Robin Hood. Otherwise, the Robin Hood was the only inkable card available. 2 Perditas in hand for Pierre, which I would imagine are probably the only 2 in the deck, and a whole new world as an option.
We do see the Tinkerbell coming down, being inked to play another Tinkerbell. That puts a third damage on Rapunzel, and it puts a damage onto that Robin Hood there. This would be a great time to play a Rapunzel gifted with healing.
It sure would. Now, Cogsworth could be challenging the Rapunzel, but instead it's exerted to sing. Grab your swords, which is going to put 2 extra damage counters onto the Robin Hood, as well as removing the Rapunzel. Strength of a Raging Fire, and it looks like it might be a signed copy, is drawn by Pierre. So it's Strength of a Raging Fire, 2 Peditas, and a whole new world. Pedita can bring back a 1 or 2 cost character from the discard pile and play it onto the board. Is there any available? Well, there's
Cinderella from right back in turn 1. And you need to remember, the Let the Storm Rage On, the damage from that onto the Rapunzel is what opened up Victor being able to take it out with a Grab Your Swords. We'll see if that has a big effect as we go later on through the game. But Pedita getting Cinderella feels like a very good win. Fishbone Quill gets inked to play a Lucky Dime, and I am liking this. We could get, no, we're out of ink for the time being, but next turn that can start getting a minimum of 2 lore per turn.
You might be liking the Lucky Dime, but Pierre is certainly not liking the look of that. A big grimace on their face when the Lucky Dime hits the board. If they don't have cards like Benja or Beast Hard-Headed, that Lucky Dime is going to remain on the board for the rest of the game, and those are not usually cards Amber Steel Songs has access to. There's another Pedita in hand, there's the Whole New World, but Let the Storm Rage On has been drawn, which could of course be sung by Cinderella.
It could, and you can get some damage down, but it would have to be onto Tinkerbell, and it would not be enough. Of course, we've got resist on that Tinkerbell now as well from the Cogsworth. Cogsworth's got wards that can't be chosen by effects, so there is quite a lot of protection on the board here right now. Victor might only have a couple of characters, but they're quite beefy, and Pierre, Cinderella's all right, Pedita's all right, the Robin Hood's pretty good. No one's got any lore yet, but it does seem like Victor's set up. I'm preferring it right now.
Yeah, Pierre's hand is a little bit awkward because whenever Pedita quests, it can also put a character from the discard back into play, and the Pedita in hand as well, but there's no other 1 or 2 cost characters available for Pierre to bring back with either Pedita.
That is not ideal. If you've got a bunch in the discard, you can start flooding your board really nicely, but not an option right now. I mean, you can still use your Cinderella for singing. It's nice if she's on the board, but you really don't want to be getting full value, and that's what's not happening. You're playing Pedita, but you're not recovering a character. You played Rapunzel, but you didn't draw any cards.
Yeah, exactly.
Pierre's not getting full value out of his cards in this game, and it's turning into a problem.
That is true, but Victor's also in top deck mode. Finds the Flaversham, though, off the top, and that's
Beautiful.
A huge moment, because suddenly the draw engine is available for Victor, down to 0 cards, but now with a Flaversham on the board, that is going to be very difficult for Pierre to stop Victor drawing cards.
Does have a whole new world if you really want to go for it and get a lot of new cards, but I do think we're at the stage where Pierre would quite like a new hand of cards, frankly.
Well, both players have the whole new world now, so we're in a bit of an interesting spot where whoever goes for the whole new world is maybe putting themselves at a slight disadvantage because you're losing out on lore potentially to do that if you're singing it. The Lucky Dime is going to be the first lore on the board for Victor, and in fact the first lore on the board in this semi-final at all. Nearly 8 minutes in, and we've finally got some lore, Ross.
I mean, it was going to happen eventually. It's nice that we finally get some lore. Now my big question is, who, if either player, is going to be playing Whole New World? Of course, both players know the other plays it. Both players do not know the other has it. And we are inking here, Rise of the Titans. And it seems like a pass.
Yeah, the Whole New World still in hand for Victor. And interestingly, Pierre has that bare necessities. So while they might decide to ink it, they could be tempted to make a read that it's maybe like another Lucky Dime or some kind of song. They do ink it though, and Pierre's going to exert it to play the Golden Harp. Now, if this banishes itself at the end of the turn, it could be pulled back by Pedita. So Golden Harp, if you're not singing a song or not playing a song, the turn that it's on the board, it will banish itself into the discard pile.
But Pedita being able to bring it back to a bit of a win. Here we see the Whole New World, and both players there getting a look at, oh, my opponent also had only one card, and it was Whole New World.
And Pierre, another grimace when they see that the one card was a whole new world. They were probably hoping for something like a Tamatoa or something along these lines. Finds another Bare Necessities, which is an interesting option, and it is going to be sung after a whole new world. I always really like Ross being able to play either Bare Necessities or Ursula Deceiver. Just seeing what's in your opponent's hand, getting all that information is really crucial.
It is, but all you hit there was a single Porpsicle. And look, we like Porpsicle. It's a one-cost item. Draws a card when you play it. Can be banished with Hiram Flavisham to draw cards, but it's really not what you were looking for there. You were looking for something a little bit more impactful.
Yeah, and the other thing for Pierre is as the whole new worlds go through, if they can manage to discard any 1 or 2 cost characters via a whole new world, then suddenly these Peditas, every time they are questing, is going to be able to bring a character from the discard into play. And that could get dangerous very, very quickly.
Yeah, it really could. We see some questing here with Perdita. No, we're singing with Perdita. We're singing and along came Zeus to get rid of the Tinkerbell.
Now, just to make clear, on the board for Victor, there is a Flaversham and a Cogsworth. The rest of the cards on the board are actually Victor's hand, which was seen by Bare Necessities. They could pick it up if they want to, but Victor's just, he's not really feeling like it right now.
That would be a great board. Like, if that was an actual board, that would be amazing. Unlikely, but would be amazing.
It would be pretty good. In comes Mr. Smee, only going to cost 2, but it can quest for 2. And speaking of questing for 2, it's the Piglet, Pooh Pirate Captain. And this is the power, Ross, of that Bare Necessities, because Pierre could have discarded Grab Your Sword there if it was in Victor's hand, but Victor could draw it. It's Rise of the Titans, but Flaversham, 2 more cards for Victor to find the Grab Your Swords. Can they do it? I think they did it, Ross. I think it's Baboom, and is it a Grab Your Swords?
I think it might be a whole new world. No, it's a Fortis Sphere.
Doesn't look like it's happened. I'm sure someone caught that.
I'm not. I didn't see it in his hand personally. I'm not saying it's not there. I'm just saying I haven't seen it. I saw Fortis Sphere. I saw a Baboom. I mean, I definitely want to Baboom the Piglet, if nothing else.
Even the Fortis Sphere is going to provide another card draw opportunity. So you could go for the Fortis Sphere, then maybe draw another card, and that could be the card that Victor is looking for. Let's see what they go for. It is going to be the Fortis Sphere. Probably looking for that Grab Your Swords. It's a Tinkerbell, which is certainly not the worst idea at a moment like this where there's lots of characters on your opponent's side of the board. But is Tinkerbell going to be enough? Because Pierre is questing for an incredible amount, Ross, with the Robin Hood, the Golden Heart, the Piglet, the Smee, the double Perdita. They all quest for 2, and there's a Cinderella just tucked at the top of the screen, which I do believe is still on the board.
12 is the total we're going to be questing for next turn. Assuming all those characters remain on the board, I believe Pierre is questing for 12 next turn.
Just 12 in a single turn. Not bad, eh?
I mean, to be fair, Ella in the interview earlier told me they got 33 lore in one turn with Tamatoa so far, so I'm going to be honest with you.
There's the Tinkerbell. It removes the Robin Hood with the help of Cogsworth. 1 damage onto everything, but everything else on Pierre's board remains. Robin Hood banished, but no card drawn, Ross. It's only when Robin Hood is banished in a challenge that Pierre would draw a card.
Yes, correct. So lots of damage on the board, but there's still so much questing power. We do see the Baboom coming down and getting rid of the Piglet. So that's at least 1, but we've still got 2 from the... Remind me what's on the left-hand side there. Oh, the Golden Harp. Yeah. We've still got 2 for the Golden Harp, 2 from the Smee, 2 from each of the Perdita, and 1 from the Cinderella. That's still 9 lore. That is not too shabby. NTS.
Pierre as well now has got that Cinderella back in the camera shot. The board was so wide that it was easy to almost forget about Cinderella being there for a moment. Of course, if they have Cinderella stout-hearted, that could be a really interesting shift option as well. Now, this Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain got banished by Victor, but guess what, Ross? When Perdita quests, that Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain can be coming back down onto the board. Interestingly, the Smee could challenge Cogsworth as well, banishing the Smee, and then it could be pulled back by another Perdita. So Pierre's got some really interesting options here. They're going to sing Let the Storm Rage On with Cinderella. damage their own Perdita. I think I see where this is going.
I think I see where this is going as well. I think we might be seeing a Rapunzel gifted with healing.
There it is.
Now that is full value. You are then getting 3 extra cards from the Rapunzel here. That is exactly what we're looking at. There's another signed card in the deck there as well.
Whole new world. Amazing.
Very nice indeed. Lorcana does allow you to play with signed cards, and that makes me very happy.
Agreed. I was playing with some as well in the show match.
I mentioned it.
I'm glad. I'm glad.
How many uninkables are you playing again?
So Smee, definitely considering that option to challenge the Cogsworth, banishing the Smee, bringing it back with Perdita. I do believe the only 1-cost character in the discard is the Piglet, and the Smee is now joining Piglet into the discard pile, but I don't think that's going to be for very long at all.
No, your quest with both the Perdita bring both of those characters right back, and Pierre is navigating this wonderfully. Early in the game, Pierre was not getting the proper value from their cards, but now they are, and crucially, their opponents only got 3 lore, and that's the key.
Yep.
It doesn't matter if you have a slow start, if you're not using all your resources as efficiently as you want to, as long as your opponent doesn't have a ridiculous start. And right now, that has not happened.
Pierre still with 3 ink remaining. He's going to spend all 3 of that ink on an aerial spectacular singer. They're going to look at the top 4 cards of their deck. And if any of them are songs, they can go into the hand, but none of them are. And look at Victor. Victor loves it. Victor's very happy about that.
We've seen a lot of whiffs off aerial on stream today. People are not having the best of luck. But look at Pierre's board. Cinderella, Perdita, your Golden Harp, your aerial, your Rapunzel. Looks like we've just inked a Lawrence as well. So we could be seeing another character. Here we see questing with, well, both the Perdita and the Golden Harp. That is 6 extra lore. And we're also going to be bringing back 2 characters, which is going to be Mr. Smee and Piglet.
It's Mr. Smee, the bumbling mate, and the captain supporting them in Piglet as well. It's just glorious to see.
Yeah, and of course, Mr. Smee takes a damage if exerted at the end of your turn, but that is not the case if you've got a captain down, and Piglet is very much a captain. So it looks like we're back over to Victor here. We are questing, I believe, with Hiram Flavisham, getting rid of that Fortisphere, drawing a couple of cards. Is it what they need, though?
Tinkerbell still ready and waiting. Of course, can challenge a character and then deal 2 damage elsewhere. So that's going to be a really nice control option for Victor to just slow down the questing potential of Pierre. The problem is they got rid of that Piglet the last turn, but with a simple quest from Perdita, it came right back. We're really seeing the power of Perdita from Pierre here.
And that's the thing. When you've got Perdita down, your opponent can't just take out your Piglet and be like, yay, job done. You've got to take out the Piglet and the Perdita, or else the Piglet's just going to come straight back. And it makes it really frustrating. And at this point, I think Pierre is in a really commanding position because his deck is now set up. Those 2 Perdita are recovering characters. And Victor, you know, if this was a Ruby deck, a Ruby Sapphire deck, well then, you know, player be prepared, get rid of all of those characters, and then you can feel really good about making that comeback. But Sapphire Steel does not have those kind of cards like Be Prepared. Clearing this board is going to be a Herculean task, and if you don't clear the board quickly, you are not going to win the game.
And Pierre is threatening around 14 or 15 lore here in a single turn. 15 lore in a single turn.
Only
so
needs 12.
Victor really needs to remove as many characters from Pierre's side of the board as possible.
Yeah, we've got 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Might just be, plus the 2 extra from the Piglets. So yeah, it is 15 here. So you need to take away, I mean, absolute minimum 4 lore worth of questing from Pierre. And that's just to only put Pierre on 19 lore next turn.
Yeah, and that is definitely doable for Victor with that Tinkerbell being able to challenge into the Golden Harp and then the 2 damage onto the Piglet, which is exactly what happens. But that means there's 2 more characters for Pierre in the discard, which Perdita can bring back. But
well, one Perdita goes down from the, and along came Zeus.
Yeah. It wasn't sung, but doesn't matter. Still getting rid of Perdita, but for Pierre, it's another big turn of questing, and Victor is still 16 lore away, although that lucky dime is still on the board for Victor.
It is still on the board, but Pierre can go from 8 all the way up to 16 this turn just by questing of everything if they so wish, and then could even, but instead we do want to use Cinderella for singing, dealing 1 damage to Cinderella. Remember, Cogsworth is lowering that down. Pay a bit more ink here. Looks like we might be playing a character of some description.
Looks like Ariel's being hovered here by Pierre. They're really leaning towards that. Having some second thoughts, though, potentially. Of course, Ariel as a singer 5 is a really nice option to have down on the board to sing those powerful Steel songs. It's a big reason we see Amber and Steel pairing so well together because of this Ariel card.
Yep, Steel have the good songs. Well, so do Amber, to be fair. But Amber have the good singer. Steel have the good songs. Whack them together, and you have this Steel song deck of which so many people are fond. Now, we've quested up to 14 with Pierre here, so we need to try and preserve 6 lore worth of questing. So we're just going to try and get more characters. Of course, Perdita's going to recover 1. Is it going to be Harp, or is it going to be Piglet? Going for the Harp here. Piglet would get 1 more lore.
Yeah. Piglet 1 more lore, but that 2 extra willpower on Golden Harp means that it's not going to be removed by a Grab Your Swords. And in comes the Smee and the Robin Hood. This is what Amber Steel songs can do so well, utilizing the whole new world card draw and then just developing a really wide board with big questing power.
Yeah, and if you're Victor, you need to try and end the game quickly. We're eyeing up a Tamatoa with a lucky dime already on the board, but that's the only item on the board. So you wouldn't get enough. Now, if Victor had 6 items on the board, then we can talk. But unfortunately, I think 6 is the minimum you would need to win the game this term. And I'm not sure, and Victor is looking, and it does look like Victor is conceding the first game. Pierre is too far ahead with too good of a board, and we are heading to game 2.
And there was a big reaction from the crowd here, watching the games along with us live here in Bologna. Big shout out to all of those people, as well as the people watching from home, enjoying the very best of Disney Lorcana action.
We showed Pierre's top 8 game, and there was a big cheer and chanting when Pierre made their way into top 4. We saw a big cheer there when Pierre won the first game. Pierre, clearly a very popular player in the room. Can they win 1 more here and get themselves towards that final? They've already got their invitation to the European Championships. They've got all of the promo cards, including the Mickey. What they don't have yet is a title of champion, or a binder with every foil card, including all the enchanted from Ursula's Return.
Oh, wouldn't that be nice? I wouldn't mind one of those, that's for sure. So, very interesting to see Pierre's different take on the Amber Steel song deck. Many of the staple cards we expect to see, Ariel, Whole New World, Cinderella, but the Perditas, the Golden Harps, doing really very well. And the Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain really almost becoming close to a staple card in this Amber Steel songs deck. We saw Frank Carsten win with it in Lille. Pierre looking to do the same thing.
Absolutely, and it's awkward because you watch these games and you're like, but Piglet never works.
Yeah.
You never actually get to quest with Piglet. The thing is, if you do, free lore on a 2-cost character is absurd. And secondly, you don't get to quest because your opponent sees it and goes, I have got to get rid of that right now. And they start using resources to go after the Piglet, which means they're not using their resources to do other stuff, and you're basically forcing your opponent to play the game that you want them to play, and that's a bit of a win.
I think a really big moment in that game was that turn 2 bare necessities discarding the Fishbone Quill. So maybe Pierre here with the opening mulligan might try to learn from that and maybe even try and get 2 Fishbone Quills in their opening hand. Maybe a Fishbone Quill and a Mickey Mouse. We saw the Fishbone Quill getting discarded and then Victor having no more ramp to fall back on.
Which is not what you wanted. You ended up without getting that ramp, which means that this Sapphire Steel deck does not work as intended. Of course, this was my pick for the weekend, Sapphire Steel. It's a favorite deck of a lot of players in the room, so Baker was telling me. But right now, it is in trouble of going out in this top 4 match.
Yeah, Victor did have a Mickey Mouse in their opening hand, possibly even 2 Mickey Mouse, or Mickey Mice. And looks like there is still a Fishbone Quill and a Mickey. So this time if Pierre is to go for that same bare necessities play, Victor will at least have that Mickey Mouse to fall back on.
which is always a bonus. Mickey Mouse, your free cost uninkable that ramps up when you play it. Get an extra ink into the inkwell there, which is a bit of a win.
Yep, Victor going to shuffle the deck, of course, after the mulligan. Pierre is ready and waiting, presenting their deck to Victor to give a little cut, maybe a little shuffle, to make sure that everything's all okay with both players. There's our lovely table with some very big dice. I need some big dice as well. Big die, I suppose, is the correct phrase.
No, one big die, two big dice.
Oh.
One die, two dice.
I was so close.
You were right the first time.
I was. And also you can see the first chapter Mickey Mouse deck box there. I think that belongs to Pierre. A pretty nice deck box to have indeed.
Yeah.
I've got the Captain Hook one with me.
I've got the Mickey Mouse one with me.
Oh, look at that.
It's beautiful. I love it. Gifted by Ravensburger, I should say, which was very kind of them to do so. So here we go into game 2, and it looks like Victor is going first. We play the Fishbone Quill into the inkwell, and then the Fortisphere comes down onto the board, drawing a card, and we pass over to Pierre, who's there's 3 Tinkerbell and an Aerial in hand here.
Yeah, they all cost 6. With the Fishbone Quill, you can get those 6 cost characters down on turn 4. With Mickey Mouse, it's not going to be until turn 5 that you can get those 6 cost characters down. So Victor's going to be hoping to draw into some characters they can play soon. Robin Hood for Pierre. Victor does have a Baboon, which can remove the 1 cost characters. Pierre's going to be looking to try and maybe sing A Whole New World nice and early. But that is denied by this Baboon coming through as Bell goes into the inkwell.
Yeah, absolutely does. Fishbone Quill got inked, but hopefully next turn we can still have a Mickey. We've got at least 2 Strength of a Raging Fire in Pierre's hand. We've got a Lawrence, we've got a Rapunzel gifted with healing. So we've got a few options here. A lot of inkable cards. Question is, where do we want to go? Do we have a good 2 cost?
It's the Mr. Smee, the Moosh, I believe it is.
Well, he's been inked, so was there a second Mr. Smee?
I'm not sure. I think there is right at the front of the hand.
Yeah.
There's also an Ursula Vanessa as an option. So Ursula Vanessa, not going to be questing for as much as Mr. Smee, but is able to sing 4 cost songs and 3 cost songs as well. So able to sing Strength, Storm Rage On, as well as And Then Along Came Zeus.
Which is not too shabby at all. Back over to Victor, and we see inking one of those Tinkerbell. There were multiple in hand, and here is the predicted Mickey. Just a reminder that that Mickey Mouse inks the top card of your deck. It is done blind. You don't even get to see which card you put in your inkwell, which does actually mean you then start losing that tiny bit of knowledge of what is available for you for the rest of the game.
Very true indeed. It's going to be back on over to Pierre. Mickey Mouse on the side of the board for Victor with the Fortisphere. Pierre with that Ursula Vanessa. Baboom in the discard for Victor, and that Robin Hood in the discard for Pierre.
Yeah, we see another Mr. Smee going into the inkwell. That's 2 now. And Lawrence comes out, a card that a few weeks ago was seeing very little play, but is now coming out a lot in these Steel Song decks. When it's undamaged, it's a free cost inkable 4/4, the quest for 2, and that is a very nice stat line indeed.
Yeah, so if Pierre went for the Smee on turn 2, they'd have 1 law more at this stage. But look at the hand for Victor. Those Tinkerbells and the Aerial are still not able to come down. Remember, if this was Fishbone Quill on turn 3, Victor could have gotten to 6 this turn, but instead is going to ink a Tink and then pass play on to Pierre.
And it must be quite frustrating because game 1, you're relying on the Fishbone Quill, it gets hit with a Bare Necessities. Game 2, you're like, I'm not falling for that again, I'm going to put it in the inkwell, and no Bare Necessities comes down. You could have had it.
And speaking of frustrating, the Aerial has missed again. Ross, do you remember what Victor inked on turn 1 this game?
Mr. Smee.
It was Fishbone Quill, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, sorry. So Pierre inked Mr. Smee.
Yes.
Yes, Victor inked Fishbone Quill. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Inked it, and then no Bare Necessities came down.
Absolutely.
So you've had the worst of both worlds. The turn you keep it, it goes away. The turn you give it away, you could have kept it.
Yeah, so even though Bare Necessities wasn't available for Pierre, Victor was so worried about it, and I do believe that only the discard target in hand was going to be that Fishbone. Victor ends up inking it to make sure that that Bare Necessities is getting no value, but then ends up having to skip a whole turn where the Fishbone Quill would have allowed them to have a whole Tinkerbell on the board by now, which would be such a different board state.
It's all about decisions. Made that decision going. I tried to use it game one. It didn't work out. I'm not falling for that again. And unfortunately, it would have worked this game, but it's one of those things you're never to know. You know your opponent's playing it. You know that they can search it with Aerial and sing it early. It's annoying, but it's one of those things as Tinkerbell comes down and puts 1 damage on each opposing character.
Yeah, and that's particularly important in the case of Lawrence because of the card text reading. If this character has any damage, if it has no damage, it gets +4 strength. So that +4 strength has been removed, and it is now just a 0/4 character. Witch Quest for 2. In comes, and then along came Zeus. Tinkerbell removed, and the crowd loved that one, Ross.
And Pierre is doing exactly what they managed to do in game one. What have you seen?
Zeus was sung by Ursula Vanessa with that Singer 4. Pierre had that option, I believe. Did they sing it or did they just play it? Because now plays passed on over to Victor, and I don't think Pierre played anything there.
I think it's the same result in the end, except one more lore because you quested with Vanessa, and Pierre is eyeing this up. I am hearing that in the other match that Ile is 1 up against Ruben.
Okay. Very, very fascinating. So Pierre is still only at 3 ink. Didn't ink the last turn. The hand, there's an Ursula Vanessa, there's a Rapunzel. So they could have inked Rapunzel, Pierre, in the previous turn, but decided not to. And this has now allowed them to Rapunzel this turn to add an extra card into their hand. But Victor is really in the ascendancy in terms of ink available. Pierre at just 4. Victor's at 8, I believe.
Not too bad.
7 ink for Victor right now.
Just confirming that was the other top 4 games. So both top 4 games, we've had one concluded. That means we should be in the final before too long. Although I have to sit down for the final, so it's a little bit sad. But then I get to watch you and Baker tell me all about the final. But first, we have to decide which of these players is going to be in the final. Right now, it really looks like Pierre has got the inside track here. Up 1 game to 0 and really doing a good job with the ball. But that Aerial is questing for 5 right now by virtue of having more items in play.
Yeah.
So I would love to see a lucky dime coming down here so that you could do it twice.
Yeah, and the Rapunzel healed the Lawrence. A whole new world sung by Aerial. And the Lawrence now is back down with no damage counter, so it's back up to that 4 strength, 4 willpower stat line.
Not too bad. Rapunzel healing is good for drawing cards, but it is also good for actually healing sometimes. Yeah. And that can give a big advantage to Mickey for potentially ramping Don. Tamatoa has come out here. No lucky dime yet, but there is a Hiram for Lavasham for draw if you want it, and a beast as well, and a Baboom.
Yeah, Victor with no access to anything like Grab Your Swords either, which can be a really nice card in a spot like this to try and clear multiple threats at once. Pierre is at 9 lore, Victor still on 0. So Pierre 11 lore away, currently can quest for 6 if Victor doesn't remove any of their characters.
So here we see a lot of ink being used, and we are playing Hiram for Lavasham, getting rid of that Fortithea, going and getting a couple of extra cards here.
And the draws were another Porpsicle and a Mr. Smee.
I don't mind just playing a bunch more items at this point, getting ready. We know there's a Tamatoa in hand. We know that Hiram for Lavasham is working as a draw engine. So I'm honestly not opposed here to just playing as many items as you can, as fast as you can.
Yeah, the Porpsicle going to also be drawing a card. That Flavasham is going to be able to quest next time, and Victor might also want to just try and develop some more singers, but only 3 ink available right now. It does look like it's going to be the Porpsicle, so 1 more card draw available. There's the Tamatoa.
I think he already had one in hand, didn't he?
I think you might be right. I think it's the second Tamatoa in hand.
2 Tamatoa in hand confirmed now.
Baboom is looking like the option for Victor for 2 ink. Probably going to be targeting that Aerial to deny that 1 lore, but Victor might also decide to sink 2 damage in elsewhere, maybe into Lawrence, and then if they draw that grab your swords, both Ariel and Lawrence would be cleared.
Yeah, they absolutely would. Of course, we have already seen 2 Rapunzel gifted with healing going down. Sometimes damaging your opponent's characters when you're worried about a Rapunzel can backfire as they get maximum value and draw a bunch of cards. But with your opponent having already benched 2 of them, you know they can play more, but you know it's much less likely at this point.
It is still Victor's turn. They still have 2 ink available, I believe. They did exert that 2 ink for the baboon, but it hasn't yet actually been played. But there it goes through, and it is going to be Ariel decided. I think they were considering their options there to go for the Lawrence as mentioned, and then hope to draw a grab your swords, but this does deny the Ariel Singer 5 ability for the next turn, or just Pierre simply questing for 1, because at this moment in time, every law matters. But look at that, Ross. Perdita was the star of the show in game 1, and Perdita is back for Pierre. But somehow Pierre's only at 4 ink, so Perdita's still at least a turn away.
Yeah, we're not there yet. We need to pop an ink down, and then we need to get another ink next turn, and then Perdita can come in. Great card, but it is a 6 cost uninkable. But now we have the bare necessities of life. They will come to you, but what will come to Pierre here as we have a look at the hand? And it seems like Fishbone Quill is the only option. After that, we got Mr. Smee, couple of Mickey, couple of Tamatoa.
Yep, so again, that is the hand for Victor. The only cards on the board for Victor are the Flavisham and the Ariel. Victor just presenting all the cards in their hand for Pierre to see. And it's really interesting that Pierre only has 4 ink, but spent half of that on a simple bare necessities. But if Victor had something like a grab your swords in hand, Pierre would have absolutely wanted to remove that as quickly as possible. It looks like Robin Hood or Robin Dubois is going to go into the ink. I'm not sure if the pronunciation of the French there was spot on, but we'll take it. Okay, Ariel's missed a few times already today. Surely not again, Pierre. It's a whole new world, which he's not too happy about.
Plus whole new world. If you know your opponent's holding a whole new world, that does give you a lot more information. It means that if there's a card you really want, you know to play it down nice and early. One important thing for Victor, has 2 Tamatoa in hand.
Yeah.
So a whole new world, getting rid of both of those Tamatoa could hurt in the end game. Victor's on no law whatsoever right now. You need some big swings at the end. Now you've got Ariel down on the board, admittedly, but I want to get a Tamatoa down at some point, and I'm worried if Whole New World gets rid of too many of them.
I think Pierre's going to be wanting to remove this Ariel with that 5 questing power. So Ariel removed. Lawrence now with those damage counters is now going to be a 0-4. 0 strength, that is, and 4 willpower. Of course, just going to take 2 damage from Victor to remove. Victor almost forgot to pick up the hand there, but they have now remembered.
Always a bonus when you remember to pick up your hand of cards you're playing. Was that a Fishbone Quill top deck?
It was Fishbone off the top. There's 2 Porpsicles on the board, so a couple of tasty snacks for Flavisham. Victor has got a law on the board. 19 more to go, Victor.
Yeah, Pierre unfortunately only needs 8 more, so it's going to be a little bit of a rush at this point to try and make sure we can get there. We know we can get big swings with these Sapphire decks, but we need to actually start working towards them now. We need to get Lucky Diamond, Tamatoa, or another Ariel, or Bell we've seen in this deck already. Something along those lines where you can just quest for 5 or more at least twice. You need to be trying to build a 10 law return, because Pierre has got a bunch of characters down, and right now questing for 5 next turn.
Yeah, there's a lot of law potential there. Yeah, Rapunzel and Lawrence both questing for 2, the Vanessa and the Ariel for 1, so 6 law quest potential.
And 6 will get you from 12 to 18, but there's nothing like Super Goof or Goat or anything in Pierre's deck that will get that 2 out of nowhere, is there?
Not that I'm aware of. We did see one of the players in Fort Worth playing with the blue cards, but I'm pretty sure Pierre's not on the super on the blue. Blue's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, Blue's good. Blue gets you, it's a bodyguard that when banished gets you 2 law. The problem is you got to play it down and then kind of wait for it to be banished. Great in the early to mid game, but in the late game when you want that last 2 law right now, your opponent can potentially ignore Blue, and that
can be see a really cool play in Fort Worth, Ross, where the player quested with their Blue and then spent 4 ink to Zeus their own Blue to win the game. That is quite spectacular.
I love that. I saw that play. It's always fun when you can can pull that off, because of course the vast majority of cards just let you target any character, as long as it's out of ward of course, and that will include your own as well. So it's not always the way you want to go. The way you do want to go though, that is Tamatoa. And again, you know your opponent's holding a whole new world. You don't want to lose all of your Tamatoa too quickly.
Oh, okay, now Victor almost forgot to pick up the Porpsicle from the Tamatoa, but then inks the beast, plays the Porpsicle, draws a card. That is the power of Tamatoa. Not only is it a big body on the board, but it's also recycling your Porpsicles, and Porpsicles draw you cards. So Tamatoa, if you spend 9 on it, it's often going to draw you 1 card as well. 1 for the Porpsicle, 8 for Tamatoa.
Yeah, absolutely. Get the 8 to play the Tamatoa, the 1 to play the Porpsicle after you recover it with Tamatoa, but get an extra card, and now Tamatoa is questing for free. Minimum. Now
Pierre is going to ink a Robin Hood, which is going to finally put them up to 6 ink. I can't believe they're in such a strong position, despite taking a whole turn off from inking way back when they were at 3 ink. They could have inked that Rapunzel, but they decided to just ink nothing, stay at 3, and then find a worse inkable card to put into the inkwell and use Rapunzel for some card draw.
And it's working. Right now it is working for Pierre, up 12 lore to 1. Nice board of characters, going to get a bunch more lore this turn. And at this stage, Victor needs that gigantic Sapphire swing at the end of the game. That seems to be about the only thing that's going to save him now. But he does have Tamatoa down. If we could see, it's a lot to ask, but Lucky Dime and a couple other items could get you quite close. As it is, Piglet, Pooh Pirate Captain comes down, and this is what I was talking about. You are now...
Oh my goodness, the strength of a Raging Fire, dealing 6 damage to Hiram Flavisham. What a play.
Deals 1 damage for each of your characters in play, and with a really wide board, that means 6. And is Victor even going to be able to get rid of Pooh Pirate Captain right now? Right now, Pierre has got so much lore on the board.
Big card off the top. Is it the Grab Your Swords? I think it is. I've thought this before, though, and I've been wrong. Victor needs the Grab Your Swords right now to clear this Piglet from the board. But even then, the Lawrence would get removed, but the Rapunzel, the Ursula Vanessas, and the Ariel will remain. It looks like it was a Fortisphere, not a Grab Your Swords.
Oh, and right now, if we look at the board, we've got 3, 4, 5, like at least 10 lore there from Pierre, and we only need 3. We need a board wipe from Victor. We need, like you say, a Grab Your Sword. If we were playing Ruby, we would go Be Prepared, but we're not prepared for that. We're not playing Ruby, and it really is starting to look like Victor might be out of luck in the top 4 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge. Already 1 game down, staring down a 17-1 lore deficit with an opponent who has got a very impressive board, and I've seen this face before, Joe.
Yeah.
This is the, I'm pretty sure I've lost. Let me think through everything before I concede.
And I want to go back to the very first play from Victor after the mulligan, which was to put the first card into the inkwell. It was the Fishbone Quill into the inkwell, and it just ended up meaning they skipped turn 4. Pierre's been able to get this big board presence down on the board, and Victor just hasn't quite been able to ever claw back that board control.
We just drew 2 from Hiram Flavisham.
And the Grab Your Swords is now there, Ross.
Definitely there. You're 100% sure?
I am very sure this time, for once.
So Grab Your Swords will get rid of a lot of cards. Will it get rid of enough cards? It'll get rid of the Piglet. It'll get rid of the Lawrence. Would it get rid of the Ariel?
The Ariel will remain on the board with just that 1 damage necessary more to remove it.
And the Rapunzel will stay, and the Lawrence will stay. So that's 5 lore potential on the board. Sorry, 4 lore potential on the board, which you only need 3.
It's very possible the Grab Your Swords is not enough. Those 4 willpower on the Ursula Vanessas, the 5 on the Rapunzel, the 3 on the Ariel means Grab Your Swords on its own is not going to be enough. You're going to need something like a Grab Your Swords. Well, maybe 2 Grab Your Swords. That would probably be enough.
Double Grab Your Swords. Now, that would do it, Joe. That would absolutely be enough here. Deal 2 to everything, and then deal another 2 to everything. Completely wipe the board and go from there. That would be an option, but, well, I mean, it would be an option if Victor had the cards. Does Victor have the cards?
Victor just making sure they're taking all the time that they need to make sure that there's nothing else they can do. Of course, once you play a card, you can't take it back. So it's absolutely worth using all the time. Victor's going to play 1 ink to play a Fortisphere and draws into a whole new world.
Okay, the whole new world is interesting. If you're able to sing it, you can draw a bunch more cards. But here's the problem. You need to be working towards the end game.
Yeah.
When your opponent's on 17 law and you're on 1, just buying a couple of turns isn't going to be enough. Now here comes Grab Your Swords, and that's going to do a bunch of damage. Going to get rid of Lawrence, going to get rid of Pooh Piglet Captain. Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain, there we go. But there's still enough lore on Pierre's side of the board, and even if you get like another Grab Your Swords, right, and you get rid of all of these characters, you're still not that close.
There
and there we go. Pierre is going to be in the final of the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna. That 2-0 victory with Amber Steel Song, as we tend to call it. Too many characters, too many options.
Amber Steel Songs made the finals in Fort Worth, to many people's surprise, just a few weeks ago. And here over in Europe, in Bologna, Italy, it's done the same. Pierre with a really, really strong 2-0 performance.
Yeah, very nice performance there. I'm just looking to see if we've had an update on the other games so far. We are still looking at Eli 1 up against Ruben. So, I mean, that does... And that is, remember, the interesting Ruby Sapphire deck.
Yes.
And I don't think many people came into this challenge going, well, I think the final is going to be Ruby Sapphire against Steel Song. That's my prediction.
No, that would be really quite amazing to see. I mean, historically, Amber Steel Songs has had a pretty tricky matchup into Ruby Sapphire, but this is not the standard kind of Ruby Sapphire deck that we're used to seeing. It's got items, it's not got necessarily as much control, it's got the Queen and Maurice's workshop, but it's not necessarily going to be Ruby Sapphire in the finals. I think, is Ruben the opponent, are they on Amethyst Ruby?
Oh,
We'll find out soon.
We'll find out soon. For now, we're going to have a quick look at the Amber Steel Songs deck. And this is the one we just saw in action, doing a big old win. Low-cost singers with powerful songs, quick shift options, refilling your hand after playing many low-cost characters. And we saw there, you don't play as many characters as a lot of decks because you're playing a lot of songs.
Yeah.
But when it works beautifully, as we just saw, you use those songs to control your opponent's board, so they have a harder time taking your characters out. So even though you're playing fewer of them, you can have more of them staying on the board, and that Perdita tech, better in game 1 than game 2, but still fantastic. Lots of fun things going on in that last game.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many different ways you can build these Amber Steel Songs decks, and it's really fascinating to see how they adapt. And really, it's a deck which can just adapt to the rest of the field. Earlier on in the meta, when Ruby Sapphire was more popular, we saw Pride Lands and Sleepy's flutes. I don't think there was a single flute played in that last one at all, so it doesn't look like Sleepy's flute is an option there.
No, Sleepy's flute was absolutely not what we saw coming out in that. But then again, when we saw the mirror match, then that was, again, the same player back in top 8. The Sleepy's flute didn't do very much in the mirror match. There was 3 of them down, or 2 of them down on the board. And they got a couple of lore here and there, but I'm concerned about the fact that maybe playing that then meant that you were playing fewer other cards, which actually made your mirror match a little bit worse, because the Sleepy's flute wasn't doing enough, and it wasn't, you were spending free lore to put them down, and it wasn't hurting your opponent's board or establishing your own board. It was free lore for a nice little bonus, which didn't come through well enough there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be really interesting to see how these decks adapt for Shimmering Skies as well. Amber Steel Songs definitely getting some interesting support with cards like Prince Naveen, Legendary. I can see that I do believe we're going to be having an interview quite shortly, which I'm quite excited to hear from our winner as well.
Well, we're not going to have a winner from our interview, Joe.
Okay.
Oh, did you not hear the briefing?
I didn't hear the briefing.
We had a whole briefing about this, Joe.
Okay.
No, we're going to do something a lot more fun. What we're going to do, rather than having an interview interview with our winner. We're going to have an interview with both of our winners. I'm going to go and interview in a little bit both of our finalists in advance of the final. We're going to bring 3 chairs out. We're going to have me, we're going to have both our finalists, and we're going to be asking them about the final. And to that end, I can tell you that Eli has won 2-0 against Ruben. So we do have our final set. It is going to be Sapphire Ruby against the Amber Steel.
And it's not just Ruby Sapphire, it's Ruby Sapphire with the Queen, with Maurice's Workshop, with the Shield, the Ruby Shield, all sorts of cards you don't see every day. And I'm so excited to see this final.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the final as well. And it turns out our co-caster Baker, villain by name, villain by nature, has usurped my interview of our 2 finalists. But I know he is going to do a phenomenal job with it. And I think we're actually ready to go now and hear from both our finalists and Baker.
Maybe not just yet.
Oh, no, and Baker's literally walking past us. So. A little bit too early for the interview, but we will get to the interview very quickly.
Any opportunity for me to open a pack.
Let's get rid of my embarrassment with that poorly timed throw by opening a pack. That'll make me feel better.
We've got some Shimmering Skies. Oh, Ross.
Oh, this is my slide, this is. Okay, so before the event happens, the production crew go, right, what do you want to see? What slide should we make? And I said, I want to talk about Taffeta Mutton Fudge. Now, there's actually 3 characters of this character in the set, and what we've got is a 1-cost Inkable, which takes a lore away from your opponent, a 2-cost Inkable that quests for 2, and a 4-cost Inkable with shift 2, bearing in mind we've got a 1-cost to shift onto, that then once per turn, when you move to a location, you gain 2 lore. Why do I love that so much? The 1-cost location Sugar Rush Speedway that you can move to for free. And the thing I love about this, it's kind of like a better version of Super Goof, although it is a bit combo-y. You play down Taffeta Mutton Fudge, either shift or play normally, either's fine, and immediately rush over to the Speedway, and you get those 2 lore now. You don't have to play and wait a turn to quest, and I adore this. I think all 3 of the Taffeta Mutton Fudge are really interesting cards. I think the Sugar Rush Speedway is great, and I love the idea of having a good turn 1 option. I love the idea of taking my opponent's lore away. I love the idea of being able to move to a location and grab a lore. Best case scenario, play the 1-cost, they lose 2 lore. Pay another 2, lose 1 lore, sorry. Pay another 2 to shift it up. Drive over to the Speedway, 3 lore swing for 3 ink in 1 turn. Tell me that does not sound like fun, Joe.
It certainly does sound like a lot of fun. I also think a few of these Ruby cards are available in the Ruby Amethyst starter deck as well. So that's definitely something to look out for Shimmering Skies. There's a Ruby Amethyst starter deck, which is very strong. And there's also an Emerald Steel. And Emerald Steel, Ruby Amethyst, starter decks, those sound like some pretty powerful color combinations.
They do indeed. What else is powerful is our cast of players who have made it all the way here. And we now can confirm our final there with Pierre on that Sapphire Steel and Ely there with your Sapphire Ruby. Not the 2 decks we were expecting in the final. And you'll notice confirmation of the final bracket there, semi-finals onwards. No Ruby Amethyst, no Emerald Steel. The 2 top decks, the 2 most played decks, both absent from not just the finals, but from the top 4 as a whole.
And you know what, Ross? Bucky has been eliminated from the tournament, which means Bucky is not going to be played in its current form in a Disney Lorcana challenge again, because it's getting errated in a week. Toronto, it is going to be Ursa's return, but it's not going to be with Bucky in its current form. So Bucky can now be said goodbye. Goodbye, Bucky. Bye, Bucky.
Oh, he had a good run, did that little squirrel, and a very good card. In fact, so good, we kind of had to deal with it. So, yeah, Taffeta Mutton Fudge, very, very excited. And look, maybe I'll test it and find out it's rubbish, but looking through Shimmering Skies, that is the #1 like suite of cards I'm excited about right now.
Yeah, I do not blame you. You've been telling me a lot about it, and I'm excited to try
I won't
it
shut
out.
up about it.
I've got a pack. I've got Gus. I've got Ice Block, Augustine Madrigal. I got Training Grounds, the Rose Lantern, Triton's Decree, Julieta Madrigal, Mulan, Olaf, Namiri. Last time I did this, I got it. I know what it is. It's a legendary. It's
Ursula.
Ursula, Sea Witch Queen. The second one I've got today, and the foil is going to be Ursula Vanessa.
Hey.
I can play my Ursula Vanessa, shift my Sea Witch Queen on. Job's a good one.
Job is a good one. Right, let's see if I can beat that. I'm not entirely sure, but we do have Pascal, and who doesn't love Pascal? We got Vitalisphere. We saw that in the previous game used to great effect. We got Mickey Mouse. We've got Daisy Duck, but not Friar Duck, a different. We've got the Hercules, which is replacing or at least teaming with Maui in some decks. That's 7 strength, crucial for taking out the Queen's Castle. Your favorite card, Scuttle. We've got Tuk Tuk. Ooh,
Nice.
Aerial Sonic Warrior, and a foil Raya. I do love the artwork on that Raya.
Right, I'm not wasting any time, Ross. I've got another one ready to go. I've got Tor the Florist, an amazing card in a sealed format. Seldom
yes.
all they seem. I've got First Aid, Farzo, Louisa Madrigal. I think she's your favorite Madrigal, right?
Oh, she's got the best song, and she literally juggles donkeys.
Beast Wounded, Miracle Candle. I've got one more card in here before the foil. It's a rare. Mystical Rose, and the foil is a Duna.
Very nice. Okay, I pulled 2 enchanted on stream in Bockham. I've not managed one. Only Baker has so far. Can we fix this? We've got Cogsworth. I want to play more with this Cogsworth. We've got Tong going through what I think is a bamboo. We've got TikTok. We've got ourselves Aladdin. If you're going to shift into Aladdin, that is your base. Donald Duck with the bodyguard who lets your other characters quest for more. Great Stone Dragon with some good meta cards here. Lumiere that buffs your other characters.
Oh, hello.
Ursula Sea Witch Queen, Snap, and Yow.
Yeah, we've both got an Ursula Sea Witch Queen. But I've got the card I was playing in the show match, the star of the show in that one, the Hidden Ink Caster.
Oh, that is the card you like.
The more uninkables that get printed, which of course is going to come with every set, the better this card gets. I think especially in Emerald Sapphire with that Flaversham, it could be really nice. I love a bit of Pegasus, Bell, Thebes, one to keep an eye on. The Mob Song, another great card in Sealed. Medallion Waits is one of the best draft cards around. It is incredible.
Yes.
Flounder. John Silver.
You got a legendary.
It's Mulan.
I know it's Mulan.
Nice.
You could see the bottom bit of the text.
That's what I was trying to do. And Tuk Tuk.
All right, we're going to do one more pack, and then I think we might have a little bit of a look at Ruby Sapphire. Although, remember that the Ruby Sapphire we have in the final, it is not your ordinary everyday Ruby Sapphire. It has a bunch of cards in common, not quite the same. Can we get an enchanted before we chat about that deck? I hope so, frankly. That would make me a very happy bunny. There's your Pico, there's your Aladdin as a shift target. There is Pain, there is Flounder. We've got an Avalanche, Bruno
nice.
Madrigal, Prince Philip, and Namari. And that is the other card from this set I revealed. I now pulled both of them as foil on the stream
nice.
today.
Let's go.
Makes me happy.
Let's
talk some more.
Really very exciting. Yeah.
Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, Ruby
Tell
Sapphire.
me about this deck, Joe.
Ruby Sapphire, very, very control heavy deck. And look at that, I think we've updated the graphics to see Ice Block and this 3-cost uninkable Sisu as 2 of the really important cards in the build that Eli's playing. You can use the Ice Block on 1. On turn 3, then the Sisu can come through and it can remove a Diablo. And it's got Evasive, which can make it quite difficult to deal with. It can shift on the legendary Sisu. It's a very item-heavy build using cards like Scuttle, the Queen, and Marisa's Workshop. to rely on its card draw, not really using maybe things like Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, which we're used to seeing. A really fascinating build, which we absolutely loved watching earlier on.
Oh, it was so much fun watching the Queen go and get all of those items. And, you know, when I spoke to Ely after the game, they told me, well, you didn't actually see the best turn 4 play.
Yes.
The best turn 4 play is we play the Queen, and then we use the Queen on turn 4, play Shield of Virtue, ready the Queen, get 2 items from that Queen on turn 4. And I'm like, yeah, you know what, that does actually sound like a really good turn 4 option.
Especially if you hit the Fishbone Quill as well, because the Fishbone Quill can then start ramping you up more. If you hit a Porpsicle, the Queen is essentially drawing you a card. Now, the items off the Queen do come in exerted, so you're not going to be able to use them the turn that you find them, but the turn later, you're more than welcome to do so.
Yeah, it is really, really good. I wanted to see that Queen in a good deck, and, well, we've got our wish. Has made it all the way to the final, and whatever happens, we're going to have a slightly surprising winner here.
Yeah.
Amber Steel, less surprising, because, of course, made the final in Fort Worth, so, of course, that makes sense, but still not the... I mean, who was really picking that? Actually, I think did one of the Italian casters
Pick Ruby
I
Sapphire?
think one of... No, I think
one of them picked Amber Steel.
I think one of the Italian casters picked Amber Steel. I did pick Sapphire Ruby
in Bochum.
In Bochum, so I can kind
No, you can't.
No,
you can't.
I can't. And to be fair, the deck I was thinking of when I picked that is not the deck that actually is made the final here. Tell us what you think about the final. Use all of the usual channels, Facebook, Instagram, and X with /Disney Lorcana.
Yeah, what deck do you think is going to win the final? Ruby Sapphire or Amber Steel? Let us know on the social media channels below.
And this, I'll be honest with you, this final we're going into, it's not exactly a matchup I've thought about very much in this form. How do you see it rolling? Have you got a bit of an inkling here?
I think it's going to be a real uphill battle for Amber Steel. Historically, Amber Steel can struggle against Ruby Sapphire, especially without cards like the Flutes. Having said that, this is a very, very different build of Ruby Sapphire. Maybe cards like the Queen could be removed quite easily. You play the Ursula Vanessa on turn 2, exert it on turn 3 to sing, and then along came Zeus to remove the Queen.
Yes.
And maybe that's going to really, really disrupt the game plan. Even singing Bare Necessities to discard the Fishbone Quill. So there's a lot of really interesting options that Amber Steel has. A big problem often is, as a Amber Steel player, is if you sing a whole new world, you're giving the Ruby Sapphire so many good cards, but with this heavy item build, maybe that's not the case.
No, maybe not. It is going to be interesting to see. I think we should play some Guess the Flavor Text.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking. I think we should
would
guess
be
some
very down for
text.
that. Guess the flavor text. That sounds like, okay. This time, nothing. Not even Basil can stand in my way. Not even Basil. Okay, sounds like a baddie. Sounds like a villain. That's my first prediction. Basil standing in the way, the Great Mouse Detective.
Correct.
Okay.
So are we? So who was the baddie in the Great Mouse Detective?
Well, I know that Hiram Flavisham, the toy maker, was the toy maker in the Great Mouse Detective.
So I'm what? Well, that's what.
Oh, Ratigan. Am I right? Ratigan is the baddie in the Great Mouse Detective.
I mean, it makes sense because, you know, Rat's a bad guy in the mouse film. Look, I told you guys I was going to watch The Great Mouse Detective.
I think it's. I'm pretty sure Ratigan is.
I think Ratigan
is
might
the baddie.
Be
So.
But here's the thing, I was going to watch it, but I want to watch it with my kids. I want to see what they think, and we almost watched it, and then we just watched Moana for the 74th time instead. But I'm working on it. I'm working on getting that film.
So Ratigan does have a couple of different cards currently in the game. We're getting a new one out in set 5. There is an evasive one in Emerald, I believe. I think it costs 4, and it's like a 4/1 that quests for 2. And there is also a Ratigan in Ruby, which is a 5-cost uninkable. So you going Ruby or Emerald? Which Ratigan do you think it's going to be?
I'll go Ruby, but I think Ratigan is enough, frankly.
No, you got to name the card properly. I'm going for the Emerald Ratigan with evasive.
Okay, name the card properly.
It's a Ratigan Emerald Evasive. That's the official name, apparently.
Well, that is the official name. Okay, we'll check with Tim later. Just double check on that one. I think Ratigan, Hiram Flavisham it could be, but I feel like Basil doesn't really get in his way. I feel like they're mates.
Yeah, I think so too. There's also a really interesting new Basil card coming in set 1. It's a 2/1, 1-cost character in Sapphire. But what's great about it is it has support. And that is one of the, I think it's the first one-cost character in the game with 2 strength and support. We've seen Hey as a 1-2 with support, but of course the more strength you have, the better that support ability is going to be. So definitely a card to look out for, that Basil in Sapphire for Shimmering Skies. I'm ready to see what it is, Ross. I'm really, really keen. Do you think it's Ratigan, Ruby Ratigan, Emerald Ratigan? You got it right, Ross.
Ruby Ratigan, that's 1-0. And if you'd have just let us say Ratigan, that would have been a tie.
Yeah.
Instead you lost. How do you feel?
Well, I will say, I did say Ratigan before you.
You did say Ratigan before me. I was kind of letting you go. It was obviously the Great Mouse Detective, so the baddie from the Great Mouse Detective. I mean, this was one of the easier ones we've had.
Yeah.
I'd say so.
And I also presented you with the Ruby Ratigan as well, but you can take it. You can take it.
I am, frankly.
I could have done with the win after I got super goofed on stream earlier, but you deny me from that as well. I understand.
All right, do we have another one ready to go? We have another
flavor text, perhaps. I mean, if not, you don't need to tell me twice. I can always open a pack.
We never rob. We just sort of borrow a bit from those who can afford it.
Okay. Instant feeling is it's something to do with Robin Hood.
Yeah, it's got to be Robin Hood.
So, could be Robin Hood themselves. Of course, some of the other characters, there's a Friar Tuck, but I believe the Friar Tuck card text is get out of my church, out, out, out. In fact, look what I have in my pocket, Ross. An Italian Friar Tuck, which I was given to by somebody outside. Just pretty cool.
That's kind of awesome. I think you'll find the flavor text is Fiore dalla mia chiesa. Fiore, fiore, fiore.
That's impressive. That's very good.
It's probably terribly wrong, though.
That was pretty good. So there's a few different Robin Hood cards. Which one do you reckon? There's Robin Hood Daydream and Emerald. There's the 1 cost. There's the 5 cost.
I could see it being Little John. Ooh. I could see it being Robin Hood, I could see it being Little John. Now, this is a film I've watched many times in the past few months with my kids. Oh, I kind of want to say Little John, but it feels like Robin Hood is so obvious.
Yeah, I think Robin Hood 1 cost from Steel is my shout. Maybe it could even be the 2 cost Robin Hood that's uninkable.
It's definitely not the 6 cost inkable. It's definitely not that one.
I would agree. All right. I'm ready to find out.
We're ready to find out.
What are you locking in? I'm going to lock in the 2 cost uninkable. Oh, it's the 6 cost inkable in Sapphire. One that you can often forget about, but the Disney Lorcana dev team really like this. Steve Warner's a big fan of this card, and Tim used it against me yesterday as well.
He did. It was one of the original D23 promos, but less about that, more about our finalists. Let's run over to Baker and hear from both our finalists in front of what I think is going to be a rather lovely final.
Hello and welcome back to Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna, Italy. And I am joined by both of our finalists for this Disney Lorcana Challenge. We have Ellie and we have Pierre. Gentlemen, congratulations on making it this far, first off. Yeah, this is quite interesting. It's kind of like the showdown before you go into the finals. You're in the finals, you've come a long way, 9 rounds of Swiss, you made it into day 2, and now you've gone through multiple best of 3s to get all the way here. Now, we already spoke to you a little bit, Pierre, but for the sake of people that might have just been joining the stream, let's just start again and act like it's your first interview. So I want to ask you both, first of all, where you're from and what got you into Lorcana. What's the story?
Yeah. So I used to play TCG when I was young, and I came back to Lorcana because my girlfriend loved Disney, so it was a good occasion. And I live next to Paris. Yes. Like I said, the Olympic Stadium for swimming is like my town. And so that's all. And my family is in Normandy, so it's like something to give the mic to Ellie.
Yeah, no, there's a familiarity already. And yourself?
Yeah, I was playing some TCG, probably mainly online before, and I like the gameplay of Lorcana more than other ones. Right. So I dig into it, and now I'm here.
Perfect. And you both started right from the very beginning in the first chapter? Yep. Yes, awesome. So what is it that you find unique about Lorcana? What is it that keeps you playing after all this time?
What is unique is it's a simple game. You have a few little text on the card, but it's really complicated to know what to do exactly and play well. So that's everybody can play simply, but it's really hard to perform well. So that's what I like. I hate those TCG with many texts, and Lorcana it's simple.
Yeah, the simplicity. And how about yourself? What keeps you playing Lorcana after all this time?
Yeah, like you said, like it's easy to play, hard to master, and there is so much integration between some cards like my deck, obviously, and it's the most fun.
Awesome. So you've both kind of done what a lot of people think couldn't be done, and that's bring Ruby Sapphire and Steel Song into the finals. Now, these are two very powerful decks, but in the recent Disney Lorcana challenges, they've not been performing overly well. Obviously, Steel Song won in Lille in the previous format, but really the meta's been dominated by Ruby Amethyst and Emerald Steel. So I think the people at home are going to be thrilled to be watching this particular matchup, something that we don't see all the time. Yourself, we'll start with you. You're running Steel Song. You are not running the Sleepy's Flutes, correct? Can you just give us a brief synopsis of your deck, what you think it does well, some of the unique things that you've done with it?
So I play the list with, I would say, big bodies. So you have Ursula, Harps, Perdita, so it's really low rounds, so it's really strong bodies. And against steel decks, it's really hard. Like maybe if you watch the semifinals, it's really hard for a steel deck to clear the board. So you repair full body, you can draw with Rapunzel. So yeah, really, and you can always recover. That's just with all one new world and sing for free. So yeah, it's the classic steel stone, but with stronger body. A lot of cards we get too low, so it's really strong.
Yeah, the Cinderella Stout-Hearted that you're running in particular is particularly hard for a lot of decks to deal with, and in your previous feature match, that looked like a really key piece in taking that victory. And the Golden Harp's obviously also doing very well for you, so that's something for Steel Song fans. Maybe take a look at this list and maybe consider running it slightly differently. But I would say perhaps even a more unique list from my friend on the left here. You're playing Ruby Sapphire, and you are running the Queen. Please talk to me about your deck. What led to some of these choices?
Yeah, I think the Queen is actually the best blue card in the game.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. yeah, it is, because she's the only one to cheat Morris Workshop on turn 4, and Morris Workshop is the best card draw engine in the game.
Wow, what a statement!
I already played Morris' Workshop in Chapter 2 with Pabi's deck. That's why my deck's called Papabi, which means not Pabi. And I played OTK Pabi in Chapter 2, and this list is exactly the same, but more powerful because Queen and Scuttle enable the gameplay even more.
Amazing. I did have the pleasure of, while I was on my break, I did a little scout around when you were playing against the Ruby Amethyst player, and I think it was 11 items I saw on the board at one point. Absolutely wild. And just so people at home know, might be thinking, oh, why are you telling each other the decks? We are in open deck lists. Both of these gentlemen will be able to look through their opponent's entire list and know all the unique counts. I'm so thrilled that you've both made it this far with like different versions of decks that, from what we would normally see from players, it's going to be an incredible final. Last question, is there anyone that you would like to thank, any shout outs that you'd like to give to anyone in the Lorcana community?
Like before my teaming class, which would come together since we have to play offline now, and so they really helped me for this.
Yeah, and you said that you think you might actually miss your flight tonight, but because you've made it this far, so it's worth it. So we've got you for one more night, which is fantastic. And yourself, anyone you'd like to thank or shout out?
I would like to say my partner, which is which bring me luck to me today, and all my team, obviously, meta makers, will make a new meta.
Absolutely love it, and you heard it here first. Maurice's Workshop is the best card drawer in the game, and the Queen may well be the best Sapphire card in the game. Gentlemen, I'm really excited to watch your game. Can I ask for a just pre-match handshake just as we go in? And there we have it. Can't wait to watch it. We'll be back very, very soon.
Hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna, Italy. My name is Baker and I'm once again joined by my co-host Joe Curley. I just had a very interesting interview with our two finalists, with Pierre, who is on the Steel Song list with golden harps, no flutes, and Ellie, who was playing that deck that Ross seemed particularly excited about. I actually missed that game, so I'm so excited that I get to watch this deck in action now. But during my break, I stepped outside and I actually watched his game against the other top 4 player, the Ruby Amethyst player that came second in Bochum. 11 items on the board at one point. Whoa. 11 items. Incredible looking deck. It is running the Queen that can exert. Look at the top 4 cards of your deck, put an item into your hand, but if it's 3 cost or less, you can play it for free. What do you think about that?
Yeah, Ross and I got to see it in action earlier, and it was so impressive. We saw it take down Emerald Amethyst, which on paper looked like a nightmare matchup for Ruby Sapphire, but it was really, really glorious. This uninkable Sisu that costs 3, a really nice option when combined with the Ice Block as well. And that's the thing, we saw a lot of the Ruby Sapphire decks at the start of the set be very heavy on cards like Ice Block, but then Ruby Sapphire deck started dropping the Ice Box. Well, a nice way to get the Ice Box in the deck is if you play lots of item synergy with cards like Scuttle and the Queen. You know, I've always been a bit critical of Scuttle.
Yeah, for sure.
If you've got a bunch of items, then the Scuttle maths checks out. The more items you play, the more consistent Scuttle is. The more consistent Scuttle is, the better it is. So I think it's a really exciting deck. I love to see players thinking outside the box.
For sure.
Really, really investing time into preparing something spicy and unorthodox, and it's clearly paid off here.
Yeah. 100%. What I think is super interesting as well is, as you just said, the Ruby Sapphire player playing the deck a little less conventional to what we would expect these days for Ruby Sapphire. And I think the same is kind of true for the Steel Song deck. It's probably a bit closer to what we consider the core Steel Song deck, but not playing those Sleepy's Flutes, which I do think is a rarity in Steel Song these days, but playing those golden harps, which are slowly growing in popularity. I do want to share a couple of hot takes that I got from that interview there from Ellie on the Ruby Sapphire deck. He says that Maurice's Workshop is the best draw engine in the game.
Wow.
What a statement. Not something I would have ever previously said, but I suppose if you're going through a tournament where it is you've got this many items and you're getting the advantage off of it that much, it probably does feel like it is a very powerful draw engine. And he also believes that that Queen, the one that can exert to find an item, he thinks is the best Sapphire card in the game.
Wow, those are some hot takes. You're right.
They are
some hot takes. But I mean, look, they're in the final.
Yeah.
And I think it's really interesting. These cards kind of all work together. I mean, if you're playing a Maurice's Workshop on turn 3, it's a 3-cost uninkable item. It's going to be pretty slow, but if you can play the Queen on 3, exert the Queen, and then get Maurice's Workshop exerted and play for free. It doesn't matter if Maurice's Workshop is exerted. It doesn't matter at all. It's just every time you play an item, you can pay 1 to draw a card, and you can play multiple items per turn and trigger Maurice's Workshop multiple times. But look at that, Baker. Ruby Sapphire in the good matchups. Amber Steel is listed as a good matchup. So that could be a pretty bad sign if you're Amber Steel, especially without those Sleepy's Flutes. Sleepy's Flutes usually very good against Ruby Sapphire, but let's be fair, this is a very different style of Ruby Sapphire deck than we're used to seeing. Yeah,
I think you're absolutely right. You would very normally give the advantage to the Ruby Sapphire player, because while they are able to just continuously ramp and have a much bigger inkwell than their opponent, the Amber Steel player, 9 times out of 10, they want to play that whole new world. So if our Ruby Sapphire player is just emptying their hand, then the Steel Song player is just replenishing their resources. But that might not be the way it goes this time. If we are able to get that Maurice's Workshop off early and just keep drawing a lot of cards, maybe throw a Flavisham in there, then maybe the Ruby Sapphire player isn't as keen to have the Steel Song player play a whole new world. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think like the Amber Steel player is going to be really looking to shut down that Fishbone Quill nice and early. And then if you can answer the Fishbone Quill, you might be able to get that whole new world and get a really wide board. I mean, another threat you've got to be considering is that Shift Sisu legendary potential. We've seen that Piglet Poo Pirate Captain, the Smees. very hard to remove from the board with something like a Grab Your Swords, but with Ice Block combined with Sisu, you can get a very big board wipe, including cards like Mr. Smee.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, when I popped out and watched the top 4 game, there were 4 ice blocks on the board. So if you can do it 4 times, a lot of characters now are just instantly removed by that 3-cost uninkable Sisu. And like I said, I love it. That, as Joe said at the beginning of the format, ice blocks and that uninkable Sisu, the Daring Visitor, pretty popular. Shout out to Sailor, who kind of originated that idea, but it's very quickly fallen off. Ruby Sapphire players have gone a different way, but here we see it in the finals. Maybe Ruby Sapphire players need to go back to that way of building the deck, and we will see very shortly. I'm so excited to get into this game, Joe. Again, I said to the players, it's so nice to have 2 ink colors that are very good, obviously, but haven't been getting those dubs in the DLC lately. It's been Ruby Amethyst and Emerald Steel that have kind of been stealing the spotlight, but here we have Steel Song, Ruby Sapphire. I think the people at home and the people out on the floor that are watching on the screen are going to absolutely love this one.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice little idea to take a look at the bracket so far. The players are currently sat down, but they're looking through the deck list. Here is the Elsa bracket. You can see in the quarterfinals, it was an Amber Steel Songs Mirror, which Pierre came out victorious. Let's look at the run Pierre took. Look, knocking out Frank Karsten in the mirror matchup there is so impressive. Then taking down Luca on Sapphire Steel. Another Amber Steel Songs Mirror in the quarterfinals for Pierre. That has got to feel very, very good, knocking out Frank Karsten in an Amber Steel Song Mirror.
You are absolutely right. And when I did my first interview with Pierre, that was actually one of the first things he said. He was like, oh, I beat Frank Karsten. I'm paraphrasing, but the message of it was like, this is a player I respect. I was very nervous going into this match. So very proud to have beaten a very, very talented player. And as you say, beating Luca with the Sapphire Steel, and then now he finds himself, then beating Ricardo in the mirror match. We actually watched that. That was kind of the Golden Harps versus Sleepy's Flute matchup. The Golden Harps came up on top, and the Cinderella Stout-Hearted, 2 copies in Pierre's deck, put in an awful lot of work in that particular game. But now he finds himself in the finals against our Ruby Sapphire player. We'll be going on to our next bracket, and abracadabra, here is the Maleficent bracket. And walk us through Ellie's journey, Joe.
Yep, so they've had a really nice run, starting off against the Amethyst Emerald player, which we watched earlier on in I think it was a 2-0 in the end. It was a really, really impressive win. Then there was that Ruby Sapphire Mirror, which I was a little bit concerned for them, thinking that maybe the more traditional Ruby Sapphire deck might come out on top. But as it turns out, Maurice's Workshop is going to be really powerful in that match as well. I mean, they've said that they think it's the strongest draw engine in the game. Those Ruby Sapphire Mirrors can often just really be a battle for resources. You've both got big cards, so if you can end up with significantly more cards in your hand, I can certainly see how they came out on top there. But then also taking down Sapphire Steel against Jarno, that was very, very impressive. Also want to give a shout out to some of the unorthodox decks in this side of the bracket. We saw Forstein with the Amethyst Emerald. We saw Martin with that Amethyst Steel. They were so close, weren't they?
Yeah.
Taking down Jarno. It was a 2-1 loss. They got to 19 on one game. And of course, with Goats in the game, that's even more close. So very, very strong performance. But we're going to take a look at some of the other brackets just about now. And this is the final bracket, the Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor. We saw Victor versus Pierre, which was Sapphire Steel versus Amber Steel. Pierre out on top, and another Ruby Sapphire Mirror, which Edie came out on top of.
Just a quick correction, actually. Fabian is on Ruby Amethyst. That was a Ruby Amethyst versus Ruby Sapphire match. That was the one that I went out to double check. So, yeah, that looked like a really close net game, and Fabian coming second at DLC Bochum. So, already a very established, talented player, but Ellie was able to take that dub, and now they find themselves in the final against Pierre. Ruby Sapphire with the Queen and Maurice's Workshop versus Pierre with his Golden Harps and Cinderella Stout-Hearted. What do you think, Joe? We've already said that Ruby Sapphire quite often is the favored matchup here. Do you think that this Queen build against this Heart build may take it a different way?
It's going to be really interesting. You mentioned that in one of the mirror matchups for Amber Steel, it was the harps that came out on top of the Sleepy's flutes, and that makes sense that the golden harps in the mirror matchup are going to be better. But if I could only pick one coming into this game, flutes or harps, I think I would rather have the flutes against Sapphire Ruby. Ruby Sapphire can just get to that late game, and every time you play a character, it can often remove it, whereas those Sleepy's flutes can rack up the lore. So I think it's going to be an uphill battle for Amber Steel, but if anyone could do it, it's going to be Pierre. They took down Frank Carsten already. That's already a really, really big challenge. They've got another one on their hands here, and I'm just so excited to see this Ruby Sapphire deck in action again, Baker.
I can't wait. The first time that if that queen does get to exert, come down and exert, that is it's going to feel like Mufasa if it rips off the top. It could be super important. But yeah, Maurice's workshop, who knew? Like, we've seen a little bit of rogue play here and there, but what a statement. The best draw engine in the game. But like I said, if you're running all those items, then it certainly feels like it. And I want to go back to the point you made not too long ago. I know you've, and quite fairly, I think, been kind of critical at Scuttle, and I absolutely see your points, but you're saying that if you've got that percentage of items, then you think it's a much more reasonable play. Yeah,
I think that this Queen item package just makes a lot of sense. The more items you play, the better Scuttle gets, and the better the Queen gets as well. So it just makes sense to just have an absolute abundance of items available, and yeah, it's really cool to see this work. I think, again, if you're playing the Maurice's Workshop on 3, it's very, very slow. You'd rather play a Fishbone Quill. But if you're putting the Queen down, exerting the Queen, and then playing Maurice's Workshop, it's going to be really very impressive. Now, the players are ready. The hands have been drawn, and the mulligans are about to begin for the final of Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna. It all comes down to this.
I'm ready, Joe, and I know you are. The players have already had their deck checks. They have had a look through their opponent's lists, so they know what the other person is playing. Also, these guys are kind of familiar with each other. I think Pierre said that his family lived quite close to Illy, so they have met in the past. So nice little story there that they have crossed paths in the past, and now they find themselves in the final of Bologna.
Now, Pierre did get 48 points in Swiss, whereas Ely 47. So Pierre, due to having that slightly superior Swiss record, is the highest seed and therefore is going to be able to go first in game number 1. Now, while they might have the disadvantage in terms of matchup on paper, that is definitely going to swing things back into Pierre's favor with the fact that they're going to be able to go first in game 1. So I think we've got a really exciting final here. Let us know who you think is going to be winning. This is the final, and of course, so much to play for. Not only the Pride, but also a whole binder filled with enchanted and foil cards from Ursula's Return.
What an incredible prize to go along with everything they've already won. As you say, here we go. Don't go anywhere. This is the grand final. Stick around. You don't want to miss it. And already I see that Gaston, Arrogant Hunter, in the hand of Ellie. 2 cost, 4/2, Reckless.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 cards mulligan for Ely, it seems like. Maybe 4, in fact. Of course, going to be looking for some ramp options, maybe a Fishbone Quill. Pierre going to definitely be aware of the threat of Fishbone Quill. We saw in the semi-final them utilizing bare necessities to discard the Fishbone Quill from their opponent and therefore shutting down the ramp option. Sapphire, of course, looking to get lots of ink early in the game. And it's interesting that both players, no overlap in terms of ink color. Ruby and Sapphire for Ely, and then Pierre on Amber and Steel. So a real big variety of inks in this game as the fist bump comes through, and we now are ready. Pierre with the highest seed will be able to go first. There's a Robin Hood which can be played on turn 1, and there's a potential Robin Hood shift which could come through on turn number 3.
Yeah, no, this is looking like a pretty nice opening hand. We've got that 1 drop. We've got the Ursula 2 drop if we desire it on turn 2. The Aerial Spectacular Singer. There's the Grab Your Swords as well. This looks pretty good. I don't know how useful that Grab Your Swords is going to be early, but the rest of the hand looks pretty darn good. And Illy with a Porpsicle in hand. I'm also spying that Queen, a Tamatoa at the back there.
They do also have that Maurice's Workshop, which is an uninkable card, so it's not going to be able to go into the inkwell as the Porpsicle comes through, card drawn. But Ely definitely could consider going for that on turn 3. Might just want to try and go for the Queen on turn 3, though. Now, Pierre does have ways of removing the Queen while it's ready before it can exert. Something like And Then Along Came Zeus, which could be sung by a character with Singer 4. And there is a character with Singer 4 in the hand of Pierre that goes by the name of Ursula Vanessa. And there she is, Singer 4. So, and then along came Zeus, could be an option. Also, Strength of a Raging Fire, if there's enough characters down on the board for Pierre, could remove the queen. It's going to be the Scuttle, going to be looking at 4 cards off the top, and an item can go into the hand. And look at that, there's 2 to choose from. Ice Block or Fishbone Quill. Ice Block uninkable. It is going to be the Fishbone Quill, and Pierre gets to see that working in a similar way to Ariel.
Yeah, that's a great move. And also, I want to draw some attention to the Teeth and Ambitions in Illy's hand, which can be sung by this Scuttle and could be able to put 2 damage on this Robin Hood. Of course, it may well be too late. Pierre, going into his turn 3, is going to ink. He's going to ink that Champion of Sherwood.
Yeah, really interesting. I was expecting that to be shifted in this.
We have another. We have another.
Of course you ink the normal and you play the Enchanted. I wouldn't have it any other way. Imagine if Pierre inks the Enchanted to play the non-Enchanted Baker. There would have been riots.
Yeah, them be the rules. We want to see the Enchanted. And this is potentially the first example of going first benefiting Pierre, because if it had been the other way around, then Illy would have potentially been able to play Teeth and Ambitions to remove this Robin Hood before it shifted. So, yeah, already we're seeing the difference made by going first. I think we're inking that Teeth and Ambitions. No, it's still in hand.
Yeah, Teeth and Ambitions and Brawl, some removal options, and Pierre also just taking that opportunity in the previous turn to quest as much as possible. Another Robin Hood into the Inkwell, and it looks like Lawrence is going to come down that 0-4 stat line, but remember, when there's no damage counters on Lawrence, it's getting +4 strength. So it's a 4 strength, 4 willpower character, which quests for 2 right now. More questing from Pierre, who is making an amazing start, up to 7 lore already. Illy's going to be really looking to clear this board as quickly as possible, which that Fishbone Quill can certainly help them do. There's a Be Prepared in their hand.
Yep, you're absolutely right, but it is kind of the story of Sapphire over the course of the weekend. Really slow starts, their opponent racing away with that early lore, but Sapphire's potential to catch up is incredible with the combination of Lucky Dime and Tamatoa. That Maui's going to come down, hero of all, and take out that Robin Hood. That's going to allow Pierre to draw a card, because when Robin Hood is banished, that's what you get to do. You get to draw. So really versatile cards. We're going to see the Brawl hitting the Inkwell, and we pass back to Pierre, who does still have that Singer 4 available to him.
Yeah, Scuttle quested as well here. Now, you might be wondering, why is there only 1 damage counter on Maui when it challenged the Robin Hood? There's no ice blocks around, but it was actually the Porpsicle which was used to heal Maui by 2. And there's now the Porpsicle in the discard, but only 1 damage counter on Maui. Now, Ursula Vanessa is going to sing Bare Necessities, and the Be Prepared is available in the hand for Illy. There is the Workshop, there is the Brawl. They're all actions, or non-character cards rather, they're all options. Surely Be Prepared is going to be chosen by Pierre here.
Yeah, it seems like it's probably the safest choice. The Brawl there could remove the Ursula Vanessa, and of course this Maurice's Workshop could come down and start generating value for Illy, but he doesn't have any other items, so it might be a while before he could get that advantage, so he does choose the Be Prepared.
Yep, there is Lawrence, which is going to consider challenging Maui. It's actually going to challenge the Scuttle instead, and then Rapunzel healing Lawrence back up to that 4-4 stat line, and a card drawn for Pierre. Now, Illy is at 7 ink, which is why that Bare Necessities came through from Pierre at this moment to discard it. Gaston into the Inkwell, Brawl onto Rapunzel, and 3 ink spare, which is just enough for the Workshop. Now, Maui can challenge either Vanessa or the Lawrence, but if it challenged Lawrence, the Maui would be removed. So Vanessa is the card chosen. No cards in hand right now for Illy, but an item off the top with that Maurice's Workshop would be tremendous, and there's a lot of items in this deck, Baker.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The likes of Fishbone Quill, Porpsicles, there's a Maui's Fish Hook in there as well. Lots of very unique items that we don't see all the time, and yeah, as you say, any item off the top, as long as he's got enough, 1 more ink than the cost of that item, then that Maurice's Workshop will be able to draw a card. And hey, how about Maurice's Workshop into Maurice's Workshop, and let's really start to flood our hand.
Let's see what it is, Baker. It's a Let It Go. It's a lovely, wonderful, not set championships, a
DLC.
DLC, there we go. Promo card, which is so great to see. It removes the card from the board into the inkwell, but it's not a card draw tool. Cinderella, the only character standing right now. Perdita has just been drawn by Pierre, and that could be a game changer.
Sure
Rapunzel into the inkwell, Perdita down onto the board, and Ursula, Vanessa, Robin Hood are options to be putting onto the board. When Perdita enters play, a 2-cost character or less can be played, and whenever it quests, Pierre is in a really good position. Big moment off the top. It's a scuttle.
Oh, that's a pretty good one.
Scuttle moment.
Item.
There's 3 to pick from. So the fish hook, the fishbone quill, or the dime. Going to be the fish hook.
Yeah, makes sense to potentially turn our characters evasive and keep them safe, because Ellie doesn't have a whole lot going on, but this workshop could lead to a lot of card draw in a row. We've got 3 items on the board at the moment.
Maurice's workshop was also triggered there, so another card for Ely. There's 1 card in hand for them right now. I think it might have been Tamatoa, Baker.
Oh, that's a pretty good piece. I think we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it 6 ink we're at the moment? So, or maybe 7. So we're nearly there. And that Tamatoa, of course, can recycle items, let us play them, and keep drawing off of Maurice's workshop. So it's not over.
Triple quest for 4. Perdita is going to trigger her ability again, and Robin Hood comes into play. This Perdita is putting in big work for Pierre. Now, at this moment in time, they have a few options in hand. I think there's a Grab Your Swords, a Rapunzel. Do you play further into a potential Be Prepared, or can you risk just holding on to this Rapunzel? And then if a Be Prepared comes through, then you play Rapunzel. It's a big decision for Pierre here, and decides to play nothing at all, which I really like. They're only 6 lore away.
Yeah, they're closing in on game already, and yeah, you saw the power of that Perdita on play and on quest, just playing another character from of 2 cost or less from the discard, just +1ing every turn. Down comes the so shiny Tamatoa. We do have enough ink. He's going to return the Porpsicle to the hand, but I don't think there's enough ink to play it immediately.
There is not.
No, and even if he had 1, he might not have done it, just because obviously you want to trigger the Maurice's workshop off of that, so he'd preferably like 2 ink.
Yep. Pierre now questing again, surely, with all the characters available. A Robin Hood shift here would have given them an extra lore. They are 6 away, currently questing for 5. So a Robin Hood shift would have won Pierre the game on the spot, Baker, but it's not an option.
Yep, he did.
Cinderella Stout-Hearted as well would have been a game-winning draw there.
Yeah, for sure. We saw that Stout-Hearted closing out games and when we watched Pierre's last match. But yeah, bearing in mind, Pierre did ink a Robin Hood Champion of Sherwood right at the beginning. But them's the breaks. You've got to play the hand you've got. You don't know what situation you're going to be in 3-4 turns from now. But yeah, you got to assume that we're going to be questing heavy here and then just be 1 away.
Now, we had Amber Steel down as a good matchup for Ruby Sapphire, but based off game 1, Pierre has got other ideas.
I don't think anyone told Pierre that that's the case. Yeah. Of course, this Perdita on quest could potentially grab another 2 cost or less character. I'm not sure if there are any left. Yeah, he took the Robin Hoods and the Vanessa, so won't be able to take anything else just yet. Pierre knows he's within grasp of that game 1 victory.
Yeah, and of course, untimed rounds here, so definitely worth them taking their time. They go for the Grab Your Swords, which is going to deal 2 damage to both Scuttle and Tamatoa. And then I think we're just going to see the Cinderella challenge the Scuttle and then questing with everything else, which gets them up to 18 and within touching distance. Again, holding on to that Rapunzel, Baker, just in case Ely finds that Be Prepared. They've then got a character to play down on the board, which can quest for 2. In comes the Porpsicle.
Be Prepared off the top of it. You see the look on Ely's face. That Porpsicle immediately finding it. Yes, we're going to exert the Maurice's workshop to draw another card, find a Gaston Arrogant Hunter. That's going to be inked. We're playing another Porpsicle. Does he have enough ink to trigger the Maurice's workshop?
It's sung by Tamatoa as well. So this costs no ink at all to play Be Prepared. And a Scuttle comes through, and the items are now being developed, and there's many to choose from here. 3 items and the Queen off of the Scuttle. Of course, an item can be added to hand. It's going to be the Vitalosphere. But this decision from Pierre to hold on to that Rapunzel is looking really good right now. Pierre's going to be hoping to find something like a Mr. Smee. Rapunzel and Smee onto the board this turn could be really interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Try and force maybe another be prepared from the opponent. Just keep asking the questions, make them have the answers. But yeah, this queen hasn't put in any work yet, but I believe there is still time. But Pierre is within touching distance of 20 lore, is sitting at 18. Illy has a lot of catching up to do. Can he snipe it away from Pierre?
Now, Pierre has some interesting options here. They can go for Rapunzel and Vanessa, but they could just go for Robin Hood and Vanessa instead. Now, what Pierre's saying here to Illy is you have to remove one of my characters at least, whereas if they played just the Rapunzel, then you would still have to remove just one character but Rapunzel. So if Illy can remove one of the characters, Pierre's still going to have that Rapunzel to fall back on later on. The ice block comes through and is exerted. No, changing of the mind from Illy. Ice block is going to come down.
Yeah, worth saying as well, Pierre knows.
Queen.
Oh, it's off the queen. There you go. Pierre knows that daring visitor Sisu is in Illy's deck, so maybe that was part of the motivation behind not playing the Rapunzel, who would be banished by that.
Wow, look at this card draw tool from the Maurice's workshop. It's so good, Baker.
You heard it from Illy, the best draw engine in the game, and he's showing us how good it can be. Down comes that Sisu, removing the Robin Hood, who has lost one strength from the ice block. Illy has really turned the board state around. He's got a lot of catching up to do still, but could he do it?
Well, this Sisu would have removed Rapunzel, so I think Pierre made the right decision to hold on to that Rapunzel.
Sure.
And it is a Smee that's been drawn, so Pierre could go Smee, Rapunzel this turn, and risk another board wipe. With all those ice blocks, there's also just the simple potential of a giant legendary Sisu coming through to clear as well.
Yep. No, you're absolutely right. This Sisu, this ice block could lower the strength by 1. Just trying to get a look on that.
6 ink available.
Yep, so it could lower Smee's strength by 1, take it down to a 2-drop. That would be enough for the Floodborn Sisu. This has got to be an intense decision. Do you extend here? Because if you do extend into something like a Be Prepared, although that wouldn't necessarily be the best move from Illy, but if he's going to lose the game, he'd have no choice.
Decides not to go for it, and with the amount of card draw potential off a simple item, and there it is, it's the Popsicle. Now, there is a Brawl available in Illy's hand as well, which usually can't remove the Smee. But with that ice block, the Brawl is going to be able to remove Smee.
Look at the work this queen is putting in already. It has cheated 2 items onto the board. This is just completely turned around. Illy was topping. He had barely anything. And look at the advantage he has generated courtesy of this Maurice's workshop. Of course, that Be Prepared off the top was really good. But again, he's drawn quite a lot and his deck's built consistently. There are 4 copies. You can't hold it against him.
Yeah, and this is where those Sleepy's flutes can be so good in this matchup, because you reach a state where Ruby Sapphire just takes over and they can potentially remove every character card you play. Now, considering Illy to put that Maurice's workshop into the Inkwell, but maybe deciding to hold on to it and use it. Imagine a double Maurice's workshop on the board. That would be even more card draw potential.
Yeah, and one Maurice's workshop triggers the other Maurice's workshop. I can certainly see why it's put in work.
And it's going to remove the Smee as well due to the ice block. Big questing power as well. Suddenly, Illy's at 7.
He is at 7. He has 3, 4, 5 lore on the board. Pierre drawing into a Pooh Pirate Captain.
Rapunzel and Piglet, both cards need to be removed, Baker, for Illy to stay in this game.
There is I think that's a Madame Medusa in Illy's hand, I do believe. No, it's a Brawl. Okay, well that still helps us deal with one of the characters. We do have that Be Prepared, so if there is no other answer, then we will see the Be Prepared just to stop Pierre winning the game. But can he do it any other way? We see the Maurice's workshop coming down. He's going to draw a card.
Ambitions can deal with the Piglet. The Brawl can deal with Rapunzel.
Oh, this is just what Illy wanted to see. He's going to be able to do a complete board wipe of Pierre's side and then just keep asking the questions. And Pierre now has got to be feeling the sweat.
The Queen is going to exert again, looking for another item, and yet again it finds one every single time. The consistency of Illy's deck is absolutely tremendous. Maurice's workshop enters the board exerted, which doesn't matter. You never even need this item readied.
This is incredible. Pierre with such a big head start, but Ely has just completely turned it around, and now he has Laura on the board and could potentially be on a 2-3 turn clock.
Maurice's workshop. If I was playing on this board, Baker, I would need about 7 tables. It is tremendous at how organized Ely is keeping this table.
11. I'm going to count one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 items in play. Goodness
Ely up
me.
to 10. Ely is 10 lore away. It's an Ursula Vanessa, which quest for 1. Well, guess what? Pierre only needs 1 lore. So Ely has to answer Ursula Vanessa. Ursula Vanessa is the final boss here for Ely. There is a be prepared, but is there going to be a more efficient way for Ely to deal with it?
I'd love to know how much ink Ely has to see whether it's worth the Flavisham. Because obviously if you miss, you need to play Be Prepared.
Yep, worst case, you can always sing it with the Sisu.
That's true. That's a very good point. That Sisu is an 8-cost character, so that would work fine. We're going to play the Vitalosphere. We're drawing courtesy of Maurice's workshop. Lots.
Now there's a dime. Now the lucky dime Baker could add 3 lore this turn for Ely with that Sisu down on the board already. It is going to be prepared though, and it is going to be a lucky dime as well. So I think Sisu singing the be prepared, and then the lucky dime.
I think this is a great play because this is check. He has a Tamatoa in hand.
Oh my goodness.
There is a Tamatoa in hand who will be questing for more than 10, but this, well, obviously won't be able to quest, but this lucky dime will take that 10 lore and immediately give Ely game. Look at Pierre's face, the smile there. I don't think he can believe what's happened. He shows him the Tamatoa and he takes game 1. Wow. Goodness me, the Maurice's workshop and the Queen putting in the absolute business.
This was the most incredible comeback I have ever seen in a game of Disney Lorcana. Amber Steel songs at 19 lore. Well, that's great. 19 doesn't matter. You have to get to 20.
Holding him off turn after turn, constantly had the answers. How much more Queen and Maurice's workshop are we going to see after this event? I think a lot.
I think you could be right, Baker. Absolutely incredible. Every lore really does matter in the game of Disney Lorcana, because that one more lore, something like a goat, of course you can't play it in Amber Steel, but we did see in Fort Worth the Amber Steel songs player playing Baloo, which is some guaranteed lore. We see things like Sleepy's flute. Pierre's deck has done tremendously well to get to this point, but you can see why those cards are so useful in a matchup against Ruby Sapphire.
And it's kind of worth mentioning, he was at 19 lore. There was a turn where he had 4 characters on board and chose to quest with 3, but the Ballroom Sensation Cinderella took out the Scuttle. If that had been a quest, that could have changed everything, because that Scuttle, it wasn't, I don't think it was changing the game too much.
That's a really good point.
So maybe a mistake there on the quest. Obviously, you know, you play to the best of your ability at the time. You don't know how the cards are going to fall, but yeah, worth bearing in mind, just to add to your point you just made, every lore counts.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting point. There was that decision from Pierre to challenge the Scuttle with the Cinderella. I think the Rapunzel then came through and added an extra card to Pierre's hand shortly there afterwards, but definitely was an opportunity to take that extra lore, and it really could have mattered, couldn't it, Baker?
Yeah, for sure. No guarantee, obviously, but certainly something to think about. Maybe, well, every lore counts, but we're going to be moving into game 2. Pierre will get to go first again.
Yeah, Pierre, being the loser of the previous game, is going to be able to go first in this one, which means, of course, if Pierre is victorious, it's going to mean that their opponent, Ely, will have an opportunity to go first in the 3rd and final game. So it's looking like an uphill battle for Amber Steel songs, but if anyone can do it, it's going to be Pierre. They were so close in the last one. Can they just get that one extra lore necessary in game number 2 to take it to a game 3 in the finals? Remember, these players are playing not only for the pride and the credit of being the Disney Lorcana Challenge Bologna champion, but also a full set of enchanted cards and foil cards from Ursula's return. What a prize that is.
What a prize on top of everything they've already won the Stout-Hearted Cinderella, the Rapunzel playmat, the Mickey BLT, the invitation to the European Championships, and now we are playing for the crown. Ely already throwing 3 cards down. He's interested in throwing a, well, that's probably what he's keeping, I dare say.
Yeah, the Fishbone Quill being held onto. Also looking at holding onto that Sisu, 3-cost uninkable, maybe to just try and negate some of the early questing power that Pierre is looking to pull off.
Sure. Yeah, especially if you combine it with Ice Block, you'd be able to pick off things like the Piglet Poo Pirate Captain, but already can take out the Ursula Vanessa, the Cinderella Ballroom Sensation. This Daring Visitor Sisu is putting in so much work in this particular matchup.
Yeah, Ely could also hold on to the Ice Block here, which could be a nice turn 1 play to then set up that turn 3 Sisu.
Sure.
Sisu can banish characters with 1 strength or less. So if you play the Ice Block, exert the Ice Block, suddenly a 2 strength character like a Piglet Poo Pirate Captain could be removed by that Sisu. And that is the card which Ely is really considering if they hold on to or not. And it looks like they decided to get rid of it. So really interesting, only 2 cards kept by Ely.
Little smile there from Ely to the crowd, and there does appear to be a big crowd out on the floor watching this on the screen. We can hear them. They're hyped. They're motivated. I hope this goes to game 3 just because I don't want it to end, but I'm sure if Ely has his way, he will take a 2-0.
Yeah, so Pierre will be going first. Of course, before they're able to play a character, they're going to have to ink something. It's going to be Strength of a Raging Fire, and there is a Cinderella as a turn 1 play for Pierre. Can, of course, sing songs that cost 3 or less. Flavisham into the inkwell for Ely, and in comes the Ruby Shield of Virtue. It is called the Shield of Virtue, isn't it?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Chapter 1 card, 1 cost, inkable, and you can exert it and pay 3 to ready a chosen character. Really nice combination with that Queen. You could have multiple triggers of that effect to find items. And we saw in the last game, this Queen hitting an item every single turn. So, Lorcana fans, sleeve up your Queens, sleeve up your Maurice's workshops. They're pretty good.
Well, Ross managed to pull one in the Dizzy Lorcana Bottom stream, so he's going to be a very happy man.
He is.
Queen pop off in a big way here. Now, Ely has a Gaston as an option for turn 2, which could be a nice way to just try and slow down any questing power from Pierre. We saw the way this one's going to play out. Ruby Sapphire, the longer the game goes on, the more dominant it's going to become. So Pierre's going to be really looking to get as much lore as possible in the early game here.
Yeah, I do think that's absolutely the game plan, exactly as you just said, Ely. We just saw once Ely starts to build up that big item count, get those Maurice's workshops onto the board, once he's got those ice blocks, he just has so many ways of controlling the board, especially in combination with brawls and things like that. We see the Poo Pirate Captain Piglet coming down, and the Cinderella Ballroom Sensation going to quest for 1 every lore counts. We learned that in the last game.
We certainly did.
We see the Lucky Dime in Ely's hand, not something he really wants to see early, but better to have it than not. If it's discarded with a whole new world, it's not the end of the world. Obviously, that Tamatoa could bring it back. We're considering inking. No. Obviously, this is untimed. This is the finals. Players are free to take as much time as they want to think over these moves. The Flavisham's going to be inked, the Vitalis Sphere's played, and back over to Pierre. That slow start where Ely starts to build up those items on board.
Yeah, and Ely, of course, in the mulligan had the option of keeping that ice block. If there's an ice block down, then the Sisu could come through, remove the Piglet. It is going to be Smee, so some nice questing power. Piglet now questing for 3, with the fact that there are 3 characters on the board, and Cinderella quest for 1 for the 2nd time in this game, which puts Pierre up to 5 lore. They're a quarter of the way there. Ely with a bit of a slower start, I feel like, compared to the previous game, but there's the Sisu. It's going to banish the Cinderella. And Ely now kind of threatening that shift 6 legendary Sisu in a few turns' time.
Yeah, for sure. But this Poo Pirate Captain will most likely be able to quest for 3 again, as long as Pierre can get another character on board. He is holding a Lawrence that I've seen. He's got a Storm Rage on and a Along Came Zeus in the hand. Yeah, we're going to play that Lawrence. Questing with Smee and Piglet for 5, and very similar to the last game, Pierre taking a very early lead, but we just learned the hard way, this game is not over.
No, certainly not. Gaston is in the hand for Ely, as well as the Queen as the inkable options. Ice Block, Sisu, and Lucky Dime are uninkable. So it looks like it's going to be the Gaston into the Inkwell. That's going to be a decision between the Queen or the Sisu. It's going to be the Queen, and it's going to be given Rush by the Water Sphere here.
And +2.
+2 strength as well from the Vitalis Sphere, I beg your pardon.
Yep.
So it's now going to have Rush and 2 extra strength. And the Sisu, in fact, it was just the Sisu with that extra 2 strength taking out the Smee, wanting to preserve the queen on the board, which makes a lot of sense. So the rush wasn't useful, just the +2 extra strength.
Yeah, for sure, especially since Illy doesn't have a fishbone quill. That might be a nice hit off of the queen, but you got to think he wants to find that Maurice's workshop so we can start to build a hand. We're seeing that Storm, is that Storm Ray John?
Storm Ray John.
Yeah, Storm Ray John in the hand.
In there as well.
Isn't enough to take out the queen, who has a 3-3 stat line.
Yeah, so remember this Lawrence, 0 strength, but when it has no damage, it's going to get 4 strength. So right now, it is a 4 strength card. Storm Ray John is sung by Lawrence, 2 damage into the queen. Can Pierre finish the job and remove the queen from the board? But also, they want to try and develop another character down so this piglet starts questing for 3 instead of the 1 it's currently questing for.
Yeah, Pierre at 10, Law. This time it could go differently. He could make that race to game. We are able to get the Robin Hood down, so Piglet does quest for that 3, bringing to Pierre to 13, and another Pooh Pirate Captain coming onto the board. So that's 6, 7, that's 8 Law on board. So Illy does need to answer this. Of course, the Queen will be able to take out one of the Pooh Pirate Captains, but still, that's a lot of pressure that the Pierre's starting to build up. We did find the Maurice's Workshop, I believe, off of that top.
Yep, there's also an ice block available for Illy with that Sisu around in the mix as well. So could be using the ice block to lower the power of the Piglet, for example, and keep the Queen on the board. Instead, could use it to lower the power of this other Piglet, and then the Sisu comes through, removing it from the board. So Illy's managed to remove 2 of the questing threats from Pierre, but still able to quest for 3, getting to 16 this turn.
He
is getting pretty close, Baker, to that magical 20 mark.
You're right, absolutely within touching distance. We're going to see that Borum Sensation Cinderella be inked. The Long Came Zeus is going to get rid of the Sisu. Pierre respecting the ability to shift into the Floodborn. If that happened, that would be devastating. The Flavisham is going to come down. I do believe that was off the top, because I did see the Workshop and the Lucky Dime in his hand previously. So very nice. And which item does he want to remove? Obviously, it's the choice between the shield and the ice block. It is going to be the ice block, finding us Porpsicle and Maui. Maui really nice, is going to help to control the board a little bit more, and of course Porpsicle thinning our deck and more items on board for Flavisham. Yum, 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 yum.
And Illy's going to ink the Porpsicle. Could have inked the Maui and played the Porpsicle, but of course that Maui is going to give them that little bit of board control that they so desperately needed this time. Big moment off the top for Pierre. They've got a whole new world in hand and something else which I didn't quite catch. It's a quest. It's a double whole new world right now. That is not what you're looking for if your name is Pierre. They could go for the whole new world if they have enough ink, but I'm not even convinced they've got 5 ink yet. They're at 19 again. Surely not. And Pierre is going to go for the whole new world, I believe. No. Illy seems to have called the game right there. Pierre does take it. Pierre has made it 1 game apiece.
Wow. What a game. It went very similar to our first game, with Pierre taking a really huge lead, but Illy was able to still take game 1. But game 2, Pierre, he was able to finish it.
Pierre has taken it, and we're going into game number 3, and it's all gonna come down to this. Remember, Pierre, having lost that game, won that game, will be going second in the 3rd and final game. Pierre's been able to go first in both games so far in this best of 3, but they're now going to have the biggest uphill battle of them all, because they're going to be going second against Ruby Sapphire, and Illy is going to be really looking to ramp up as quickly as possible as the Sapphire player.
Yeah, and definitely wants to get that Queen down early to try and start building up those free items. She seems to hit all the time, so I'm not expecting anything to change. But if you're just joining us, first of all, you've missed a lot, but don't go anywhere, because this is the 3rd game of the final match of Disney Lorcana Challenge Bologna. We have Pierre versus Illy. Pierre running the Steel Song deck, no Sleepy's Flutes, instead opting for the Golden Harps, and Illy playing Ruby Sapphire with Maurice's Workshop, which he calls the best draw engine in the game.
Amazing.
And if you watch game 1, it's hard to argue with him, and the Queen, which he just calls the best Sapphire card in the game, full stop.
Okay, Illy has got no ramp in the opening hand here. Of course, we're now looking at the Amber Steel Songs hand. They're going to be mainly just looking for a nice curve, maybe try and shift in the Robin Hood and get a whole new world through, possibly. Ely's going to be really looking to try and find some ramp options, that Mickey Mouse or the Fishbone Quill, the main ways. Now, I don't think Pierre's playing the Queen, so often what you might be able to do as the Amber Steel Songs player going second is play the Queen on 1, shift the Queen on 2, sing a whole new world, and discard that Fishbone Quill. That's not an option.
No.
But what could be is Pierre playing Bare Necessities on 2 and trying to discard a Fishbone Quill from Ely to disrupt the ramp.
Yeah, that'd be a really nice play, but we've seen before, if Ely starts to get these Maurice's Workshops on the board, it can just get carried away. But here we go, our players have finished their mulligan. The final shuffle, this is the final match of this DLC Bologna, a cut from both players. And here we go. Ely will be going first. We're going to be inking that So Shiny Tamatoa, and I expect the Porpsicle is going to come down, drawing a card for Ely and passing over. There she is,
Second
Joe.
Queen into the hand. That's a nice foil Queen as well, so really nice. And no turn 1 from Pierre, which is not ideal. They did ink a card, but didn't play anything down onto the board.
No, they inked the Cinderella Stout-Hearted, but nothing to follow up with. Not the best start. Double Sisu in Ely's hand, isn't...
Scuttle has missed.
Oh, that was off Scuttle. I thought that was his hand.
You don't see that too often in Ely's deck. Scuttle missing. It does happen sometimes in a similar way to the aerial. Bare Necessities, Bare Necessities played, hoping to find that Fishbone Quill, but Ely doesn't have it right now, but could find it by exerting the Queen in a couple of turns' time. Now, the Teeth and Ambitions or the Porpsicles are options to discard. Which do you expect Pierre's going to go for here?
I think there is a bit of an argument for the Teeth and Ambitions, as he does take that choice, because Pierre is running a lot of characters with 2 strength or less, such as the Pooh Pirate Captain, Cinderella Ballroom Sensation. So I think Pierre, that's where I'd have gone personally. Just a bit more of a guarantee that your characters are going to stick, but not a good start from Pierre, who hasn't been at, obviously, the Bare Necessities on 2, but you would much rather be singing it with a Ballroom Sensation Cinderella. The Queen makes her way onto Ely's field, so next turn we will get to see the top 4 cards of the deck and see if we find an item to cheat into play.
Yeah, so many uninkables in the hand for Pierre, which is why they had to do it. But here's the Queen, top 4 cards, an item that costs 4 or less can be played for free exerted. It's the Vitalosphere, not exactly the Fishbone Quill or the Maurice's Workshop they would have been hoping for, but certainly not bad, as the Porpsicle enters the building, Scuttle enters the Inkwell, and another Queen enters the board.
And you've got to think, Joe, missed on that first Scuttle, but with every miss and you put those cards to the bottom, you increase your chances that you are going to hit with these other Queen exerts or potential other Scuttles. So the first miss may have been quite hard, but I think that's increased his odds of getting better hits throughout the rest of the game.
The good news for Pierre is they found an inkable card in the form of Cinderella.
Excellent.
3 copies of Let the Storm Rage On, 1 copy of Grab Your Swords, and a Lawrence in there as well. Ely currently at 2 lore. Pierre hasn't got a lore on the board yet, and they're going to need to start getting lore as quickly as possible. Lawrence could remove the Queen here that's exerted.
Of course, there is another one waiting to follow up. We're going to be singing Let the Storm Rage On with Lawrence, putting 2 damage counters on the Queen.
Okay, Baker, this is big. So there's another Storm Rage On coming from Pierre onto the Queen, and they have the opportunity to maybe Zeus this Queen in the future. Of course, they had to pay 3 for the second copy of Let the Storm Rage On. But if they can start removing these Queens and disrupting the card draw engine for Ely, Pierre could claw their way back into this one. There's still no ramp available for Ely.
But a much slower start from Pierre. Yeah, I think that was a heartbreaking start, to be honest. No turn 1, turn 2, played the Bare Necessities, which is not awful, but if that Cinderella had been down a bit sooner, we'd have been able to sing Storm Rage On, draw more cards. So Pierre definitely coming back from behind this time, but he's made it all the way to second to the finals. I'm sure he can put it out.
Now, really interesting here from Ely. We saw the Queen get exerted, but if I'm not mistaken, it actually quested or challenged into Lawrence. So the Scuttle damaged Lawrence down, which then reduced its strength by 4, and then the Queen challenged the Lawrence to remove it. Now, the reason for that is, as much as Ely loves the Queen drawing them cards, their job here is just keep Pierre as far away from 20 lore as possible. They know the longer this game goes on with their lucky dime, they're going to win. As long as they stop Pierre getting to 20, Ely will get the board into a position where they can win the game. So that's why they just decide to make what might look like a bit of a weird decision to remove the Lawrence, as grab your swords removes the queen.
Yep, just wants to draw the game out to those later stages where Ruby Sapphire really starts to take over after we've developed those Maurice's workshops and we can get lucky dimes down. So, yeah, Ely, as the longer the game goes on, Ely does seem favoured. He is holding a be prepared for if Pierre is able to mount a bit of a board. We're going to play another Lawrence.
Yeah, in comes Lawrence, and Cinderella is going to get one law on the board for Pierre. 19 more needed, though, for that victory.
There's a Scuttle.
Yeah, Scuttle, a nice option. Just going to be a 2-cost character for Ely to play down, but it also could simply go into the Inkwell if Ely wants to develop the lucky dime this turn. Now, I think the Scuttle is going to be the option for Ely if they're confident they hit an item, but if you miss an item, it could be a disaster. And maybe that's why Ely's decided to just play it safe and develop the lucky dime.
Yeah, no, I respect it. I think that there's an argument that you could have gone with the Scuttle, try and find that Maurice's workshop so that you can start to build your resources, but playing it safe, I completely respect. The dime is now on the board. We really need a workshop though, so that Ely's top decked items just turn into card draw.
The thing is, if Ely goes for the Scuttle and misses, they are spending their whole turn on playing a 1/3 character, which quests for 1. That would have been a nightmare.
Yeah, and wouldn't have inked in the turn, which is not what you want. So, no, I totally respect it. We are seeing that golden harp coming down for a cost of 1. So, I assume we have a song. We do. Strength for a Raging Fire. Doing 3 damage to his own golden harp. Absolutely stellar. Because, of course, if you don't play a song by the end of the turn, golden harp is banished. So, that allows it to stay on the field, and it will be able to quest for 2 next turn.
You wanted the Maurice's workshop. Well, there it is now. Ely just looking for any sort of item, and they're going to be able to utilizing the card draw potential of Maurice's workshop. It's a 3-cost uninkable item, and whenever you play another item, you can pay 1 ink to draw another card, and you can use that multiple times per turn. Ely also sat on a be prepared, kind of just waiting for Pierre to develop the board a little bit further and walk into a huge be prepared, which I'm sure you're getting ready for, Baker.
Oh, obviously. You know me too well.
So big quests come through, Cinderella, Lawrence, and the Golden Harp. So Pierre's getting up there at 9, but the Golden Harp is going to banish itself at the end of the turn, as Pierre did not play any songs. And it's another Maurice's workshop.
Oh, no, he didn't play it. He didn't do it.
Didn't?
No,
oh my goodness.
He didn't do it. I nearly got carried away there. Joey even set me up. He was like, "This is your moment, Baker," but it didn't even happen. Don't worry, we're getting there.
I think Ely might have shown Pierre that it was in the hand as well. Decided to go for the Maurice's workshop instead. Develop a bit more card draw.
I respect it. These Maurice's workshop are what.
And now the whole new world is going to discard the be prepared. But the big problem is, Baker, Ruby Sapphire has a lot of very powerful cards, and it suddenly got 7 in hand. Soon to be 8 when Ely draws for turn.
Yeah, Pierre still is in the lead concerning Law, so that is a good thing. But the same has been true of, the same was true of game 1, and was still able to have it robbed of him by Ely. We're going to be inking the Ursula Vanessa.
This is a big quest coming through from Pierre. The Golden Harp is sticking on the board, but look at the left side card in Ely's hand.
And we see it. Be prepared.
That's the moment you've been waiting for. The Be Prepared clears the board and all the characters are banished, but the items remain on Ely's side of the board. And with that lucky dime, they can go from 2 law to 20 in record time, especially with a Tamatoa and an abundance of items.
Yeah, how many items do we have? 2 Maurice's Workshop, 1 Ice Block, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've got 6. Oh, and the Vitalosphere, I missed that, so 7. So this Tamatoa along with Lucky Dime could put a 2-turn clock onto the game if he's able to develop it.
Yeah, 7 law away. Robin Hood Enchanted, Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain. That is potentially questing for 5 next turn if Pierre can get down a 3rd character for the Piglet, which would put them at 18 law. So Ely is really going to be looking to remove as many cards from the board as possible. They have a Let It Go, they have a Brawl. Let It Go onto Robin Hood is decided.
Yeah, Robin Hood running through the inkwell, courtesy of that Robin Hood. Now comes the brawl to clear the Poo Pirate captain as well. So Ely finding a lot of answers off of that whole new world, but Pierre still has a hand. We see a couple of copies of Rapunzel, one strength of a Raging Fire. Is that a Lawrence as well? Yep.
Double Rapunzel enters the board. 8 ink spent. These Rapunzels questing for 2. If Pierre can quest with them both, they're going to be at 17 and within touching distance. Ely, though, Tamatoa time.
Here is
Tamatoa with the lucky dime is getting an insane amount of lore. Ice block for a little bit more. Every item on the board gives Tamatoa 1 more lore pip, and that lucky dime plus Tamatoa could end things very quickly indeed. But the Rapunzels remain on the board. This game could be over in just a matter of moments. It is neck and neck.
This is check. There are 8 types of 1 to 3, 4, 5. Yep, 8 on the board. Tamatoa will be questing for 9, and then the lucky dime would pop him up the other 9 to 18, and that would be exactly 20. This is check. Pierre needs to answer either this dime or this Tamatoa.
Well, Sing Zeus
That's a
with the
start.
Rapunzel.
That's a start. Can you do another 3 damage to this Tamatoa? You have to remove it. He does. Oh no, it's not quite enough.
Raging Fire, and then play a whole new world. So there's still 3 ink left for Pierre, and they're looking for something to damage this Tamatoa.
Yeah, we need a
Pierre knows that Tamatoa has to go right now.
He's got nothing.
I can't see.
He's not found anything. He's found nothing, and he can play the aerial, but then there's no ink left to play the song.
Tamatoa plus the dime is going to get Ely from 2 to 20 in a single moment.
Yep.
Pierre just making sure there's nothing they can do. They've got 3 ink left.
Yep.
They could play the aerial to try and find a song, but there's going to be no ink left to do it. That's what they go for, aerial. I don't think there's any 1-cost songs. The Storm Rage is there, but there's no ink. There's no singers available.
Pass is over. And that's game.
Lore.
And that is game. Ely is your Disney Lorcana Challenge Bologna champion.
What a final, Baker. Absolutely incredible games from both players. Ruby Sapphire Items is your Disney Lorcana Challenge Bologna champion. It was supposed to be the tournament all about Bucky, but it turned out to be all about the Queen.
All about the Queen and the Maurice's Workshop. You heard the take from Ely in the interview. Maurice's Workshop is the best draw engine in the game, and the Queen is one of the best Sapphire cards in general in the game, and he has definitely backed up that.
Absolutely incredible final. It was so close. Pierre got to 19 lore in game number 1, and even in this second game, very, very close.
So close
to remove that Tamatoa. That double Rapunzel on board, we thought it was going to get them to around 18 lore, but just the power of Tamatoa with all those items. Tamatoa is good with not that many items. When you're playing a whole deck focused on items, the Tamatoa is mind-blowingly powerful.
I love it. I'm a little bit in shock that we are going to be saying your champion deck list had the Queen. I think Maurice's Workshop is maybe a little more common, but the Queen, I can't remember the last time I've seen that in a deck. Absolutely incredible. Sleeve up your play sets. Absolutely amazing. And you're right, a lot of people thought this was going to be all about Emerald Steel, or Ruby Amethyst was going to bully its way into the finals, but nope, Ruby Sapphire Steel Song. What a healthy meta game. I love it.
Absolutely. So many prizes are going to be handed out pretty soon, so don't go anywhere. Of course, the top 8 players are going to be getting their hands on their golden Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor, which is just amazing. And of course, our winner Ely is going to be getting a binder filled with an enchanted card from every enchanted, including an enchanted Queen, which is going to be able to go into their deck, I'm sure.
I would love to see that. As soon as he gets the prize, just 1 minute, I just need to sleeve this. Absolutely incredible. And yeah, we're going to be having a whole prize ceremony. You're going to get to see all these players that have made it this far get their prizes. And yeah, I actually already saw Tim, part of the Ravensburger development team, one of the game devs. He's going to be presenting the prizes, so I'm excited. I'm so proud of these players, and I just want to say a huge thank you to you guys at home, whether you've been with us for just the last hour, whether you've been with us today or the entire weekend. Thank you so much for giving us some of your time. Thank you for watching the games, and I hope that you, if you're not already a Lorcana player, you have been tempted to come and join us.
Yeah, and absolutely. Don't forget then to get in contact on our social media, Facebook, Instagram, and X. Disney Lorcana. There we go, almost. And what a tournament it's been. I also want to take the opportunity to say thank you to all the staff working
100%.
really hard behind the scenes to make this thing happen. The judges have been putting in so much time learning all these very complicated rules and making sure everyone's safe and happy. It's just been an absolutely wonderful tournament, and there's so much more to look forward to with Disney Lorcana. We're just less than 1 week away from the release of Shimmering Skies, and there's more Disney Lorcana challenges ready to come. This is not the end of Ursula's return meta, because we've got up next Toronto, the final tournament, which is going to be played with the set 4 meta. But a big difference is it is by Bucky. Bucky has been now errated for the rest of the Disney Lorcana challenges, and then it's going to really shake things up. And now there's also a certain Ruby Sapphire deck, which I think a lot of people will be bringing to Toronto.
Oh, I guarantee some people have watched that and gone, all right, that's my mind up. That's absolutely what I'm playing. Yeah, Toronto, the next event. After that, the 21st
of September.
Thank you. I went blind for a moment. Yes, we have Las Vegas, which is sure to be an incredible event, and that
Birmingham's
will be
on the same weekend.
Yeah, that will be played the same weekend as Birmingham, which we certainly hope we'll get to be at. And then later on in the year, one that I know is quite special to you, Joe, we have DLC Seattle, which I believe you are very interested in watching.
Yeah, I've bought some plane tickets. I'm going over to Seattle.
Oh, there we go.
Why not? It'd be rude not to. So I'm gonna really excited to see what it's like over in there. Obviously been fortunate enough to attend all the European challenges. Really excited to see all the people over in Seattle. Of course, Toronto up in Canada is going to be a really interesting one to keep our eyes on as things develop. With the end of Bucky, it's going to really open up the door for some other Emerald decks, I think, to make a real splash. And Las Vegas and Birmingham, of course, going to be the first events which are played in the Shimmering Skies metagame, and then Seattle is the final one. But let's not forget, we've also got the European Championships and the North American Championships after these events conclude. So definitely be on the lookout for announcements about those.
Yeah, and I think, as you say, the disappearance of Bucky, I think that definitely changes the way Emerald Steel can play, and it was a very good deck before Bucky was the way to play it, just with Prince Johns, Friar Tucks, Curse Merfolks, things like that. But not just that, it's the snowball effect it's going to have on all these other decks, because if Bucky can't be played anymore, do we still play Diablo? Do we still play that shift line of Diablo? Is it as prominent a threat? If it's not, do we still play as many brawls? Do decks change? Like, sometimes, can they take out some of these specific answers and make room for other things? And that's going to have a snowball effect on the entire meta, and I, for one, am so excited to see what it's going to bring.
Yeah, I think there's so many decks in the game, Baker, which are kind of have been kept out a little bit of it by Bucky. We did see a couple of Emerald Amethyst decks making it into the top cut, but even those decks are kind of having to include some cards which are a little bit slow in order to try and deal with the Diablos and the Buckies. But if there's less of them, I think you can definitely see the return of some more aggressive, quick questing Emerald decks, which, as you know, I do like a quick question Emerald deck.
He loves a quick deck, he does. But yeah, I also want to make the point of saying we are less than a year old. We're so young, Joe. We're just a baby, and this game has captured people's imaginations. It's captured their hearts. It's given them memories for some of childhood times watching these Disney films, and experienced TCG players have been able to bring two loves together. I love this game. I know you love this game. I'm excited for more people to fall in love with this game, and I want to give shout out to, again, Ravensburger for bringing it to us, and the game devs. Like, I think we have such a healthy meta for year one of this game. So it's an absolute credit to the team, and just to echo what Joe said, a huge shout out to the production team. There is so much going on here, so thank you to everyone that's been involved.
What we're going to do quickly is we're going to go over to a quick interview, and then we're going to have a bit of a reward ceremony soon as well. So we're going to go over to a quick interview now, I do believe.
And
not just yet. We're going to an interview soon.
I'll tell you what, maybe we are.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Pierre, who just finished second at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna, in Italy, and I mean second place finish at this huge Disney Lorcana Challenge. How do you feel?
Really happy. It's been an amazing weekend, and I'm really happy that Ellie won. So,
coming into this tournament, what were your goals? What were you trying to achieve? What would have been great for you this weekend?
just like let it go would have been great, honestly.
So you're aiming for top 28, you get top 2. Tell me about your deck. Why did you choose Steel Song for this tournament?
I wanted to beat Green Steel and Blue Steel, so I like the Steel Song with, like I said, big bodies and who can beat Steel. So that's why I expected in the top to have a lot of Steel deck, and that's what happened. So that's why it went good for me.
It went very well for you indeed. Anyone you want to give a shout out to? Any thanks to give for your second place finish this weekend?
Yeah, my Inkless team, which is yelling outside, so they will help me all weekend. So that's thanks.
Oh. We heard the cheers every time you won on stream. We heard the cheers. Well, I know you got a flight to rush to, so all we're going to say is congratulations. Have yourself a wonderful rest of your weekend.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the organization.
And we'll throw it back to the casters for just a minute. But don't worry, we have got an award ceremony. We have got some prizes to give out.
Welcome back. I've got my Disney Lorcana hat. I'm very happy with it. I'm not going to lie. I've been waiting a very long time to have this.
We have. This is our third event now.
For the rest of the evening. You can expect to see it. Yeah. If you see me in Bologna tonight, you're going to see me wearing this hat, Baker.
I will tell you, though, this is the first time he's not wearing Crocs. He's actually wearing dress shoes, so well done to you, Joe, for that. But, yeah, what an incredible event.
Apparently it's not even my hat. Apparently it's Ross's hat.
Oh, right.
Absolutely fuming.
He's got the Penny. He's certainly got the But, yeah, we were finally able to get some hats. They also gifted us some T-shirts. Full thank yous to how we've been treated. And, like, yeah, it's such an honour to be here. It's great to work with you, Joe.
Yeah, it's been a
great
pleasure
to work with Ross and just be part of the team. And every time I've had the chance to go out there, it's been so amazing to meet so many Lorcana players, see the excitement from people in the game. But yeah, we are building up to that awards ceremony where players will be handed their golden serialized Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor. Super exciting, a very a piece of history in Lorcana.
Absolutely.
When we're doing the DLC in 30 years, that Mickey Mouse will always be the original. So shout out to everyone that has managed to attain one. I'm jealous.
Yeah, we've got all the players now in the backstage area, in the little studio area, ready to receive their prizes. So we're not too far away from that at all. Yeah, so this hat, I want to talk a bit more about the hat.
Please, talk about the hat.
On the prize wall, there's lots of really cool prizes. Of course, we've had the main event happening over here, Baker, at Disney Lorcana, but there's also a bunch of side events going on. Shirt. There's a non-foil Rapunzel and Cinderella, stout-hearted, but also, most impressively, the Cinderella stout-hearted playmat.
That's exactly what I would be going after. I think it's nearly 100 tickets, so obviously 90, so there were 100 prize tickets given to the top 4 and the top 2, but of course all these side events that have been running today have been allowing players to build up those prize tickets so they can take home hopefully either that Cinderella stout-hearted, or I know I remember when we were in Bochum, there was a young girl that was desperate for that Rapunzel gifted with healing. I think she was only 7 or 8 with a family, and she was desperately trying to find enough prize tickets. And that story got around the room, and it got to a point where so many people came up to her, "Are you the girl that's desperately trying to get here? I have my prize tickets."
So cool.
And that is my favourite story from the Lorcana community so far. Joe, I'm opening a pack.
Do it.
I'm opening a pack. Here we go, nice and quick. We've got Tor, we've got Aurora, Prince Eric, Farzu. Yes, I'm getting there. I'm finally learning some of the characters I didn't know. Swing into action, Luisa Madrigal, Marshmallow, Avalanche, A Pirate's Life for me, Jasmine, you can have that, Raja, and my foil is Field of Ice. Nothing too impressive, but I do like a shiny.
And there's just so much to look forward to, Baker, of Disney Lorcana.
Yep.
Shimmering Skies comes out on Friday.
Very close.
204 new cards. In fact, if you want to be particularly particular about it, 205 cards, because we're also getting a 6 card release, which is going to be Oswald, which is part of the D23 promo, also coming out next week. So much to look forward to. So many new decks going to be on the horizons, and of course still 3 more Disney Lorcana challenges this season to look forward to, and then we've even got the European and the North American Championships as well.
And then you've got to think that after this year is through, the Lorcana team have got big plans for next year. I'm sure we're going to hear all about it in due time, just a little bit of patience, but we're kind of spoilt really. Like, it's the first year we've had so many events go on, such incredible prizes. Lorcana is the TCG game.
It's a really, really amazing game. And also we've got set championships not too far around the corner. We had some last month in July. The whole of July was set championships. So don't forget, if you're looking to get into the game, go to your local game store, get involved. It's a great time to do so with the new set coming out. Everyone's going to be learning the ropes on the new set. We did see some really great stories. We saw Reese, who finished second in Lille. They started at the beginning of set 3, and then they finished second at a Lorcana challenge at the end of set 3.
Yep, absolutely. So it just goes to show that you don't need to have been around from the beginning. If you come into the game, you commit yourself to it, learn the cards, then you too could be a Disney Lorcana champion.
Yeah, and the set championships coming up in Shimmering Skies, a little bit different as well. 8 players from those events will be getting their hands on the promo card, which is that new Mirabelle Madrigal from Amber. Previously, it was only the top 4 players, but now it is the top 8. So really, really good opportunities for people to get some amazing promo cards for Disney Lorcana, and the artwork is just glorious.
It really is, and that Mirabelle, the first character we've ever had with 5 lore. Is that going to be a contender that we're going to see in Top Cut deck lists? Only time will tell.
I don't think so.
He doesn't think so. But I'm sure you want one, just because
maybe one day. Oh, it's an amazing card, and there's some really interesting synergy in there.
I want to play it with the Peddler. Yeah, I think the Peddler Queen is absolutely the way to go with that. But yeah, set championships, just to go off the point you just made, I'd like to credit Ravensburger for that decision. I think a lot of the community, that was the feedback that I was seeing more than anything else, that they would like this promo to be top 8. Definitely. Ravensburger have listened to the feedback and they've said, bet, there you go, top 8 can have it. So huge credit. They're clearly listening to us, guys. They've got their finger on the pulse of the community, and they're doing everything they possibly can to make this the best game it can be and give its players the best experiences. So one more time, huge credit to Ravensburger. Yeah,
and we are going to be very soon starting this reward ceremony. We've got Ross and Tim ready and waiting. We've got Tim, who is a great game designer. Big shout out to him. It's been a pleasure.
It has.
Thank you so much, Baker, for joining me. It's been a really, really fun weekend. We are going to be heading over now to the reward ceremony with Ross and with Tim.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've had a lot of games this weekend. We've had a lot of winners, but we have 8 players who have won above all others, and we need to be giving them some prizes. We've got Tim here from Ravensburger. He's going to be handing over some of these gold serialized Mickeys, the most sought after card in the Lorcana trading card game. And then I'm going to see if I can get some highlights from the players. So please welcome in your first top 8 finisher, Ricardo. The number is very important. I won't keep you very long, but give us a highlight from the weekend. What was your favorite part of the weekend?
The location was perfect. Was perfect for playing, because we have a lot of paces, a lot of quiet people. It's all perfect.
It was indeed perfect. With your head on through, we will see our second top 8 finisher. We have got Thomas. The number is very important here.
Number 188.
That is a very good number, so I'm going to ask you the same question. Give me a highlight of this weekend for you.
I wanted to play Bucky first, but at the player meeting, the guys told me, oh, there's so much Bucky, don't play it. So when they collecting deck list in the last second, I switched to Ruby Amethyst. Because I had a deck list from a set championship in my backpack, and I took it out and said, go for it, and it works very well today.
That sounds like it worked very well. Well, congratulations. Head on through.
Oh, thank you.
Just into the next little area there, and we will welcome in our next top 8 finisher, Din Kang. Congratulations. Show the camera, show us what number you got there.
99.
Oh, that's a very nice number. So, other than the Mickey, of course, give us a highlight for the weekend.
My highlight is, of course, getting the Mickey, and I'm the first person right now who got to both continentals, like invite to both continentals, and I hope Ravensburger will let me play both, so I can compete like twice. But yeah, that was my highlight.
If you weren't going to say it, I knew that I was definitely going to say it. Congratulations. That is a phenomenal achievement. Go join our other finalists. Okay, and our final top 8 finisher here, we have got Jarno. Congratulations. 256. Very nice round number. I like that one. So, give us your highlight for the weekend.
Well, I think the highlight is just being here with friends, playing with them, and meeting new people. I think that's the most fun part there is, and playing a game I like. So, yeah, that's kind of it.
Yo, I agree entirely. Playing Lorcana is absolutely wonderful. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Okay, and introducing our semi-finalist, Ruben. One to add to the collection, so give us congratulations. Do you want to give us a highlight for the weekend?
Even in Spanish is fine.
Spanish is fine.
Pues, ¿qué tal el torneo, no? Bien, todo bien el torneo, en plan, es que no sé qué decir, en plan, nada. Muy contento de estar aquí y nada, pues nos vemos en el siguiente torneo de Inglaterra.
Gracias, thank you very much. And our other semi-finalists here, we have Victor. Congratulations. So give us your highlight for the weekend if you'd be so kind.
Came here with all my friends. It's the best thing I won from this tournament.
Tournament weekends with your friends take a lot of beating. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Go and join the others. And we do have our second place finisher here. We have Pierre. And I didn't ask for your highlight earlier, so give us your highlight now.
What?
Highlight for the weekend, best part of the weekend.
Maybe I really like the final. Like we were playing like in-house and like a friend. It was really cool.
It looked like a very fun game. Thank you very much. Congratulations. You'll join the other finalists. And we will say congratulations to our Disney Lorcana Challenge champion, Ailey. Not just a serial Mickey, but a binder with the entire Ursula's Return set in foil with all of the Enchanted as well. I think that is a very good page to show us. So I'm going to start off. You might get a couple of questions. You won the whole thing. So give us your highlight for the weekend.
Yeah, I think all my games from yesterday and today were highlights. They were really fun games. Opponents read my card every time, so it was really fun.
How much do you attribute your success here? How important was the surprise factor of your deck?
Maybe 20% of the success.
Okay, do you think there is one card in your deck that everyone else is underrating that you think is so much better than people think?
I think that's Sisu 3 cost.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. And any shout-outs? You come all the way, you've won this. Any shout-outs you want to give to your friends and family?
Yeah, thank you for my team and my partner, which is here. So thank you, everyone.
Congratulations to our Disney Lorcana Challenge champion. Let's go and join the other finalists, and we'll see out the tournament. Here from the people in the arena, in the tournament here. So give a massive shout out, a massive congratulations to all of our top 8 finishers at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna. It was a very difficult tournament. We had 1,900 people joining us at the start of this tournament. We pared it down to a final 8 who really earned their space. We had some real big surprises. We said goodbye to Bucky. And, well, before we say goodbye, I think it's only fair we give the last word to the lovely Tim from Ravensburger.
All right, thank you everyone for joining us at the challenge in Bologna. It was really, really great seeing all of you. Congratulations to all of you. That's an amazing achievement, and like you're all so great and so good players. I enjoyed watching that the whole time. And if you also want to be part of that, and if you also want to try to compete, join us for the next Lorcana challenge. And yeah, see you soon in Birmingham, or if you're on the other side, or if you want to do the same and try to get multiple slots there are more challenges coming up in North America as well. So yeah, see you soon, and thank you for playing.